whole group of sessions to organize people when we had the great grape boycotts of the 60s. The significance of this building and buildings like this is that we are able to share this with our youngsters. Our youngsters are in a place where they are not aware of the value of these buildings. So we are able to share with them the history. That history is knowledge. And that knowledge allows them to understand a stronger sense of identity, increases their self-esteem, and it raises their conscious level as to where they're at as a community. Instead of it viewing it as a throwaway community that you could just tag and destroy, they have a reason to preserve it, to have pride in it.
We're in my field office at Hollywood and Western in the historic Louis B. Mayer building. It was built in 1928, the same year that City Hall was constructed, by Louis B. Mayer before he joined MGM. And this building has an amazing history. Norma Shearer helped open up the building when it first was christened, but then later years it turned into Central Casting. So literally we are right here, straight out of Central Casting every day in Hollywood. And it was an important intersection near where a lot of the early filming happened in the heart of Hollywood. Having a historic survey will benefit us in two ways. One, it will provide us with knowledge, whether it's a tourist who's coming to Los Angeles to see part of our history, or whether it's somebody who's a fourth or fifth generation Angelino, like myself, wanting to know more about his or her city. It will give us that knowledge, that roadmap, and a way to navigate LA and understand our past. But secondly, it will also help us preserve that past by flagging those assets that we have. When there's redevelopment or a proposed project going on, we'll immediately know what the historical significance of buildings and streets and neighborhoods are. Right now, that has been somewhat of a guessing game, or it's been uneven, and those who might have knowledge about a particular building come forward, but the city hasn't done that in a comprehensive way. So now we will have the tools to understand our entire city and its history.
Historic preservation is about much more than just aesthetics, about beautiful old buildings that are worth preserving solely for their beauty and architectural character. Historic preservation is also important because it's about our economic development. It's about revitalization in our communities. It's about using the history of our city as a marketing tool to attract visitors and attract economic reinvestment.
This was a building that was built in 1924 in the period of great growth of Hollywood as a five-story office building built in a Gothic style. A three-story addition was made to it in 1929. Historically, the building has been one of the prominent office buildings in Hollywood. It housed the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the Screen Actors Guild, and very prominently Ronald Reagan had his office as president of the Screen Actors Guild here from 1947 to 1953, which that office, in fact, in the corner right above us, has been preserved. Much of the paneling and the floor plan of that office was preserved, although the unit was converted to residential. That's what we have done with the building, is we took the 8 floors, leaving the ground floor lobby and 2 retail spaces as retail, and have put in 42 residential units, their apartments, on the upper 7 floors. It has been made possible in large part due to 3 significant incentives. One is the adaptive reuse program, which has been adopted by the City of Los Angeles and is permitted in downtown Los Angeles, Wilshire Boulevard area, and Hollywood. But moreover, for a building that is a historic building, we are able to take advantage of a federal and state tax credit program that is for buildings that are rehabilitated in conformance with Secretary of the Interior guidelines. And in addition, we've been able to take advantage of a program called the Mills Act, which provides for a property tax abatement for up to 10 years.
the older side of downtown, when you get into the historic core and even further east, those are areas of the city that have stood in for virtually every city on the East Coast, other countries. Prestige would be a good example. It was a movie that was shot about 2 years ago downtown on Broadway. The entire movie took place in Victorian-era London. But because of some of the grand movie palaces there and some of the older buildings, it was able to fit right in as turn-of-the-century London. But large parts of LA, particularly on the east side, the older brick buildings, they sit in for New York and Philadelphia and Chicago routinely. LA has a little bit of everything, an interesting place to live, the architecture that's here. We've got some of the most modern, beautiful architecture, and we have some of the fantastic old architecture that people don't immediately think LA has. But so I think it's a mix. It's the mix of the people and the buildings and the history here that make LA such an interesting place to be. But in the long run, I think it's important because it's, first step that you have to do is catalog and understand and inventory some of the great buildings that we have here. And a lot of the filmmakers and the film crews know about these places, and the scouts and location managers, but I think the wider public is not aware of the wealth of architecture and older buildings that we have. And so if you can get some people that are concerned and appreciative of some of these older buildings, having these older buildings here selfishly for Film LA and for the industry is a benefit, because it allows people to do some filmmaking here that they might have to go elsewhere and do if we don't keep and restore and hang on to these buildings.
Survey LA is ultimately a planning tool, giving policymakers, community members, property owners, and developers alike comprehensive information on Los Angeles' architectural, cultural, historic, and social history in a way that is manageable, is centralized, contained in one place, available to all on the web, to guide our decisions as a city and guide private investment as we move forward and constantly evolve in an ever-changing Los Angeles.
This information is great for all Angelinos, but as a policymaker, it has particular importance to me because the decisions that we make about land use often happen so quickly in this city that we don't have enough time to assess the historical significance of our actions. This will give me a place to readily go to immediately have deep and broad knowledge about a neighborhood or a building, and to be able to preserve that history that we have even as we build a new city here in Los Angeles.
It establishes a baseline of understanding of what defines a high-quality building within a community, and also defines where there's opportunity to allow change in a community.
Survey LA is only going to be a success if the community is actively involved in this process. It's community members themselves who know best what is significant in their own neighborhood.
I think a citywide survey is really a great attempt to put together the history, the diversity, all the different stories that help to make Los Angeles this great cosmopolitan area.
I think we recognize in city government that as much knowledge as the government has, the people of Los Angeles have even more. Those stories that are handed down from families, people who have lived in neighborhoods or whose families used to be there, we want them to be a part of this project. We want them to go to the Survey LA website to let us know what history they know so that we can add that to the pool of knowledge that we have.
This will allow neighbors to both maintain and regenerate these neighborhoods, making Los Angeles the highly livable place it has always been.
I think that we're going to find a lot of ways in which we understand one another and really appreciate the values that everybody has brought to creating this fabulous city.
Our work does good work in the world for others. We've succeeded.
We're brave enough to do it. That we're brave enough to think of the magnitude of a city like Los Angeles, the complexity of a city like Los Angeles, and say yes, together with the city, with the Getty, with National Trust, with whomever and everyone we can, to pull a really incredible team of consultants and historians and thinkers and politicians and citizens together to say we're going to do this. We're going to survey 880,000 parcels and we're going to make some sense.
In LA this week, critics say LA has enough problems of its own without worrying about Arizona's immigration law. But LA City Council members respectfully disagree and vote to boycott the Grand Canyon State.
I'm Anna Marcos. Thousands more of these high-tech meters about to go online, and they could bring the city more than $1 million in extra revenue. That's coming up.
Even those in the animal kingdom could use the help of a matchmaker. Meet LA Zoo's resident alligator Reggie and his new live-in love.
Hello and welcome to LA This Week. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. The LA City Council has voted to approve an economic boycott of Arizona as a result of that state's new law cracking down on illegal immigrants. It was a controversial vote that stirred up passionate speeches from city leaders.
I thought I only had to carry a passport in a foreign country. I just didn't know that Arizona was a foreign country.
I believe it is legalizing racial profiling and encouraging the harassment of an entire ethnicity of people based on the color of their skin and not their immigration status.
Not only has protest of Arizona's recently passed anti-illegal immigration law, SB 1070, made its way onto the streets of Los Angeles during the May Day rallies downtown. It's also made its way onto the Los Angeles City Council's agenda in the form of a motion to boycott doing any official city business with Arizona. SB 1070 makes it legal in Arizona for local law enforcement to question people they think are in the country illegally. With 14 of the 15 council members present, the LA City Council passed the motion 13-1 to boycott doing business with Arizona. Critics say Los Angeles has enough problems of its own without meddling in a neighbor's problem. The city leaders say what's at issue is everyone's problem.
I have to make it my business. Much like 50 years ago when the Freedom Riders rode into the South and made what was occurring in the South their business, there are many parallels in this day and age.
LA residents from all walks of life also came to council to express their views on the matter, some in support of Arizona's law.
Yes, this country was built on immigration, but legal immigrants. The illegal immigrants that are coming here, they're not coming through the system appropriately, are the ones that are hurting the American children.
But supporters of LA's boycott say immigration reform is a matter for the federal government, not the state of Arizona.
Arizona's frustrated, so are we, because of the failure of the Congress of the United States to move forward on immigration reform. That's the solution. I'm here to support you.
But what will a boycott of Arizona by the city of Los Angeles look like?
We've identified about $56 million in contracts currently of the first go-around that we think we're doing business in Arizona. Majority of them we will not be able to terminate or get out of. So right now I think immediately we're looking at about $8 million in contracts that we think we're going to be able to terminate.
Han says she and her colleagues have received hate calls and emails due to their efforts on the issue. Arizona's new law takes effect in late July. The hope of LA City leaders is that boycotts like the one they just passed will convince the state to repeal its controversial law. Handguns, assault weapons, and even a grenade launcher. People turned in all kinds of firearms in huge numbers. As Gil Reyes reports, this year's gun buyback program was even bigger than last year's.
Police unload the heavy artillery. A total of 2,512 firearms surrendered in just one day by everyday citizens.
The city should be very proud. Proud because it's a safer place because we did this, and proud because it has made a statement that guns do not define Los Angeles.
LA's second annual gun buyback program took place on Mother's Day. People turned in their firearms in exchange for gift cards. Some $200,000 in gift cards given away. In return, police collected more than 1,200 handguns, over 740 rifles, more than 460 shotguns, 85 assault weapons, and yes, even a grenade launcher.
The line is probably at least 4 blocks long.
We're not allowed to show you the long line of gun owners standing outside Hazard Park Armory on the day of the exchange. That's because citizens could turn in their weapons anonymously. Authorities say anonymity is one reason for the program's success. The Armory in Ramona Gardens was one of 5 drop-off sites. Others included South LA, West LA, and Mission Hills.
All communities coming together to deliver a message that we want our neighborhoods to be safe.
As for the firearms, they'll be melted down and donated to local sculptors. That's a lot of heavy metal used to make art, not war. In downtown LA, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
This year's program collected over 800 more firearms than last year. Gift cards from Ralph's Supermarket, Mercury Insurance, and KCBS KCAL TV helped make it a success. Talk show host Oprah Winfrey teamed up with the local school and Councilman Tom LaBonge to raise awareness about the dangers of distracted drivers. Anita Bennett has the story.
Students at John Marshall High raised their voices and these signs to spread the word about the importance of making cars no phone zones.
Lessons, don't text. You know, if it's a call or a text, just wait until you're done, you know.
According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, 6,000 people a year die in crashes involving distracted drivers. That's why these students joined a national effort to dial back cell phone use behind the wheel.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council meeting. We're going to go live on TV right now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Los Angeles City Council special meeting on the fiscal year 2011 budget. Today is Monday, May 17th, 2010. I want to thank our council members who are here. We're waiting two more, Mr. Reyes and Mr. Rosendahl, but we do have a quorum with Mr. Alacon, Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Koretz, Mr. Krikoyan, Mr. Labange, Mr. Parks, Ms. Perry, Mr. Smith, Mr. Wesson, and Mr. Zine all here, and we appreciate you, as well as our city employees who are here with us today and members of the public. We welcome those viewers on Channel 35, which broadcasts each of these meetings live and rebroadcasts them in the evenings. We also are available through the Internet and through your telephone. The Internet address, the URL is www.lacity.org, and the telephone you can use to call in and listen to the council meetings is 213-621-CITY. With that, we are going to move towards what we have here. Just one, with 2 and 3, we actually wanted to consider both 1A and 1B as budget motion, so we're going to consider those in item 1 instead of as 2 and 3. We'll hold 2, 3, and 4 on the desk, and we will go through the day in the following way, and this is, of course, an aspiration rather than something that is an incarnation yet, but this is roughly the schedule, colleagues, that we'll try to move through today. First is to take up item 1. The CAO would like to update us on labor negotiations first. So we will not ask the public to leave. We will go into the executive conference room behind us and get that update. We'll come back here and begin to debate and discuss any of the items that are before us on item 1, items 1A and B. Remember, for budget time, we go in the order the amendments come in, so we won't go in reverse order as we normally do on non-budget items, but for budget hearings, first in, first discussed. So we'll do that. And then after we vote on item 1 today, we will consider the emergency resolution on item 4 as well. We will get the budget and finance report on the budget when we come back here from our deliberations in the back. We'll have questions and answers from council members following that, and then we'll go through budget and finance report recommendations 1 through 98 for members to call special. So members, that would be the time if you have specials from 1 through 98 to call those items special. Then we'll take up those items called special. We'll break for a brief lunch at noon, and at 12:30 we'll come back and we will continue our discussions on items called special and amendments that are before us. So with that, if I can ask members to please go to executive chambers, and we will hear a briefing from our CAO, but let's go ahead and first call the roll in the meeting.
Alacon, Cardenas, Hahn, Huizar, Koretz, Krikoyan, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 13 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, I know some folks filled out cards for general public comment. For special meetings, we aren't permitted and we don't have general public comment, but we have the cards for the specific items before us. So don't worry, we do have those cards. Thank you, and if we can all convene in the executive conference room. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can ask, we are back on. If I can ask the council members to please join us in chambers, and we'll just do a quick look with Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Krikorian, Mr. Parks, Ms. Perry, Mr. Smith. We do have Mr. Krikorian here. Mr. Reyes is back in the room as well. We'll begin shortly. Folks, we had much of the budget presented to us on Friday. I will begin our deliberations today, our furthering deliberations, now that we've had an update from our CAO on labor negotiations, by taking up the Budget and Finance report that is here before us. That's item 1. And I'd like to recognize the chair of the committee, Mr. Parks, and our CLA and CAO, I think, are available for brief overviews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd ask the staff to come up. We went through extensive conversation on item 1 on Friday. We've also, I think, hit somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60 hours of deliberation, and then we had extensive public comment on Friday, and the public comment has been closed. But, colleagues, I think the main issues clearly have been identified. They're certainly, in the sense of this budget, the fact that there are shortfalls that we're trying to correct. Depending on how you count them and move it around, it's still going to be roughly the same amount of money. There's about $60 million plus in furloughs that start July 1st. There's roughly 50 plus million in layoffs that start July 1st in this budget, roughly 700 people. And then the Budget Committee found what it thought was funding that could not be realized until it more researched, and so that was moved into the reserve fund, or not the reserve fund, the UB. And with that, that's roughly about $180 million total. And so there's a variety of things that could happen to solve that. But again, I think the key measure is adopting the mayor's budget. Clearly identifies 26 furloughs for employees who have received a cost of living and 16 for those who have not. This is clearly a major issue in the sense of dollars. Those monies have been placed in the budget and really been allocated. And so in order to retrieve them in any fashion, there'd have to be new revenue found. And so what I would recommend, Mr. President, is that we go through, as we've done in the past, page by page and item by item, and to where if members have a special, they can identify it, and then we can go back and address those items that are special, but we can approve each page as we go forward.
Okay, colleagues, we have before us the items 1 through 98. I think there'll be some new motions. There have already been some motions proposed, and there'll be some speeches, I think, where people kind of lay out directions they want to head. Let's do that after we go through the 98, so we can dispose of anything that there's unity on right now. So if our CLA can help walk us through, we'd ask everybody to turn to the Budget and Finance Committee report, and therein there are items 1 through 98. We're just going to ask whether people want to call them special, and if not, move forward the items that are in there. So if we can have the... Mr. Parks, go ahead.
Just one clarity for everyone. This report we're going through are changes to the mayor's budget. The assumption is that the mayor's budget stands on its own with these changes. So every item in the mayor's budget is not in this report.
Okay, great. All right, Madam CLA.
CLA's office. Beginning with the attachment to the committee report that's before you, the first page or so is just an overview of the mayor's budget and what was included in that. and how the mayor had proposed to deal with a nearly $500 million funding gap. I'll jump to the second page, which is actually where some of the changes begin. Sort of in the middle of that page, under revenue changes.
So are you proposing not to go through?
So I'm starting with, it'll start with recommendation 1.
This is on attachment I, folks.
Attachment 1.
Attachment 1, excuse me.
To the committee report. It's about halfway through, roughly halfway through the full committee report.
I'll save you some time, and I'll call 1 and 2 special. And I'd like to attach those to 11 and 16, that I'd like to call special as well. We can go to item 3. Yeah, Mr. Smith?
Yeah,
one all at once or just one at a time?
Sure, yeah. Why don't folks, before we go through them, if there's any specials at the outset, just say what they are, and then we'll go through them one at a time so nothing goes by us. It's kind of double protection. Mr. Smith?
3, 7, 19, and 31, and we'll hear them as a group. They're all animal services.
19, what was the last one?
31.
31, okay.
Mr. President, if there is a way, because the clerk identified them as page numbers with the certain amount of recommendations, so if we could go page by page.
Okay, is that easier for you? Okay, all right, we'll do that for the clerk.
And for page 3, we now have 3, 7, and 11, called special by Councilmember Smith.
So that leaves 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. I called 11 special. Any of those? 5, Ms. Pond? Any other specials on page 3? Okay. Page 3 going once, going twice. If not, we'll deem those approved. Next page is page 4.
Mr. President, do you wish to take a vote on each of the items as you go through the pages?
Let's take the balance at the end. Is it easier for you if we do it one at a time?
It is easier just to go page by page and take an action on those.
Let's go ahead then. So we have now before us 4, 6, 8, 9, and 10, colleagues. If we can please, Mr. 8 for Mr. Special, 8 for Mr. Cardenas. That leaves us 4, 6, 9, and 10. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Next page is page 4. We have 16 already called special by myself. Anybody wishing to call 12 through 15, any of those items? We're on page 4. 4. So we're on items 12 through 16. Number 11, Ms. Berry? Oh, wait. We're not quite at page 11. We're going to go one. The clerk's asked me to go one page at a time. So when we're at 11, I'll let you know. We're still on page 4, and only 16 has been called special by myself. The others are ready to go if nobody else wishes to call specials. Any specials on page 4? Item 14 for Mr. Alarcon. Any others? Now let's take the balance up. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items are page 5. This is 16, B and C. Okay, I'll call that special. Let's go to page 6.
Yeah,
page 5, he's on
page 6, A through B of 17, and then 7 is C through F. Any of those particular subsections?
He's on page 6, he's number 17, A and B.
Sorry. Mr. Alarcon, do you want to call all of 17? I didn't know if you were saying that or not. I'm sorry, council members could just let me know which ones it is.
17D.
Okay, 17D for Ms. Hahn.
17E.
E for Mr. Parks. Any others? F for Mr.
Oh, C, 17C.
On top of D or instead of D?
No, I didn't like D. I want C.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you use
I wanted C.
Instead of D, okay.
Instead of D.
So it's just 17, C for Hahn, E for Parks, F for Alarcon. F, yeah. You got that? Oh, yeah.
Somebody say E also.
And Louisa. Okay.
That was E. F is a special.
Let's take up the other subsections then.
Where is it?
Sorry? E has been called special by Mr. Parks, yes. So A and B, D are what we'll vote for now. Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. We'll go to page 8. Colleagues, this is items 18 through 23. Mr. Smith has called 19 special already.
We did.
You guys, okay, you know that that's...
There's no other specials. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Let's go to, those are approved. Item number 9. Page number 9. Items number 24 through 30. Page number 9. Any specials on page 9? Sorry? 28 from Mr. Labange. There are no other specials. Go ahead, prepare the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Page 10 is next. Mr. Smith has called 31 special. Other specials? 32 for Mr. Parks. Mr. Huizar? 37 for Mr. Huizar. Mr. Labange? 34. Okay. If there are no others, let's take the balance. Please prepare the roll. Ms. Hahn?
28?
Sorry?
Oh, 27?
We already voted that through. Why don't we, if you want to reconsider that, we'll come back to any reconsiderations at the end.
34?
34, Mr. Labange called special.
It's been called.
Just 33, 35, and 36. If there's no one wishing to call those special, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the
Way
vote.
too fast.
14 ayes.
Okay. Page number 11 is next, colleagues. That is items 38 through 44. 41 for Ms. Perry.
39. 39?
39 for Ms. Hahn.
Why are we doing this? Because we're using...
Any other specials?
Illegal dump.
No, let's go ahead and please prepare the roll on the balance and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That's approved. Page number 12. Items 45 through 52. 45 through 52 on page 12.
46, 51?
46 and 51?
51?
Okay. For Ms. Hahn, 46 and 51.
What's all this? What's all this?
Any other 45 through 52?
But it's a special fund.
Okay.
Going once. Sorry?
That's not how I thought we were going to do it.
On these items, 45 through 52, if there's no other specials, let's prepare the roll.
I'm sorry, I was looking at two different sheets, and I didn't realize it was on that page.
45 through 52, anything else? We have 46 and 51 called special by Ms. Hahn. Do you have any else for that one?
Yeah, I wanted to reconsider...
We'll come back to reconsideration, so just hold the reconsideration item. We'll come back at the very end. Let's prepare the roll on the balance of those and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
We're now turning to page 13, folks. Page 13, that's items 53 through 57. Mr. Huizar? 53 from Mr. Huizar.
57?
Any other specials? Mr. Labange?
56.
56 from Mr. Labange. If I could ask folks just to use a microphone, I'm sorry, it's tough to hear.
56.
57, Ms. Hahn? Okay, I'm sorry. That leaves 54 and 55. If no one wishes to call those special, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next is page 14, and that's items 58 through 64. 58 through 64. Any specials?
64.
Sorry?
64.
64. Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Labange got you. If there's no other specials, we'll take up the balance. And please tabulate the roll.
15 ayes.
Thank you. That is approved. Next is page 15. All right, we've got 68 through 70, Mr. Alacon?
68, 69, and 70.
Right, 68 through 70, I said.
Oh,
That?
that's right.
Um,
I don't speak English.
Don't worry. 67, Mr. Smith? Any other specials? Not? Let's go ahead and prepare the roll on the balance and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, now we get into our instructions and technical adjustments. This is pages 16 through 20 is the first one. So we've got on page 1674 A through G. Anything from A through G? Nope. All right, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
H through M. H for Mr. Alacon. Anything I through M? If not, please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Page 18 is items N through T, as in Tom.
Yes.
Any specials?
Sam?
Not seeing any special item.
S as in Sam.
S as in Sam for Alacon. Mr. Labange?
P and Q.
Always got to mind those, huh, Mr. Labange?
Thank you.
All right. Let's take of the balance. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
The rest are approved. 74 U through Z on page 19. U through Z. There are no specials there. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Those are approved. Page 20 is double A through double E, and 75, 76, and 77. Any specials on page 20? 75. And you want to link that to the earlier one, Mr. Cardenas? That's similar? Yes. Okay. Please prepare the roll on the balance.
Wait,
Mr. Labange, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
BB, is that the parking garage? City's parking assets?
No, that relates to the parking meter funds and the securitization as proposed by the mayor.
Say that again?
It relates to the securitization of
What's
parking.
securitization mean?
It means essentially taking out debt for future streams of revenue from the parking revenue money. So in other words, you would basically sell the revenue stream for an upfront payment.
I got it. Does that include parking garages?
That is not the parking garage item. That was another item in the committee report.
What item was that? Please.
That's actually pending already before council. It was just the revenue item that was associated with the parking garage.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll then. There's no specials on those. And tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, we're next on page 21, colleagues. 21, which is 78 through 86. Any specials 78 through 86? 79. 79 for Mr. Cardenas. Any other specials? If not, let's go ahead and please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Those are approved. Next is page 22. This is item 87, and it's sections A through G. G for Mr. Alacon. Other specials, colleagues? Not. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That's approved. Next is page 23. That's H, I, and J. Anybody wishing to call H, I, or J special? I for Mr. Alacon. That leaves H and J. If nobody wishes to call those special, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay. That's approved. 87 K through P is next on page 24. K through P. Any specials? If not, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next is page 25, Q through X. Q through X. Any specials? Not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, next is page 26. That is items 88 through 91. 88 through 91. 88 and 91 from Mr. Alarcon. Now we'll open the roll. If there's no other further, 88, 9, and 90. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. On page 27, we have 92 through 95. 92 through 95. There's no specials there. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. And then last is page 28, items 96 through 98. If there's no specials there, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
We'll now take reconsideration. I know Ms. Hahn wanted 27, and Mr. Alarcon, you had one to reconsider as well? Let's open the roll on reconsideration of 27 first. Close the roll and tabulate the vote. We're reconsidering.
15 ayes.
We'll call that special for you, Ms. Hahn. Item 27, right? And Richard, did you have one?
Did we do it?
Mr. Alarcon, did you have a reconsideration as well? What are the numbers? Did you have a reconsideration item as well?
Do we?
Yeah, you did.
40. Where's 9?
43, was it? Okay.
I think I wanted 9.
As well.
You wanted, and not 27? Or as well as 27? Okay, let's reconsider 9 while we're... Okay, 9 and 43. We can open the roll.
We want to talk about fire fees.
Reconsideration, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, those are reconsidered. 43 for Mr. Alarcon, and Ms. Hahn has 9. So of the items that were before us, colleagues, there's 41 items that were called special out of those 98, that we will take those up in different clumps. So sit back and relax a little bit. There's going to be it's going to be a long working afternoon on those. Let's go ahead and we'll take them in order. I'll hold mine on the desk right now. 1 and 2, if I can come back to that in a second, which would we'd go to number 3. Mr. Smith, are you ready to discuss 3? And you wanted to take that up with... What were the other items? It was 3 and...
3, 7, 19, and 31.
Okay, 3, 7, 19, and 31, colleagues. And Mr. Smith.
Okay, and I'd ask the CAO and CLA come, when CAs are here. CAO. These are addressing the discrepancy between 1B and the committee report and what we believe are structurally achievable in the budgets. I'd like the CLA and CAO to report on the numbers as it relates to 1B and what you determined as being the real numbers after looking at 1B and the union presentations and the strong budget. What you determine are the numbers as we look to them, and then a recommendation I'll make at the end of that discussion. So if you go down each one of them and tell us what you saw in 1B in the strong budget and what is your determination of what the real dollar amounts are.
Specific to 1B, starting with 1B?
Well, yeah, you can. Why don't you just do it? You can do it globally. I think just say, as you look at it on each one of these proposed four items, what you determined was the real dollar amount. Then you can say what 1B was, and that'd be sufficient.
Okay. Well, does everyone have the motion in front of them? That may be the best way to proceed. If we could start from the top, which is the restoration. That's obviously a policy decision that your council would have to make. The same goes with the next issue on the furloughs, the $65.4 million. the fire department modified.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
No,
Did
no.
He wanted you, we're not discussing 1A and 1B globally yet. There's 4 items that were called special. One is number 3, which is the Animal Services Department receipts. Number 7 is the dog license fee increase. Number 19 is the funding for 16 positions. And number 31 is 16 positions with a temporary closure of Northeast Animal Care Center. I think he wanted to address
All animal services.
the animal services items.
I believe that item number 3 and 7 relate to the revenue associated with animal services. The Budget and Finance Committee report recognized approximately $750,000 in additional revenue that could be generated from additional licenses as well as a citation program. In motion 1B that was presented to you on Friday, I believe it recognized the $1.8 million amount, which is a gap of a difference of about $1.1 million. With regard to item number 19, it was an actual restoration of funds. In the mayor's proposed budget, the mayor recommended the closure of the Northeast Animal Shelter, which is not open to the public. The Budget Finance Committee actually considered it and also heard testimony from Animal Services Department, which indicated that combined with their furlough program, that in addition to the Northeast Animal Shelter closure, that there would also be a closure of another shelter. The Budget and Finance Committee, through recommendation number 19, provided monies to restore part of the program to allow the animal shelter that would have been closed, that was not contemplated, but would have been the net impact, to provide funding for that. But under this situation, Northeast would still close unless additional funding were found. Councilman Koretz actually provided an instruction that we would come back today with some identified sources of funding to maintain not only the shelter that would have closed, but as well as Northeast Animal Shelter. Item number 31 actually provides the recommendation to set aside some of the additional revenue that would have been generated. If the funds are generated, the funds would be used to restore the services for the period January through June of 2010.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Do you have anything to add to that?
No.
Okay, and I think what we're trying to tell you here is, first of all, this is not closing an animal shelter that is open to the public. The Northeast facility is a storage facility primarily for animals being kept as evidence in a case of a dog bite or whatever, that we're closing that facility, but it's not open to the public, and moving those personnel to keep another shelter open that is open to the public that was in danger of closing with the restoration of those people to that position in that facility. We'll keep it open instead of losing one shelter that's open, one that's not. So that's what that did. Secondly, that there's a differentiation between 1B and what the Budget Committee did, and that's $1.1 million that is not truly identifiable. What my recommendation would be then, ladies and gentlemen, is that we recognize that factor and say we will identify that as those monies become available in the UB to restore those functions, but not to count it in the budget today, basically. Saying there could be 1.1 million, maybe that is correct, but it's not really identifiable money at this time. So let's take what the Budget Committee did and that is we restored 16 positions, moved them over to the shelter to keep it open, closed the one non-public shelter down, and move those functions to the other stations. So I think that is a reasonable approach. I think that's what the committee's intention was, trying to keep as much open as possible, but we're not recognizing funds that we believe are not in the budget, that are not there, that are in 1B. And so that would be our recommendation.
Okay. Thank you. We have Mr. Alarcon, then Mr. Huizar, and then Mr. Koretz on this. Mr. Alarcon.
What is going on here is we are shutting down the most high-tech facility in the Animal Services Department. This is the newest facility that was built. Frankly, I wasn't the council member who pushed for this, but there seems to be a trend. Joe Wax pushed for the senior center on Van Nuys Boulevard that was shuttered and destroyed. It has to be demolished now. It was never operated, even though it was built brand new. Then there's this beautiful state-of-the-art animal shelter facility that is now being proposed to be shut down, even though it has the highest tech equipment, particularly when you're talking about the veterinarian, the high-tech surgeries that need to be done on these animals. Now the proposal is to shutter it by putting security cameras on it. That'll be great. We have a brand-new facility. I think you've seen it, Mr. Zine, and you want to close it. In addition to that, I'm dealing with the Children's Museum, which I also didn't propose for my district. It seems like we keep wanting to build, we promise the people of the Northeast San Fernando Valley that we're going to provide stuff. We build a building, and then we don't provide anything. It doesn't make any sense. I was at the Northeast Valley Shelter. I saw 36 Samoyeds that were taken to that facility, that were taken care of. I saw dozens of horses that have been processed through there. I've seen the animals that have been cared by that facility. You cannot care for them the same way. And during the crises, during the fires, it was this shelter that took the burden for most of the shelters. They were placed in this facility. So I have no problem with increasing the fees. I recognize that. I have no problem with the proposals, but to shut down this facility when it is the best one we've got is ridiculous, and it's a waste of money, and it's penny wise and pound foolish. Those services should be rendered because it is a state-of-the-art facility. So I'm opposed to, I believe it's the provision that says we shut this facility. I think we should have a more fervent debate about that. And we can approve everything, but why do we have to designate these employees to be moved when this facility is the best facility that we have? So I would move that we approve the items as recommended, with the exception that these workers will not be moved; they will stay where they are. Can I get a second on that?
Mr. Huizar seconds. Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much. I think there was mention that there was some discrepancy here in terms of the revenue that will be realized by increasing licensing fees, and I think the discrepancy is that what the Budget and Finance Committee recognized is the proposed increase in fees from $15 to $20 that would generate $600,000. Item 1B has recognized about $2.3 million or $2.4 million, but that's if you take into account the implementation of the Administrative Citation Program. The CAO has given us a memo that actually cites that as a possibility. They gave us a report back in reviewing the strong budget as proposed by the coalition, and they put that into the feasibility category. So the CAO has actually recognized that under Plan 1B, the $2.4 million can be realized under this item. So I just want to correct that. It's not a discrepancy, as Mr. Smoth pointed out, but in fact, there is, the CAO has confirmed that that $2.4 million can be, it's feasible. Is that correct, Mr.?
That's correct, but I think it's important to point out the administrative program has to be put in place, and we haven't seen a work plan as related to that. So, whatever decision is made in terms of counting those dollars, it should allow for the time for that administrative function to be put in place. Maybe perhaps the department could give some clarity as to how long that would take to do.
Very good. So we need that clarification, but there is no discrepancy.
And the department's here, just so you know, as well. If you want to ask, the department's right here as well.
Okay, thank you. We just have to, in 1B, there isn't a discrepancy. We just have to be clear that if we decide to go that route, and what are the additional information that we need to realize that additional revenue. Thanks.
Mr. Koretz?
I know we talked at a previous session about other sources of funding for this, and there's supposed to be a report back. Are there other sources of funding, and what have we found to close this gap?
I mean, the department's here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on 1 second. We're getting your microphone working. We're good. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to do that.
Go ahead. The microphone should work.
What had been proposed, I think, by the CAO was to recognize some additional revenue, council member, that could be used to not lay off the people at Northeast and then to use them to offset the furloughs. What had been, I think, a discussion that you brought up was the issue of what the lost revenue is from closing that shelter and sort of what the net result is, particularly if it turns out that there's damage to the shelter. But otherwise, except for the revenue from administrative citations and licensing, I didn't think there was anything else revenue-wise that had been presented. I also know that we're going to go to the Public Safety Committee and talk about, report back on the spay-neuter funds and how to maybe maximize those program dollars. But that's a report back to Public Safety.
Yeah, I thought we had asked CLA and the CAO to look at this also, and
I believe that there was, and I'm sorry I turned away for a second, but I believe that Animal Services had actually come forward with some trust fund monies that were available to offset a portion of the cost to actually keep both shelters open. So the trust fund money was one component, and then there was the additional $100,000 that was provided to shutter the facility. So that provided an additional $100,000, and then there was the concept of moving up the anticipated revenue that is set aside in the unappropriated balance in the amount of $300,000 to keep those two shelters open at least until the end of the current calendar year. And to the extent that additional funds were generated possibly from this additional $1.1 million difference in funding, that if that does indeed become available, then that could be used to keep the shelters remaining open, keep the shelters open from the period January to June. So
are we now proposing keeping them open at least until the end of the year, keeping all their shelters open?
that if that is your desire, then we would need to prepare a motion for you to introduce to amend this particular action that would basically shift these monies around. As currently presented in the Budget and Finance Committee report, the only funds that are recognized are the $750,000 in revenue to fund the positions that are currently stationed at the Northeast Animal Shelter, and it would actually move those people into the other shelters to keep those shelters open. But under the proposal in the Budget and Finance Committee report, as it stands right now, the Northeast Animal Shelter would close, and we would be happy to assist you in preparing a motion to amend that action if that is your desire, and that could be taken up today as well.
I would like to do that, to amend this item to keep all the shelters open, to use those different pots of money. And I believe I would be able to help a little bit in raising some additional private funds, and I'll try to do that to get some pledges by the end of the week to help close that gap as well.
The risk is that if the monies are not generated, then that does create a deficit. The other risk is that if the monies...
Which monies are you referring to?
The monies that are currently in the unappropriated balance, because those are contemplated receipts. So to the extent that those come in, then we should be fine. But if they do not come in, then that would have created a deficit for the period starting on for the period for the 6 months for the remaining period of the current calendar year. So it could create a deficit. Also, the additional risk that you have is that if you move those monies forward to keep the shelters open, if the revenues do not come in, then it's very likely that that additional shelter that you kept open would have to close on January 1. So by moving monies forward, you actually risk 2 shelters closing on January 1 if the revenues don't come in. The revenues were, as contained in the Budget and Finance Committee report, was intended to ensure, to the extent that the monies came in, that at least one of those shelters that would have closed would have remained open for the entire year. But by bringing that money forward, you do risk 2 shelters needing to close in order for the department to remain in budget.
Thank you. If I can ask you to press your button again if you have further questions. Mr. Koretz. Mr. Cardenas is our next speaker.
Thank you very much. What is the amount of money
the difference here, because it's my understanding the shifting of positions from a particular location, and then they would still continue to work in other locations and then take on some of those responsibilities elsewhere. If we kept those people there where they're at right now, what's the difference in cost? Basically, facilities management.
And I could be mistaken, but if we just roll back to the mayor's proposed budget, there was 2 deductions that were taken from the department's budget. There was a $1.1 million deduction that was taken as a result of the closure of the Northeast Animal Shelter. There was also a $1.9 million reduction taken for the elimination of work days. So essentially, to keep both of those shelters open for the whole year, you would need essentially a $3 million add back to the department. I'm looking at the department just to ensure that I have that correctly. So what is currently provided in the Budget and Finance Committee report is an add back of $550,000, which is the half year for the Northeast Animal Shelter positions. It's half year.
Isn't it North Valley? Because Northeast is a different one. Northeast, okay.
Yes. So it's the half year for that, and that's actually placed in the departmental budget. In addition to that, there was $100,000 that was set aside for the shuttering of the facility of Northeast as it would close, and because those people would be deployed to other shelters. So there was $100,000 there. And then there's a $300,000 anticipated receipt of funds that would be set aside in the UB when it comes in. Then it would be moved into the department to restore, to provide full year funding for those 16 positions that were redeployed within the department. So essentially, about $900,000 to $1 million is provided to keep both shelters open. For the full year would require an approximately $1.9 million add back to the department.
So we're at 1.9 million. Okay. Now, when it comes to the shelter that Councilmember Alarcon was talking about that is being used for evidence animals and some other purposes, should we shut down the activity there? How will that impact, for example, the shelter in Van Nuys in my district and the surrounding shelters when it comes to impacting our ability to adopt animals out, et cetera, the accessibility to the public to be able to utilize those other facilities the way that we're used to the public accessing them today?
There would be an impact on all of the shelters in the system because they would have to absorb the animals that are being on the long-term legally mandated holds that are currently at Northeast. The impacts at East Valley and West Valley would be even more noticeable since they would have to take in any emergency hold, which is what Northeast has been a huge boon to the city because it's allowed us to be able to evacuate animals, which federal law requires us to do, and to do it without negatively impacting the day-to-day adoption and officer work. And may I say that one of the pieces that we're most concerned about is that the plan to close Northeast and move those people, not only will it have a huge negative in terms of impact on the other shelters and increase in euthanasia, but it doesn't resolve one of our other big issues, which is it doesn't give us back the equivalent of 8 animal control officers being furloughed. And those are people on the ground on a day-to-day basis doing public safety, and that will, again, impact the entire city.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Parks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Sharon covered it, but I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of the potentials of front-loading the money, and I think she covered it as to it's a 6-month game plan, and you could lose 2 shelters as opposed to 1 shelter and moving the people to other shelters that would impact positively on the deployment of the remaining shelters, and then you rely on the funds coming in at a later time. But that was the key decision made by the Budget and Finance, not to jeopardize 2 shelters, and also not be having funds that you could not rely on and be in a situation come January that you could lose the 16 bodies and 2 shelters. Here, you're at least keeping one shelter you must close because it's not receiving what I understand public access at this time is being used more as an internal facility for the use of the department, so the public is not using it as we would think on a shelter at this time. But it's trying to balance 16 people could maintain their employment, be redeployed, keeping resources in the remaining facilities, but only having an assurance that one facility would close during this year. So that was the basis of it. If you front load it, you're taking two gambles. One, 6 months on 2 shelters, and also the 16 people that may get laid off.
Mr. Zion.
I've got a question regarding the additional increased funding for that shelter. It says increase $90,546. We're increasing it. What is the total amount of money we're going to be spending on the camera and alarm system and security patrol at that facility? And how much of that money could be appropriated to maintain that facility in operation? But if they're increasing it $90,000, they're increasing it, obviously there's something that was already appropriated. What's the total amount that they're appropriating for that?
The amount for the cameras, that was put in to anticipate the shelter being closed for the period of time.
I understand, but it says increasing funding. So if they're increasing it, what was already allocated if this is an increase of $90,546?
That reference is just an increase to the general fund. You're increasing funding to the general fund in order to accomplish that. There was no security anticipated.
So the total cost of the camera alarm system security patrol to secure that is $90,546? That's the total?
That's for
cost?
the cameras and the alarm.
There's no additional cost that was already allocated when it was decided to keep that place locked down? Because I thought the money could be appropriated if there was additional funding.
There wasn't any money that was provided in the budget to actually shutter the facility. So if the facility was closing, you have to secure it in some fashion.
I understand that.
That was one of the items that came up during the budget hearings. There was actually a memo that CAO released, I believe it was memo number 3 or 2, that actually outlined the additional costs that would be necessary to actually close that or shutter the facility. So it was $91,000, and Jason is here, but it was for the actual security as well as the alarm system that would be needed if that shelter did indeed close.
I understand, but reading it, and I remember discussing that during the Budget and Finance Committee, reading it now, I thought the increased funding, it was increased from whatever was allocated originally.
In the proposed budget, there was not an allocation to secure the Northeast facility.
There was no allocation?
There was no allocation. Okay. The Budget and Finance Committee asked us to put together a memo to address how much it would cost to secure the facility on a 24/7 operation. So what we did was we went to GSD, and the original estimate was close to $200,000. And then the Budget and Finance Committee asked us whether or not that original invoice included camera systems and just having camera systems monitor the facility and not have armed guard on hand 24/7. So we went back to GSD and we got a revised proposal for the $91,000 that was identified in the CLA's recommendations. So the amount to secure and monitor the facility without armed patrol would be the $91,000 that we added.
You still end up saving $900,000.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if money could be appropriated to continue the operation instead of mothballing the facility. That, you said that includes the security patrol or not? That $90,546?
That does not.
Well, according to here, it says increased funding for camera, alarm system, and security patrol to temporarily secure the facility. So how much more is the security patrol going to cost?
The security patrol was approximately $100,000.
So that's that's almost $200,000. If you're taking the security patrol $100,000 and $90,546, that's $190,546. And the cost of operating it is obviously a certain amount. I'm trying to see if money can be shifted, since it's already being requested for the security, shifted to continue the operation. So this is not accurate if it talks about funding for camera, alarm, and security patrol at 90,000. So the accurate number is 190,000.
If we were going to have 24/7 security there, yes.
Well, that's what it's calling for. Number 18, Richard.
The cameras, I think, were, as a result of the committee's request, the cameras were being put in place an alternative to having 24/7 security. That the security figure that you were just given assumes a 24/7 coverage.
But what it says here, Miguel, is both. It says all three. It says camera and alarm system and security patrol. It has all three. And if you're going to get all three for 90,000, it looks like you're going to get all three for 190,000. And the question is, the operation of the facility, while additional dollars come about, could that money then be placed to have the operation in existence versus mothball?
It's not I think the committee's action did not include a 24/7 coverage, so that's why the dollar figure of $100,000 is not in the committee's recommendation, because an alternative to that was to install cameras.
Right.
I know it may be a little confusing how it's written.
Well, I'm looking at number 18.
But your committee's action was that in lieu of having 24/7 security coverage, we should go ahead and do a one-time expenditure of cameras to reduce the cost.
So you're saying
there were two different memos produced on this issue, and you may be reading the original one.
If I can ask you to press your button again, Mr. Zion.
I just want to get clarification on it.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn.
It's just not 24.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about, and I don't know if this issue's been resolved, but I know there was talk about offering folks to buy licenses 3 years, which would give us more of an upfront infusion of dollars. Where's that proposal? And then just the rationale for eliminating, the 6 positions to canvass to get those fees. Does is it paying off? Seems to me those are the positions that will bring revenue in. And again, if we're offering this 3-year, 5-year, whatever, where's that proposal?
The City Council already approved some changes to the LA Municipal Code that will let us sell 3-year multi-licenses.
Okay, so that's happening.
It's through the pipeline. We're hoping for it to be approved as early this summer as possible, so that we can do that.
Who has to approve that?
City Attorney needs to complete writing the ordinance. He needs to integrate fees to it. We wanted to give a slight discount for a 3-year to further motivate people to purchase the 3-year license, make it more convenient for them and save them time and money.
Again, these are the kind of things that, they ought to be approved really quickly.
We're working hard with the City Attorney to get that completed as early in the fiscal year as possible, July 1st if we can.
Revenue proposals, that ought to happen really, really quickly. And the rationale for eliminating 6 positions when they're the ones that are actually out there canvassing, seeing how we can make revenue.
I'll respond to that. The program currently doesn't pay for itself. It generates $300,000, and it costs about $400,000 on average. It's my understanding. The department can clarify. There's about 25 to 26 actual licenses that are produced per worker a week.
So it's generating. So having the canvassers is generating how much money?
$300,000, and it costs $400,000
So
to run the
to
program.
eliminate those positions, though, would that mean we're going to be
You still
losing?
net $100,000 in savings. It doesn't pay for itself currently. It's costing you $100,000 to run the program.
And how long has that program been? Or have they canvassed every single home in Los Angeles?
No, they certainly canvass a wide area of homes. Unfortunately,
But it's been positive. I mean, there's been a positive result.
There's been a positive result. Unfortunately, we don't feel that the positions really have the tools that they need to be able to do the best job they possibly could in looking at best practices.
What are those tools?
Being an animal control officer and having the enforcement ability to be able to stand on a doorstep and require that licenses be paid for and issue citations if obviously the resident isn't agreeable.
So these positions are just canvassers.
That's correct.
We have not given them any kind of authority to.
By their job description, we cannot. They would have to be officers in order to be able to issue the citations.
But they would be able to find out whether or not that that animal had a license,
Correct.
just by asking?
Correct.
And then take it back to an animal control officer who could then do the enforcing?
That's correct. Then you'd have at least 2 trips back to that property, obviously, to
Or
collect
maybe
the
not even a
15
trip. Phone call, letter, this is like collections.
Correct.
I don't know how many,
Councilmember, I can only tell you that we've looked at other cities. Nobody wants to lay any person off. And when we had to look at cuts in our particular department, we tried to look at core services and obviously keep those folks that had hands on on the animals for care, for medical purposes, for those kinds of things.
Right.
These were very, very difficult
These are
decisions.
hard ones, though. It seems like these people are out there getting the revenue that we're asking for, and especially now when we're going to be offering the 3-year discount, it's a more opportunity to bring revenue in. It's a hard rationale, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Weston.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President and members. I think, and maybe I'm wrong, that Mr. Smith was trying to go there earlier. In the 2 major motions that are before us today, motion 1A and 1B, each of these motions, in certain categories, they score new revenue or they, reprogram dollars and what have you. And in order for us to get a true side-by-side, I would think that there are several items that we need to hold on the desk so that we can, when we get through all of this other, we can sit down with the CAO and he can tell us what he believes is real or what his concerns are. So this item, or at least on item 7, would be an item that I would believe that we should hold on the desk where it relates to the amount of money that I think it was $2.4 million. I really don't remember what it was. And there were some suggestions as to, an administration program that has to be put in place, and it hasn't been put in place. I think if we can do that, then the discussion will make at least more sense to me. So this would be an item that 7 would be one that I think that we could hold at the desk and then have the CAO's office and the CLA, of course, go through them, point by point.
Okay.
So when we get to the point to vote, I'd like to hold item 7.
Mr. Smith.
Well, the whole point of having these together was that they're all related to animal services, and they're all based on assumptions that are made in 1B that are really the question we're going to have all day long. This is the first round of the discussion we're going to have all day long. Whether you wish to take a look at 1B and make assumptions that those things will happen versus the amended 1A or the amended committee report 1A that says, here's what we really have, and this is what we really can do. Those are the kind of questions you're going to be asked all day. So if I'm not mistaken, Ms. So, what we're looking at here was moving money forward that was in the UB projections, what will come in on these programs for the year, moving it forward now to assume it will happen, and then say at the end of the year, we hope, or not at the end of the year, but January on, we hope those revenues are there to keep it going. Is that basically what 1B does?
Yes, that it would be anticipating that there would be certain revenue that would be generated that would come from the administrative citation program, which is still in the development process, as well as additional license fees that may be generated through an increased licensing and also an expanded licensing program. There are a number of things that could drive the amount of revenue to be generated. All of those things are still under further discussion and are in the process of being drafted as we speak.
Yeah. So that is the heart of the discussion we're going to have all day, folks, is there are things out there that may happen. We hope they will happen, but we don't know they're going to happen. We can take a look at that and say we hope the dollars are there, they hope they're realized. If we do that, we can vote for Corrett's motion. If we want to assume that, pardon me? The CAO's analysis was that is the case, that the money might be there. I didn't say it is there. No. So we can make those kind of assumptions that have never been entered into the facts. Those are not the facts. Those are assumptions. What we're saying is, don't make that assumption. You said, Mr. Koretz, in committee the other day when we had this discussion, well, we did that in Sacramento. Well, that hasn't worked so well for Sacramento, and it's not going to work well here. We tried that last year with the so-called shared sacrifice concept. That didn't work so well here either. You can't make assumptions for money that is not real. So all day long today, you're going to be asked, are you risk-averse or are you not risk-averse? Are you willing to shoot craps and throw the dice, or do you want to take what you know is in your hand and budget realistically for what we got? Because quite frankly, I don't want to spend another year like we did last year where we sit here every single month making adjustments and corrections to the budget because it was wrong, because it was based on false predications, on concepts that never came through. We did that last year, and we paid for it dearly all year long. We cannot budget like that. You cannot write a budget based on assumptions that aren't real. You cannot base a budget based on your best hopes and wishes. You have to write one that is realistic. We did what we could in the committee to save those 16 positions by moving them over. If you want to take a gamble today and roll the dice, go right ahead. But know this, that if you're wrong, it's not just an adjustment. It means closing 2 facilities in January, not 1 today. That is the risk you're taking by rolling the dice without having actual dollars in your hand.
Mr. Alacon.
Rolling the dice, we're politicians. All of us have rolled the dice at one point. It's not rolling the dice to try and prevent public safety problems from emerging in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. The fact is, the Northeast San Fernando Valley is a highly dense equestrian and animal-friendly community. We also, by the way, have the highest rate of single-family housing foreclosures in the entire city, and we saw a dramatic increase in abandoned animals during that time. Now, prior to this whole reconstruction of animal shelters, most of the people used to go to Sherman Way and at the animal shelter there. I went there myself. Then they built a new one on Van Owen, which is about 1.5 miles further from the Northeast San Fernando Valley, and with the promise that the Northeast shelter was going to be open. We're talking about 600,000 people who are going to have to go further to get their animal services. And what's going to happen, and we all know this, it's fact, they don't do it. They will not drive the extra 1.5 miles. They will abandon their animals. The euthanization will have to be increased because animal regs will have to go out and pick up animals that are abandoned on the streets. And during a disaster, who knows? They say they're going to open the shelter during emergencies. What condition is it going to be in if it's not maintained? I think that's a bad scenario. So, no, it's a crapshoot to me to gamble with the animals that need to be treated now, that never received the promise of an open shelter. Now we have this beautiful state-of-the-art facility that is going to be shuttered? Tell me that isn't penny wise and pound foolish. We've got to make that facility functioning. So I agree with the analysis that says we're going to generate more money. And that analysis, I believe, came from the CAO's office. $1.8 million in additional revenue that is coming from the increase in Greg, you increased the dog license fees. That money should be used to keep these facilities open. I mean, if you told people we're going to increase fees, but we're going to reduce services, you talk about rolling the dice? I think that's rolling the dice. I think when we increase the fees, we ought to increase the service. In this case, we're just trying to keep the facility open. And I think Mr. Koretz is right on. Because we're talking about public safety here. Public safety. These animals will be in the streets. And particularly in those communities that do not have a shelter. Mine was promised one for a decade, and now you're closing it after you built it.
Thank you, Mr. Alacon.
If I could point out that I think the reason why this shelter was identified is because it's currently not open to the public. It houses animals that are housed for evidence purposes, but the public currently doesn't have access to it. As it relates to the 1.8, we do believe there's a tremendous amount of potential related to the increased fee, but it has to be connected to an administrative program that the department must put together that involves an additional investment, and perhaps we could have the department describe what that looks like. The cautionary note about increasing the fee without that investment is that it becomes, we're raising the fee now to $35 without the support mechanism to go with that. But perhaps the department could go into some detail on that, on the administrative fee, yeah.
The administrative citation process is a good one that I've used in a former jurisdiction. However, it does require an adjudication process that needs to be set up. We are working with the city attorney's office to get that process completed. However, it does take an extensive amount of time, and it also takes people to be able to do that. We'll need things like a hearing officer to hear the cases, probably a bailiff. We'll need some kind of a computer software package to be able to track those citations, to schedule people into the hearing officer, to make sure, obviously, the collection process works and that revenue is realized. So, unfortunately, it's not a quick process to set up, but we certainly are in that path to get that process completed.
Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of things we can do to operate this department more efficiently, to bring in more revenue. There are ideas that have been floated out there, everything from cat licensing, which I think would bring in revenue and make a lot of sense, to allowing people to adopt more than 3 animals in their home, to adopt 4 cats or 5 cats. I think that also would have the potential, combined with cat licensing, to bring in more revenue. There are best practices like allowing our canvassers to collect money at the door and to use credit cards, to do a number of other things. And this is not like every other item, because there are a couple of things. One, you're talking about the lives of thousands of animals. And 2, the timing. You're about to bring in a new GM with a lot of ideas for greater efficiencies and ways that this department can bring in more money and do more PR. And instead we're going to handcuff them over a few $100,000. I think it's more reasonable to incorporate this now, do it for 6 months, let the new person come in, let them use all the good ideas that are out there and they bring forward, and I think we'll be fine. As long as we're willing to implement some of these new things, I think it catches us up. And there are a lot of folks in the animal welfare community that care about this. I think there's a lot more fundraising potential than people think out there. There's no reason why we should be spending $1 for food. There are a lot of services that I think could be provided for free by corporations and veterinary hospitals and such. There's a lot of potential out there. I think if we make it through this first 6 months, we'll wind up being fine. So I ask that we use all those sources of money that we can see. It'll get us through this next 6 months and with some money to spare. And if we implement all the best practices, I think we'll be okay. I think we just need to be willing to take that chance.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon, could you tell us on if we went forward on this front loading, where would that put us for next year's budget?
In terms of next year's budget, there are a number of things, depending on what we do today, a number of things can impact what the CAO has already identified in their 4-year projection. In the supporting documents that the CAO provided when the budget was released, indicated that in 2011-12, based on what was contained in the proposed budget, that we are still looking at a roughly $240 million shortfall in the following year. So to the extent that that the structural problem that's contained in this proposed budget, as well as in prior proposed budgets and adopted budgets, that the $230 is almost perpetuated if we don't take actions to actually address in a structural fashion the deficit that's incorporated in the proposed budget.
Okay, and then also on many of the programs that have been requested to look for revenue, what is our expectation that when you start realizing some of that, is that at best during this fiscal year? Is it, before June 30th? Or when do we expect some of those revenues to come forward?
Well, most of the revenue that's generated in the budget is received towards the latter part of the calendar year when we receive our property tax monies. That's the bulk of it. But to the extent that new programs...
Let me just, I didn't make it clear. The funds we're talking about specifically for animal services that would fund this program are some of the ideas that are being generated.
The majority of the additional receipts coming in from animal services would be through an increase in the licensing fee, and that would go from a current $15 fee to $20. So that amount is probably a pretty good number, because what would be required is simply an ordinance change that the city attorney could do. The funds that come in from the administrative citation program has some additional challenges, as the department indicated, that the city attorney is still in the midst of drafting, that there would be additional costs for adjudication. So that component of the revenue is a little bit less solid, if you will. So, but in terms of the licensing fee, I think that the $600,000 that's projected from that amount is probably a pretty good number.
Let me ask you, what is our experience the last time we raised licensing fees?
When we went from $10 to $15?
Well, we added the issue of spray and neuter and the dollar. What happened after we increased those?
In terms of, you mean whether there was a diminishment?
Numbers of licensing, did we get an increase of licensed dogs?
No increase, no real decrease. Unaltered licenses have been sitting, altered dog licenses have been sitting at around 100,000 for almost a decade.
Okay.
About the same number of licenses.
Okay.
So the proposal to go from 15 to 20 is, we wouldn't anticipate it to make people avoid the system.
Okay.
We also think, though, that some of the changes we hope to institute, like multi-year, will also increase our revenues. But it's difficult to know for sure when the ordinance is passed and when we get that started.
Okay. Colleagues, I would just say that in looking at this, and we discussed it at great length at Budget and Finance, is that we not take the chance of basically losing two facilities, that we use the resources to temporarily close a facility and move the resources, the bodies, to aid in open facilities, also understanding the facility that's being recommended for temporary closure is not servicing the public today. So it's not a service that we're going to take away, but we certainly could lose a great deal if we lose two facilities by January, and if the funds do not come in, the number of resources as far as personnel layoffs could begin to grow as it relates to the lateness of moving them off of the payroll. So I would suggest that hopefully we approve the Budget and Finance Committee recommendations and not take the chance on losing two facilities.
Mr. Labange. I just wanted to add something else, if you could. You're at 221 or 223 North Figueroa? How many people work there? You could speak to the microphone. I know this is an odd...
About 38 people.
Could you take of those 38, could you station administratively, maybe some in this building, and then juggle it around? The one thing I always worry about is a public building when it's vacant is sometimes things happen. So see if Mr. Parks, if we request that the general manager of the Animal Services report back to the Budget and Finance within 30 days to see if they can house other employees citywide at this facility to put life to the building, possibly, in some way or shape or form. But to report back. So Mr. Smith seconds
up.
Okay, so that way you don't lose it. And also just another tag on this too, that you would also, in a positive way, go out to our variety of parks that have dog-free zones and encourage everyone to be licensed up. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn?
Thank you. On the idea of the canvassers, for instance, if we did get to a point where we could close this budget gap without these layoffs, and so you had these canvassers, part of what you said was they don't have the tools they need to actually issue citations. Is that an internal training, internal reorganization, or is that part of an ordinance that we need to adopt that allows them to issue citations and collect revenue?
It's a civil service classification issue.
Okay.
They would have to be animal control officers, not canvassers.
Okay, so that would be worked out in that way. What about the idea of being on the doorstep, with a handheld device that says, you don't have a dog license, and immediately that generates a letter from, the department or collections or something saying to this address that it gets there the next day that they have the license, that they need to pay the city for the license. Or whatever.
We do have some letters that go out from the department that do exactly that. Unfortunately, if somebody doesn't want to pay their license, they're not going to, and that may require a citation in order to prompt them to get them to take care of it.
Right, but couldn't that be done internally in the department? Doesn't have to be the canvasser necessarily.
Correct. We could send letters out to a variety of addresses. It's one of the things that we'll be doing with the list from DWP when that arrives.
So when this all comes back, will you have, if these positions are saved, would you have a list of recommendations of how you felt like they could be more efficient that we could all work on?
Because of the requirements within their job, I don't know that there's other things we could do to assist them. That's part of the problem, is having that ability to write citations is...
It seems to me that there's other ways to make the department more efficient, and I'm sure they've got some ideas. I think that's what we're looking for when we get through this. This is not just about, passing this one-time budget. I mean, I think for all of us, there are efficiencies and deficiencies that we're beginning to really be aware of in how we do business in the city, how our departments are run. And I think what we want is, a real good look at how do we make everybody more efficient, how do we make our departments more efficient, and how do we long-term change some of these problems that we keep coming smack up against all the time. We can't do this, we won't do this, it's impossible to do this. I think we're all kind of ready to, and as we all said, we want to reinvent ourselves. I mean, this is a good time in the city to reinvent ourselves, reinvent our departments, really be the kind of city that works for people, works for our constituents, works, to make this. So hopefully through this you can come back and say, here's how we'd like to see these canvassers be more efficient. How can we all work together to make that happen? That's what I want.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Wesson and then Mr. Kretz for the second and the third times.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President and members. I couldn't help but stay. Ms. Hahn, I have to do this. It's the devil in me. I do think that Ms. Hahn is barking up the right tree. When we were in the state, there was problems in maintaining countywide the number of assessors. And so we floated them alone. They were able to keep or increase the number of assessors, and they were then able to generate more revenue for the state. So there is merit in what she says. And to respond to my dear friend that I have the highest amount of respect for, but I feel compelled, Mr. Smith, to respond. Every government is built on assumptions, and the key is just how good those assumptions are. And since we do have 5 former people from Sacramento, I have to say that there's a big difference between the city government here and the state government. The state government is constructed to make you do zany things. It just is, the way the Constitution is. The council's operation is not like that. I say that because it would be it's easy to say, and those Sacramento politicians, but the way that things are set up here, I think that we operate at a totally different level. And for Mr. Krikorian and Koretz and Cardenas and Alarcon and myself, I have to get up to defend us to a certain degree.
Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that what our vote is going to be. If we're going to vote this item up or down, I prefer to table the motion as Mr. Wesson suggested. If not, then I would make a substitute motion to keep the shelters open for 6 months with the wording on where that funding is going to come from, to come back from the CLA and the CAO's office later this afternoon. But I would prefer to table it for the broader discussion of what we're doing on layoffs and the broader budget.
Are there no other speakers on the queue right now? I think Mr. Smith had asked the CLA to clarify for folks if it were to be put, the CLA had spoke about a mechanism for how, if revenues did come in and they could be spent out, how that would work. So could the CLA just detail that? It's not just specific to this item, but probably a number of them. If folks were to put that in unappropriated balance, how that works?
Yeah, generally speaking, for any revenue that could possibly come in, that we are not absolutely certain of. What could be done is you could set aside a line item in the unappropriated balance without a dollar amount attached to it. So to the extent that we are working through these ideas and numbers, and as the revenues actually do materialize, those funds could be used to be moved into the appropriate or necessary departments in accordance with mayoral and council action to actually restore some of those services. So essentially, any revenue that you believe might be coming in, it could be set up in that fashion. It would almost be similar to how we've been handling the financial status reports, where there is a reserve for economic uncertainties. This would essentially be a reserve for possible anticipated revenues for the purposes of restoring services in the city departments most impacted by the budget reductions.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, did you follow any of the specific motions that folks made up to this point?
Yes, Mr.
And the
President.
recommendation of the committee, obviously, as well.
There were 3 amendments made, the last being LeBron Smith, which is requesting Animal Services to report back on housing other city employees. The second motion was a Koretz-Alarcon motion, which is to keep all shelters open. And the first amendment made was an Alarcon-Weezer motion, which is approving the recommendations, but not move the workers.
Say that last piece again? To move
It was to approve the recommendations, but to not move the workers.
Okay. Mr. Alarcon, you're on 2 of those. Did you, the maker of the 2 may have contradictory.
Yeah, only to say that I would work very diligently with Mr. Koretz to find the additional revenue. There are some discretionary pots that we can both look at, but also the extent to which we find ourselves under new management in this department that can generate new ideas. But the main thing is that I don't think this action has been fully vetted from a policy perspective in the appropriate committees. It's only been looked at from a budget perspective. The community has not had the opportunity to weigh in on this item because it came forth from the budget action. I don't have a problem with the revenue ideas. I think they're creative and they're necessary. But I don't want to waste $100,000 to shutter a building if we can find $500,000 to make that building active. And so as a result of that, I can support the actions. If we did support it and we kept these things open, I would ask the department to hold off on the securitizing of the building until we figure out what we're going to do. That would give us another $90,000 to play with. But as proposed, with the exception of moving the positions, I think I can certainly support the Budget Committee's recommendation.
Okay, so we also had the request of a couple people to quote-unquote hold in the desk. There was not I think a formal, yeah, there's we had a LeBon Smith motion, Kretz Alacon motion to keep all open, Alacon Weezer motion to approve recommendations but to keep the workers in place. Mr. Labange?
Can I just ask the acting general manager, do you think potentially some of the 36 or therefore employees at 223 North Figueroa possibly could be relocated now with the technology that we have now? Do you think that's a realistic idea?
We're waiting for an opinion from the city attorney's office as to whether we can do that or not.
Well, no, you're the manager. Could you put some people out in that building? That's the question.
I can put me there tomorrow.
You can put them there tomorrow. So we're on the right track to study it.
I'm sorry, sir, I can put me there tomorrow.
Got it.
I don't know that we can move our other administrative folks into it and stay in compliance with the bond instructions.
Because there's a bond construction. This is why we need the 30 days to look at it. But we want you to seriously look at it, because if you can put life to it, it happens. So I think, members, I think it's important to look at this motion of Mr. Smith and myself and others too, to seriously look at that, to house it, and also, Mr. CAO, if there's any other city use there. I'm a firm believer in city buildings, and to make sure there's people in there to house to serve the public.
The challenge is, because it was built with particular bond money, whether or not we could use that facility for another purpose, including administrative purposes. That's why there was reference to the city attorney. We're waiting for an opinion from the city attorney, hopefully within the next couple of weeks, that will establish, given the use of bond money to build the facility, whether or not you could house administrative function or any other city function. That's really what's tying our hands.
A legal question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, there's also, Mr. Weston had asked for a clarification and for this to be held on the desk until we had that. In terms of looking at the item number 7, the recognized projected receipts at $600,000. Was that number, was the CAO or CLA prepared to answer that about the accuracy of that?
Again, I think there's a potential, our report states, go ahead.
The item number 7 is a fair number. Increasing the dog licensing fee from $15 to $20 will bring in $600,000 to $660,000. Okay. That is the revenue that the CLA's recommendations restores to the department. It's the unknown revenue that was put in the UB. So by keeping those positions available to the department, if the revenue does come in, we can undo any of the actions that are taken and restore other functions within the department, including reopening the Northeast Shelter, if it came to that.
So in 1BK, where the instruction of the city attorney says that there will be $1.8 million in revenue, is that an accurate number in your estimates? What I think Mr. Wesson wanted to know, between the $600,000 and the $1.8 million, I think the entire council, what is our CLA and CAO estimate with the department is a realistic number?
In the CAO report on the coalition proposal, there's a $2.4 million total amount. In reading it again very quickly, Mr. Wesson, it would appear that the $1.8 million that was identified in Motion 1B deducted the amount that was recognized from Budget and Finance Committee. So the difference really is about $1.8 million between what was counted in the Budget and Finance Committee report and what the coalition had put forward. So it's about a $1.8 million gap. And as indicated earlier, if there was some desire to actually focus and look at that potential revenue, you could have a line item in the unappropriated balance without a dollar amount attached, because bear in mind, we don't know what's really going to be generated. It's going to be driven by a lot of factors, including timing, when an ordinance can be done, when it can be actually collected, the adjudication process. There are a lot of factors that go into, we will not see full year revenues from this. So you could include a line item within the UB that talks about this, and to the extent that revenues are generated, you can use that to restore this shelter. You can provide full year funding, but only indeed after the revenues are generated will you be able to know whether you have it available.
Right. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, and to that point, we're going to have two options before us, really two concepts before us. One is the 1B concept and Corrett's motion, and then the Budget Committee's recommendation that we need to add in that language too. So I move the language was just presented by the CAO and CLA.
Okay.
So that technically that will happen.
So both will capture, I think, colleagues, I'll try to say this as objectively as possible, that both will capture, both in 1A and 1A is friendly amended by Mr. Smith right now, and in 1B, 1B has a very specific amount that it's going to be an additional 1.8 million above. Hold on. I'll start over because the folks couldn't hear. What Mr. Smith just amended 1A to do is to deal with the mechanism of any money above 600,000 on the dog licenses. 1B says there will be above the 600,000, 1.8, and we put that in as money that is in hand. Why I'd say there's not much that separates the two is that amended 1A would now allow up to 1.8 more, or even more if it got higher, to be put in there, but through the unappropriated balance. That's what the CLA just recommended, but doesn't estimate exactly how much that money is going to be beyond 600,000. 1B would say there will be an additional 2.4 million this year, 600,000 of what's reflected in the CLA report, and 1B would add another 1.8 and count that in the budget. Okay? That's just FYI. Mr. Krikorian is our next speaker.
I might have missed this, but if the plan is to close the one facility, move the employees over to the other facilities in order to keep those operating, is there sufficient capacity in the other facilities to accommodate the animal population of the facility that's going to be closed?
No.
Okay, and so what is the plan for dealing with the animal population that is in that facility, and what would be the transition plan?
We currently have about 167 animals at Northeast. Those animals would have to be moved to another facility. All of our other facilities right now are just about full. I think we have space for about 112 animals as of this morning. So consequently, it would expedite our euthanasia rate because we wouldn't have space available to condense those animals from Northeast into another center. And the same cascading effect would happen if we had to close an additional center. Yes, sir. The animals would be euthanized.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon, did you want to add anything?
To reiterate, we're basically signing a death warrant by passing the motion as presented. We're signing a death warrant on the animals at that facility, essentially, or equivalent animals. And it's unnecessary. It's really not necessary. But I would rather that we have the opportunity to see if there are alternative sources of revenue that we could identify that would be even more secure than the unappropriated balance. So I concur with Mr. Koretz that if we had a little time to work on this, we could probably come up with something. But to ask us to do it on the fly is a little difficult. So I would like to have this matter tabled and then come back to it at the first opportunity later on in the day.
Mr. Rosendahl?
167 animals?
Yes, sir.
And you have spaces for 100 and what, potentially?
112 right now.
112. And what are the animals that we're talking about?
Primarily dogs and cats.
And do we have any sensing of the kinds of dogs, especially the dogs?
We have
How many are there?
I don't have a complete breakdown. We have probably about 40 or 50 that are evidence animals that are there pending cases filed before the district attorney or the city attorney. We have some personal property animals that are there. Those are animals that are held because their owners are incarcerated or in the hospital or have some other issue going on, so we're awaiting their pickup of those animals. And then we have others that are nursing mothers, neonates that are under 8 weeks old that are not eligible for adoption yet by state law until they reach the age of 8 weeks.
So can you put together a campaign of adoption for these 167, the little ones and the big ones and all of that, and get the word out to all of the not-for-profits and all of the animal groups. There are a lot of very engaged folks that I know of that would be happy to be challenged by this. Have you made an effort to do that?
We make those efforts on a very regular basis, Mr.
No, but this
Rosendahl.
is 167 animals, as Mr. Alican was saying, that would be killed if by our action today. Is that true?
They would displace the long-term holds, the evidence animals, the personal property animals, the ones that are underage. Those would displace other animals that are currently existing in our centers. And yes, we would have to consider euthanasia immediately if we had to move those today.
Well, I know people that would take little ones that aren't 8 weeks old yet, or when they get 8 weeks old. I just don't believe that the only option is to kill them at this point.
We have a very active foster population, and we're pushing out as many of those as we possibly can. We've more than doubled the amount of foster parents that we have in the past year.
Can we work on the facility, which is an obvious issue, and the animals separately, and put the animals in a different mindset for us here with some more time to see if we can do more with them? I don't want to kill them today, and I don't want to kill them if we can avoid that.
Neither do we.
You agree?
I agree that we'll work on any idea that comes forward. We know from past experience that when we reduce our capacity, our euthanasia rate goes up.
All right, the little ones, the babies. I'd like you to report back on what kind of a breakdown you have of those 167 animals that you're talking about.
Mr. Zions, our next speaker, then Mr. Parks, then Mr. Koretz.
Any idea that comes forward? What about a nonprofit, having them operate temporarily?
We've looked at that in the past, and we haven't been successful in finding somebody who's able to fulfill that need for us. At one point, we did have one organization that we thought might be interested and capable of being able to staff that facility, but those discussions didn't prove to be fruitful.
We contract with a lot of nonprofits to do the spay and neuter programs, don't we?
We contract with vets to do the spay-neuter of our animals.
But aren't there nonprofits that are involved in
No,
this?
our nonprofits are basically our New Hope partners. Those are ones that adopt animals direct from us as well.
Okay, and we've explored that, and it's not feasible to have a nonprofit on a temporary basis have that operation at the shelter?
We'd certainly be happy to explore that possibility, but we just haven't found anybody that's interested at this moment.
Okay, but how much do we spend on spay and neuter with the private sector or the nonprofit sector? I mean, I think there's foundations out there that I think we support financially to do spay and neuter programs throughout the city that we're giving money to for the spay and neuter programs.
If you're speaking of the general funds that help our voucher programs and other programs, then there are some veterinarians that are receiving vouchers, or we have the Amanda Foundation, for example, that has a van, so they're getting some subsidy.
Yeah, the Amanda Foundation.
Yes, they're receiving some subsidy from us that partially offsets the cost of doing the animals.
Have we approached them to see if they're interested in having a facility since they're already doing spay and neuter on behalf of the city?
We haven't spoken to them specifically about that issue. I think they're fairly focused on spay-neuter issues and not running an animal care center, but again, we're willing to try.
A temporary basis, maybe it's something we can explore, since we already have a relationship with them, and any others that we have relationships with, just so we can keep it operating. Something to look into.
Absolutely. There is a legal obligation we have as far as personal property and evidence animals to make sure that we maintain custody for all sorts of legal reasons, but we can certainly look at that option.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me ask, on the budget process, did we ask for a report back on the prospects of having, going outside the city for pet adoptions? And when could we expect that back?
I believe there was a recommendation to look at both pet adoptions and other ways to do. There is something in here.
Okay, so we have something that we're going to be looking into. And colleagues, I would just like to say in general on this process, every idea that's valid can be researched and vetted before July 1st, starting the budget, and even after that, to amend the budget. So if there's ideas about revenue, we don't have to hold this item up It's a matter of moving forward so that there is a game plan for July 1st. But if there are ideas that come up and that get validated between now and June 30th, they certainly can be brought back to the council to amend this budget. So I'd ask that we move forward on the budget and resolve this issue today, understanding that several people have great ideas. They just need to be fertilized and brought forward, and if they come to a conclusion, the budget can be amended at that time.
Yeah. Actually, there were several recommendations under 87G, and I believe that item was called special. So that's where the instructions are to look at outsourcing the adoption function and outreach efforts related to that.
Okay. Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for Mr. Rosendahl and Mr. Krikorian, who asked the questions, anyone else who wasn't on the committee, I think the answers have given a different impression than we were given in the committee. We should clarify the highest number I've heard anywhere for number of euthanizations as a result of this was around 5,000. I think that's way high. But the lowest number we ever got in committee was 2,000. So the answer that there's 167 and maybe certain in this category and that category, the result, if it's not still 2,000, where did it come from? How did that change? And if the answer is it's still 2,000 or more, I want to make it real clear that's what we're talking about, or I wouldn't be so riled up about this issue if we were trying to place 50 cats. I think we can handle it. If we're talking about 2,000 euthanizations, I think as a humane city, we shouldn't be doing that.
Mr. Koretz, you're correct. The 167 we were talking about was just the ones at Northeast. The cascading effect of not having that additional space to be able to store those animals from an annual basis, our estimate is roughly 2,500 animals at least will be euthanized over a year's time.
So that's 2,500 over a year's time, more than the thousands we already euthanized, but 2,500 that we could easily consider as unnecessary euthanizations because we've made this decision rather than taking the 6-month approach and trying to maximize our revenue to fill in that second 6-month period.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas?
Thank you. I just want to mention that Councilmember Alarcon just talked about putting this item over for a few hours. I have a motion, I think it's attached to item number 8. I'll be introducing it, item number 8, that hopefully will have a revenue increase of about $3.5 million. And I'm drawing up the motion so that a portion of this, of that $3.5 million would actually go to this solution, so we could actually consider a revenue source today and then see if we're willing to, as policymakers, apply that revenue source to this solution and a couple other ones. So if we could table it under that understanding, I would introduce it right now on this item, but the motion is being fine-tuned and written as we speak. So I'm not asking just rhetorically to put it over because it's too painful. I'm asking to put it over for a few hours so that when we get to item number 8, you can actually see the motion and then see where the potential revenue would come from. And if we make that decision to actually enact that revenue source, then we could dedicate it to that because it would be general fund revenue. Okay, thank you.
You said a few hours, Mr. Cardenas. Do you expect that to take that long, or are you expecting it any sooner than that?
I figured item number 8 is 4 items over, so it's probably not going to get to for a few hours. So if you,
that's based on
at the rate we're going, maybe tomorrow.
But you think you can get the motion quicker than that?
All I'm saying is we could bring it up when I introduce item number 8, and then subsequent to that, if we were to pass that motion, right, then we would know that that revenue is there, and then we could address this once we identified and actually enacted that decision to create that revenue. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, is there any objection to holding this over until we come up to item number 8? We've got number 5 in between. Is there any objection to holding this until that thing comes on number 5? Okay. So let's take up item number 5, and that was called special by Ms. Hahn.
5. America's 5.
Any suggestions on what's easy?
Number 5 is the
Got it.
Personnel Department reimbursement receipts for services provided to the Department of Water and Power. Ms. Hahn?
Right. I guess I wanted to call it special just to really talk about these reimbursements that we get, particularly from the proprietary departments. Seems to me we're always kind of feels like we're coming up short in terms of the reimbursements, particularly if they're or they're not in a timely manner. So I think this is particularly important right now. These reimbursements are very crucial, and I just want to make sure that we're receiving full reimbursements of services provided at all of our proprietaries. And I want to know who's in charge of making sure that full cost recovery is occurring and the reimbursement levels reflect the true cost of today and not from an old MOU that could have been negotiated 20 years ago.
That would be,
That would be you.
yes, we actually go through and prepare the billing for all proprietary.
And are we relooking at those again to make sure that they are current value reimbursements?
Yes, we are. We actually go through the numbers. We get basic billings or time charges from all departments.
Then what accounts for sometimes not in a timely manner or not at all? And I know I have found that to be true down in the Harbor Department. We went through a lot of, we weren't really sure what positions were reimbursed and how much they were reimbursed for, and there was a lot of that going on earlier, and I felt once again, one of the things we've uncovered during this process is this lack of accountability and transparency for some policies that we believe are and should be happening on a timely basis. Do we know every position that should be reimbursed by these departments? Do we know when that reimbursement should be coming, and is it, again, the right cost?
Yes, as part of the process, certainly when we bill those departments, all three will actually look at those charges, and they do ask for the detail. And if departments can't provide the actual detail on hours for each employee, then they basically raise questions, and then they basically they'll perhaps pay a portion of the bill and not the entire bill until some of those questions, until they receive that detailed information from the departments. So those circumstances, basically when proprietary...
I'm having a hard time hearing them.
There are audits.
I can ask our Sergeants at Arms assistants, and we can move conversations outside on both sides of the boat, please, as much as possible, so we can listen to the deliberations at hand along the aisles and here.
And just make sure his
in
mic
chambers.
is something basic like make sure his mic is up.
So basically, when we get information from departments, we do then prepare a bill and send it off to proprietaries. Many times, the departments actually ask for detailed analysis for a particular charge from departments. Sometimes if that information is not forthcoming timely, then the proprietary Harbor, for example, will then hold that portion of payment until they receive the detailed information that they request. Those are some of the circumstances where we get delays in actually receiving full receipt of particular time charges.
How can we speed up that process?
I think basically we have to ensure that when we collect information from the departments that we receive sufficient detail in which then we can substantiate those bills to proprietaries.
And are you confident that these reimbursements are, 2010 dollar value?
Yes, we certainly apply the cap rates, and we certainly bill, actually we bill quite a bit, a little bit more than we actually get. I mean, we try to maximize where we can. Sometimes there are places where we cannot do that, but certainly we try to maximize as much as possible.
I mean, we certainly want to be obviously in line legally with whether it's the FAA or the state guidelines. But again, I have felt during this last go-around that the information was not as forthcoming as it should have been from the proprietary departments, and I felt like there was sometimes a lack of knowledge on all the positions that actually were reimbursable, which is why I'd like for the CAO to report back to Budget and Finance on all the services in the departments that are reimbursed by proprietaries, and make sure so that we have, it seems to me, again, when we go through this process, we keep hearing there's never one good list on certain things that we're asking information about. So I would like, once and for all, a list of positions that are reimbursable by our departments. And I want to make sure, again, that these costs are true dollar costs in today's economy. I think that's important. That's my motion.
Seconded by Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas, are you ready to? Let's open the roll on 5 then. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Next item.
Madam President.
All right.
Sorry, these 17s.
We will, yes, Mr. Labange.
I have been doing my work with some of our staff, and just to relieve the agenda that we have here for DOT, item number 28 and 64, which I called special. One was preferential parking. All preferential parking districts in the queue will be handled, and the other one, 64, Sunday parking. They're working diligently. I can remove those two as specials if it's okay with you.
That's wonderful, thank you.
Okay, then also I did work on item, page 18, number P and number Q. This will take involvement. They will come back to the council. They relate to the zoo as it relates to the parking situation at the zoo and whether they would be charged for parking or not, and whether it would be a violation, which city attorneys opine that it won't be, of the Griff Park Trust. And the other is the public-private partnership with the Greater Los Angeles Zoo Association. So I could pull those off the board if it's okay with you. That's items 28, 64, P and Q.
Okay, and 74 you said?
That's
P
it.
and Q. All right, you want them removed from the board, you say? All right, so Mr. Clerk, we have to vote on that nonetheless. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Madam President.
All right, so can we open the roll on those items? Can we do that all together?
They can be taken up together.
Great. Let's open the roll on all those items. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right, what's our next item?
Item 9, called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Ms. Hahn.
I know. Name. Okay, this is about recognizing additional fees and reimbursements for the fire department for brush clearance, inspection fees, private ambulance reimbursements. So one of the questions I wanted to have was, in 1B, our motion, it recognizes $3.5 million in a new fee, which is associated with the treating but not transporting of patients by the fire department. Want to know why this was not included in the budget, and want to know, just from the fire department, how many times does an engine go out and treat people on site without a transport, and how much money do we think we might be losing by not having this kind of a fee?
Council member, to begin with, as far as your question about treatment no transport fee, we are currently hiring a consultant, Matrix, that is going to both look at the treatment no transport as well as a EMS voluntary fee. So those are the first actions that they are going to look at. We don't want to speculate.
Can you explain the EMS voluntary fee?
Excuse me?
Can you explain the EMS voluntary fee and how that works? I know some other cities are doing that. How does that work?
What the EMS voluntary fee would be is it's almost like getting insurance. That, as you know, we're about to increase our both paramedic fee as well as our basic life support fee. Our paramedic fee is going to go over $1,300, and our basic life support fee is going to go over $900. And so what people can opt for, residents of our city, is instead of being exposed to that pretty significant ambulance fee, that they can opt for more like an insurance fee of, we'll just say X amount of dollars, which is obviously at a far reduced rate, and that whatever...
Like $300 or $500?
It may be even far less than that.
Okay.
And then whenever they need transport, their transport will be free. So that's what the EMS voluntary fee would be.
Okay.
Hold on, Mr. Alicante, I'll get you next.
Yes?
Did you hold on. Stop Ms. Hans. Well, you can't stop the time. Mr. Alicante.
The question, no, it's on my time.
I have to give you extra time.
This question is related, the item before us is related to brush clearance. The question is regarding transport of victims in the fire department. I believe there are items in the budget that are directly related to that aren't related to brush clearance, and I just think this discussion should be had when we have... No, I'm just saying we should have that discussion when we're talking about those things.
Let's let Ms. Hahn finish, and then we can...
That's fine. I just thought this was an opportunity to bring this up and ask, because it was about private ambulance reimbursement. So I just wanted to know kind of why these other fees were not included.
They are in the works.
Excuse me?
They're in the works.
They're in the
process.
works.
Right.
And how long do you think it will take to get this consultant analyzing both these?
We are just bringing on the consultant, so it'd be kind of speculating to guess right now, council member, but...
That's what it's all about.
Actually, I'm going to defer to Ms. Matera, who's our Admin Services Bureau, and she can hopefully provide a time frame for you.
Okay.
Good morning, council members. Georgia Matera, Fire Administrator. The timeframe in which we believe Matrix will begin, they're actually scheduled to begin starting next week. They've already received our preliminary information. They've given us a time estimate of about 2 months that they feel that they can give us a good analysis on how much they think they can generate back in a treatment no transport fee. And then when that study's completed, then they'll go back and look at the EMS voluntary fee after that.
Okay. Can I just, I know, and Richard may stop me again, but I was just going to add, since we're talking about fees too, what about LAFD's inspection permits? How do those fees compare with surrounding cities? Is that an opportunity to also look at new construction inspection permit fees?
Councilmember, what we do when we look at our fees, similar to what Ray was explaining earlier on the proprietary charges, is that we look at what our actual costs are. We look at our salary costs and all the cap rates and everything else, and we update those fees every year. And so we come back every year to the council as close to July 1st
Is
as we
this
can.
something that this consultant you're hiring might also look at?
I think long-term.
For like new construction permit?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. In fact, what we'd like to be able to do is we'd like to not just look, once we're finished with that analysis, we'd like to be able to look at all of our fees. And we'd like to be able to look at ways in which we can up our fees very quickly and without spending a great deal amount of time. It takes, on the average, 8 months to increase one fee.
Could you increase slightly the compensation to this consultant to include something like new construction permit fees?
What we'd like to be able to do is, once they finish their preliminary work, and if we're satisfied with the product that they come back with, we will come back and request a contract amendment where we can actually ask for an increase and change the scope of work. Because right now, the scope is written very defined just for ambulance transport. But we will absolutely do that.
Right. And we'd like to know, obviously, when you're looking at whether it's a voluntary insurance, sort of like AAA, you get so many tows for tows like TOWS for a fee, so many transports for a fee. I think one of the things that's nice to know, so we don't make these decisions in a vacuum, is how do they compare to surrounding cities? I think that's information we'd like to have. So hopefully, I think that's a part of...
That's part of it, yes.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay, well, I would be interested in doing this as quickly as possible, and again, maybe not waiting till just those two issues are complete before you look at a contract amendment. I mean, I really think we got to move quickly on these things. I think this is revenue that could be realized, and I think one of the things you're going to be hearing from us is we don't have all the time in the world to begin to do this in such a methodical way. I think you could increase their scope with looking at a couple other fees.
We will come back to you with that then.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, just a quick comment or two. I know we're going to get a report back on the 10th member of a fire truck, correct? I'm in favor of keeping that. What is your position on that?
We are in favor of that too, Councilman.
Okay, because I fought for that when I was running for office, so we do whatever we can to preserve that 10th position, correct?
We share that sentiment with you.
Okay,
Yes.
now the hillsides, the Palisades and Brentwood with brush clearance, we've instituted new fees, and that's where this revenue is coming from?
That revenue there is different than the revenue you're speaking of. The one that you're speaking of is a $13 per parcel fee that we've charged all 130,000 parcels. The additional almost $0.5 million that you have in your hand is a change in our non-compliance fee, where before we charged it at the third reinspection, now we do it at the second.
I see. So that'll accelerate a revenue stream.
That's correct.
As well. Okay, but Mrs. Hahn's most important and significant point, frankly, frankly, was the EMS volunteer fee. When I went to my farmer's market in Mar Vista, everybody is worried about the opportunity to cover themselves in case they need assistance. So do a quick explaining what you're going to come back with on that.
Basically, as Ms. Matera had discussed, Matrix will do an analysis of the fee. But the basic premise of the fee is that anyone can voluntarily subscribe and pay X amount of dollars, which will be far less than a single transport. Sure. And so anyone will voluntarily be able to subscribe.
Yeah, and I look forward to that report back. There'll be a revenue stream, which we could desperately need, and it will give comfort to the people out there on the other side of this TV.
Absolutely, and especially for the patients that use our services quite frequently and they are concerned about the financial impact, this program will definitely give them some peace of mind.
Are you going to address that staffing issue about, somebody driving who has other roles and all of that? I know that's been controversial.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
We're calling it staff assistants, trying to be kind.
I will only address it if it comes up.
Well, explain it real quickly.
Well, first, let's begin with, let's get rid of the term driver. These are very skilled people that form the team in a command team that responds to manage emergency incidents. And one of our staff does a very good job of talking about what it's like when you as a chief officer are responding to an incident with your staff assistant, who is really turning into the person that is tracking, keeping tabs on where all your resources are, and managing those functions of also communication with our dispatch center and others, while you, the battalion chief, are actually doing the business of running the incident. And so for many of you, you often take a staffer to an event, and your staffer is the person that's going around, who's here, what's going on, when do you speak, where should you be, and you're just going to, and I don't want to, say, minimize it, but you're going to an event, and you have a staffer that's really taking care of the situation status for you and what is occurring there. Our staff assistant is responding with that chief officer to know exactly where every company is, what are they doing, what additional resources are coming in, to constantly stay in communication with our dispatch center, because that chief officer is so focused and concentrating on the strategy and tactics and placement of companies and ensuring their safety and operation, while the staff assistant is taking care of the myriad of other issues that they need to do.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. And again, just as a reminder, folks, we have before us just the brush inspection fees and the ambulance reimbursements. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. A couple of questions I wanted to ask. On the $13 fee that was implemented in 1990s that never was collected, are we now going to start collecting that next year?
Yes. Simple answer, we have already started collecting the fee, Councilman.
I know, but in all realistically, by having something that was somewhat of a little not explained to the people we serve, what kind of compliance you got on this date, the 17th of May?
It's interesting that prior to us even sending out the bill and simply with the information notice, we have literally over 1,000 checks received, and this is without sending our first bill.
All right. That being said, I think it's important because anyone in the Hillside area, which covers from the western edge of the city and Mr. Rosendahl's district through the hills of El Sereno, all across the Santa Monicas, it's important to get that inspection and compliance. I just wanted to ask a question. On our issue of ambulance fees, if someone says, you know what, I don't want to be transported. I don't got the money to pay for it. What happens in the street?
In the street, our EMS personnel will make every effort, if they feel that this person needs medical attention, to try to convince them to go. And we will go so far as even to get the base station on the phone with a doctor on the other end to tell this person, if their condition is that critical, that they need to go. So we go through great lengths to ensure that we give them every bit of information possible so that they can make an informed decision. Now, they do have the right, and our medical forms are set up such that they can decline treatment and transport. So they do have that option.
Is there any cases that we've lost as far as liability in the history that you would know, where people have denied service, but yet then again they came back to file a claim?
I'm not aware of any such claims as you just described.
Would you just look at that as well? And also, Mr. Rosendahl, I strongly believe it's not just the incidents, but it's the daily routine in a battalion which oversees anywhere from 5 to 7 stations that staff assistant is very involved in. So I think that's a key role. And absolutely the 10th member on a task force is key. I do not have a problem, though, if you want to look and surmise whether there should be more life forces, if you think that's in the best interest of the community that we serve. And I strongly support the heavy rescue that works citywide. And did we determine on the special teams out of 4s, out of 48s and 87s? What's the status there?
What's being done there and what the councilman's referring to as our hazardous materials squads, we have a total of 4, 3 of which are currently fully staffed, and the fully staffed ones are 87s in the North Valley, 4s, which is in the downtown metro area, and 48s, which is in the harbor. Of those 3 that are currently fully staffed, 2 of them would go to standby status and lose their staffing, and that would be the one in the North Valley at 87s and the one in the harbor area. At the direction of the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, the CLA, CAO, and the Fire Department were requested to put together letters both to LAX as well as to the Harbor Department in an effort to seek funding for those hazardous materials units. And then also another suggestion was brought up, but yet takes an action to actually look at approaching DWP on the issue of the hazmat squad in the North Valley out at 87s.
Well, I think because that is the Silmar facility as well as the treatment plant, all of that as well.
Right.
I hope when's the report back? I know, Mr. Smith, you're a champion for preparedness for earthquake, 87s in your district. Is there a report back in 30 days on hazmat?
Okay, yeah.
But I'm in motion right now, so I want to get an answer from Mr. Smith.
We have budget motions about funding hazmats, both 48s. Yeah, right.
All right, good.
Let's wait till we get to those ones.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Okay. Mr. Zine? You're welcome.
We're there. I'm ahead of you.
Mr. Zine.
Okay, regarding the ambulance fees, 80+% of the calls for the fire department or for paramedic medical emergency, correct?
For EMS in total, paramedic being the advanced life support portion. And of the 80% of our incidents that are EMS, approximately 60 to 70% are advanced life support.
So the majority of the fire department work is medical, not fighting fires?
Correct.
Okay. With that in mind, there's a number of retirement homes, senior citizen, rest homes in the city of Los Angeles. Has there ever been an analysis on how often you folks go to those locations and transport seniors to hospitals? And is there a billing, or is there, if they get the insurance, oftentimes I see them at rest homes transporting people. We have to take care of our elderly, but the question is, the folks that are there may not have the funds for this. Is there a way that we can then charge that home that's being paid for that person is living to get the dollars to maintain the service to the people?
I'll answer the first part, and then I'll let Ms. Matera answer the part about the actual billing experience with patients in senior homes. We have looked at that item of how many times do we go to rest homes. I don't have the data with me, but in the past we have looked at it. Ms. Matera, and we can definitely run it again, but Ms. Matera can probably talk better about the type of billables that we have for rest home patients.
Typically, council member, as you know, that the only time the fire department will respond, of course, if there's a 911 call, so not just the normal type of transports in interfacility. But in most cases, most of those patients are eligible for Medicare. And so we make sure that we work with currently we work with the hospitals to follow up to make sure that Medicare is billed properly and we can seek reimbursement. In some cases, if they don't have the Medicare age, we look and see if they can qualify for Medi-Cal. And so we will go back and maximize as much insurance reimbursement as we can.
Well, our rate's going to be extremely high. What amount is Medi-Cal?
We have to take whatever Medicare or Medi-Cal will assign to us. So once that amount is given, it is relatively low. Medi-Cal is about $125. Medicare pays somewhere up to about $600. We have to take that, and then what we do is we go back and we adjust the difference, and that's part of our ongoing conversations about those adjustments that we have to write off every year.
But if we're charging $1,300 now?
Yes.
$1,300? So if we get $600, the rest of it's going to be written off?
The rest we do have to write off, and we do that now on a much more regular and consistent basis.
We can't go back to the home where, because they're charging
Medicare and Medi-Cal will not allow us by law to go back after the individual. They are allowed a deductible.
No, not after the individual, after the residence where they're living, not the person living in their single-family residence, but at a rest home.
Usually we look at the individual. I'd have to look at that. Our staff would have to come back to you on that one because we've never looked at the facility.
The facility charges premium amounts of money, different dollar value for people to live there. I'm looking at going to the residence home where those people are actually living, the rest home, and charging them for the difference, since the individual, the senior, is paying this location a fee to live there, to get their needs cared for, etc., to have that facility somehow assess them a fee that would then cover the cost in addition to what we can get from Medicare, Medi-Cal. I'm just trying to see how we can get, so we can keep the 10th man on the fire department, keep the staff assistants. Obviously, it's a matter of dollars and cents. And if there is an unlimited supply, but there is not an unlimited supply of dollars, how do we shore that up? And that's what I'm looking at to see. And if there is an inordinate number of calls to those homes, to the rest homes, maybe that would be an avenue that we could pursue to recoup so we can continue providing services.
Thank you.
We'd have to look at that, Councilman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas.
On this fee, pay ahead of time fee basis, is there a number of calls that they get with that, or is it unlimited?
At the current time, our thought is they would be unlimited. But we have to let the analysis be done to actually come up with a more definitive answer. But at least at this time, the thought is unlimited.
And this pay-ahead fee is being done in other jurisdictions?
Excuse me?
Is it done in other jurisdictions?
Yes, it is.
What has been the experience of the other jurisdictions with somebody calling a bit too often, getting an ambulance there all the time? There could be somebody who has that kind of chronic expectation that, well, I already paid, and since it's unlimited, and I feel a little uncomfortable today, maybe I want a paramedic to tell me I'm okay.
That would be part of the analysis that we do as far as when we do research this and talking to the other agencies. As you said, we would want to look at what about the more habitual users of the system, and then determine if there needs to be a guideline for exactly what you're talking about, Councilman.
Yeah, because, say, for example, Mr. McCosker goes back to the field and he goes to a call, and then this lady says, well, he's kind of cute. Maybe I'd like him to come back again next week and check my pulse. Something like that could happen.
Yeah, it's only when Pat transports her.
Okay, so if he doesn't go back to the field, then maybe we're all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take that as an order, Councilman.
All right. Let's go ahead. Have there been any amendments to this? Okay, please open the roll on this. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, that will move forward. Mr. Cardenas, any news on the motion? We're still waiting? Okay. All right, if we can go to item 14, please, called special by Mr. Alacon. Actually, maybe what we'll do, Mr. Alacon, is maybe we'll take all the global ones, the furloughs, the layoffs, we'll take those up at the end with the other stuff. So as you suggested, maybe we'll go to an easier one. Let's go to the 17s. Then 17C was called special by Ms. Hahn. And then we had F by Mr. Huizar and Alarcon, and E, Mr. Parks. 17C, Ms. Hahn.
17C, I think.
Who I call them on special? Let's see.
It was C, Ms. Hahn, that you wanted? This was the 8% cut to council office budgets? Okay. What?
Remember, I didn't want C, I wanted D.
I had D, and then you told me to correct it to C.
So you want 17? C is
We can-
pipeline.
Would you like it to be D? Did you want D? So which letter is it that you'd like?
Okay, I did want C2,
Okay, that's what I thought. Go ahead.
the pipeline franchise.
My motion affects that.
Okay.
What the hell is it?
So this is basically regarding the pipeline recommendation, move all of next year's pipeline funds from the council offices into the general fund. For me, I'm okay with doing that next year. I understand that we need to do this for the good of the city. What I wanted to stand and say was I am not in favor of doing that permanently. I will tell you, since I got elected, I have fought for a community called Wilmington in this city that frankly has more pipelines running under that city than any other place in the city. That community, we cannot build schools in certain places in that community because they go over pipelines. We can't have soccer fields or recreational opportunities because of pipelines. This community lives in fear all the time of something happening on one of those pipelines. By the way, on top of that, that community is adjacent to the Port of Los Angeles and has suffered more negative impacts because of truck traffic, torn up roads, pollution. There's higher risk of asthma and cancer in that community. I'm just telling you, this is a community that since I got elected, I have tried desperately to say it is not equal. It is not one size fit all. It is not divide by 15 for Wilmington. There's alleys that have never been paved. I can go on and on about this community. So I'm okay with doing this next year, but I will tell you, those pipeline fees, and thanks to Bernard Parks, who worked really hard coming up with a formula that said for those communities that have more than their fair share of pipelines, they ought to have a way to recover some of that franchise fees, not for any purpose, but for specific purposes like roads and sidewalks and other projects that, by the way, you all know would never get funded in the city. They would go to the back of the line, and maybe in 80 years, they would see some of that money going for roads and sidewalks and streets. So I just wanted to go on record saying I'm okay with it for the good of the city, but I know there's some proposals that this becomes permanent. And I just don't think this should become permanent. I don't ever think we should be treating some of those communities equally to other communities in this city. There are some communities that don't have any pipelines running under them. And I will tell you, it is a problem. Because of the pipeline location, we had to remove a grocery store, a full-service bank, a long-time restaurant in Wilmington to build a school because every other possibility was ruled out because of the state education code, which says you can't build schools in a certain proximity to pipelines. So all I'm saying is I do think it's pipeline franchise fee should be, could be, and I want it to be used as mitigation for this community in the future. So I just want to go on record saying I'm okay with it next year, but I'm not going to be one of those that agrees to doing this permanently forever.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Cardenas.
Push your button again? Yeah, now it's becoming an infamous motion that's being drafted by the CLA. It's not done yet, but one of the things that it would affect would be this here, the pipe, which is C2, which is the dedication of $1.7 million of the pipeline money to the general fund. But at the same time, regardless of whether or not we go for that, what I would like to say is that instead of it saying allocate the council's portion of the fiscal year 2011 pipeline franchise receipts, which are normally allocated to the real property fund to offset a portion of the special event fee subsidy below, that it say up to 1.7. Up to 1.7, just to make sure, because if it says right here, the fees that normally would go to the real property fund, but what if it's 1.8? What if it's 1.9? Those are precious dollars that, quite frankly, I had already hopefully wanted to dedicate that to some of the responsibilities to my district. So at the least, what it should say up to 1.7, because those are fluid funds, correct? A question of the CLA, it could be 1.68, could be 1.81, et cetera, but it says, basically it's giving a figure, but it's not saying up to. Okay, so at the least, what it should say is up to 1.7 million.
Is there a second?
Oh yeah, not make it permanent. This is just one-year budgeting. Yeah. Second by Ms. Hahn?
We have a second from Ms.
And I
Hahn.
agree with Ms. Hahn that this is not a continuous budgeting matter. This is one-time allocation in this budget year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Weezer?
Thank you. I actually am not speaking specifically to the pipeline franchise receipt, but the real property trust fund. I just wanted to clarify whether under this budget, 100% of the proceeds from surplus property, is it going to the general fund, or are we still doing a 50-50 split?
It's 50%.
50%. So a couple of years ago in my district, I was under the impression that we were going to start doing the 100% surplus towards the general fund, and there was a surplus property sold on Alameda, which was a fire station, and I decided that it's a good policy that surplus property, anything that's sold within this city, we should give 100% of those proceeds to the general fund, and it shouldn't go to the local council members' discretionary account. So I agreed to that, and that property was sold, and that money was sent to the general fund. Was that a one-time policy, or why is it that we no longer have that policy?
That was done for a couple of years.
Pardon me?
That was done for a couple of years where the 100% went to the general fund.
I keep getting my money taken away and nothing's given back. Pardon me? So that was just a couple of year policy, and it's
Right.
expiring.
And it was proposed by the mayor.
And I believe that myself and Mr. Zine put in a motion to extend that time. Has that been scheduled in any committee?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Mr. Zine and myself put in a motion that short-term policy should be extended and made permanent. Are we aware of that has been scheduled anytime soon?
I'm not aware of the scheduling on that one.
Okay. Did the mayor's budget recommend a permanent policy on that? Did it mention anything? Or is that a Budget and Finance Committee recommendation?
The mayor recommended the continuation
and the Budget
of
and Finance Committee...
100% to the general fund.
Got you.
The
And the Budget and Finance Committee deleted that and say, no, it should expire this year.
Yes, and
Okay.
the intent in the previous couple of years when 100% of the revenues were going to the general fund, that was actually proposed by the mayor's office to balance the budget, and indeed, that did continue. This would actually revert us back to the previous policy that existed back in 2007, I believe, which would allow...
So the mayor's office suggested that we make it permanent. Budget and Finance said no, and we had it for 2 years. How much money do we realize in those 2 years?
Well, with the sale of surplus property, it's actually approved by council to declare it surplus. Unfortunately, the last few years, there hasn't been a lot of property declared as surplus, so even if 100% were going to the general fund, there was not a sufficient amount generated because there wasn't any
Do you think
declared
$1.8 million is a lot of money?
I'm saying that in previous years, sir, that...
No. You just said right now that not a lot of money has been made these last 2 years. In fact, $1.8 million that would have otherwise gone to council members' discretionary accounts went to the general fund. That's significant.
1.8 is significant, and what we need to all bear in mind is that this $1.8 million for the real property fund it could be used, if that is the desire of this body, to use it to offset anything else. It is certainly available, but once again, that $1.8 million in real property would only be generated if there are surplus properties that are declared as surplus next year are actually sold. So there is a process to sell the property and to declare it surplus, et cetera, and unless that's done, there isn't a 1.8 for the general fund, there isn't a 1.8 for council discretionary dollars, there isn't a 1.8 at all.
Yes, but if we declare something surplus and we make it permanent, it will go. Are we scheduled to declare any property surplus this coming year?
I don't know the answer to that. If General Services is here, they can probably answer that question.
Anybody here from General Services? No? Okay. I think we'll introduce a motion to that effect for this budget process.
There are, we have Mr. Labange and Mr. Cardenas next. It has been pointed out that this does affect one of the motions that's before us, the 1B1, so we may want to, if we're doing a final comparison and vote on that, we may want to look at it in that context. Mr. Labange?
Say what Ms. Hahn said, I think it always goes back to the movies and all the underground pipes that go through Wilmington. Does anyone know at this table or in this room that is Wilmington the most impacted area?
Yes.
So I think what she says makes sense, okay? But this is this year they're taking, but next year's not for next year. We got to ask again. So Ms. Hahn, I support you when you say this year. Now next year I think we have to have the question again, but I would like to help Wilmington and any neighborhood that's impacted by a higher percentage. Yes, there's a pipeline through the 4th District, but it's down the San Fernando train tracks. So it does affect some, but not as the greater. Other parts of the city, I'm sure, have greater degrees. So there should be a better way to look at it throughout. So I would hope you could get that back to us information in the future. Okay? There used to be a petroleum coordinator in the CEO's office. That's gone now, right?
That's right.
I know there's a pipeline on Pico, too, right now. Okay. From the Beverly Hills High School.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas?
Again, this matter of when surplus property is declared surplus and it actually goes to sale, and the sale takes place, the proceeds, as the budget is written right now before us, 50% of that would stay within the district where that property is, and the other 50% will go to the general fund, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you mentioned earlier about 1.8 million, and one of my colleagues mentioned that, well, that's a lot of money, and don't you agree, et cetera, but I think you were referring to that 1.8 million as in some previous years when surplus property was sold, 1.8 million might be a lower figure than in recent years, correct?
It could be lower. It really depends upon what this body here declares as surplus. That proposal, any time that we sell property, needs to come before this body for approval to actually sell as surplus. So unless the council approves the sale of surplus property, there are no revenues generated from it.
Correct.
And in the last couple of years, very little has been generated because there has been no surplus property declared.
However, but it takes a separate action of the council if we're going to revert back and forth from 50% remaining in the district or 100% going to the general fund, et cetera. We would have to take separate actions absent it being taken care of in the budget action, like as in right now.
Well, last year when the council adopted a 100% revenue to the general fund, that was only adopted for 1 year. So it expires on June 30th, 2010. The only way that it would continue is if you adopt another ordinance, which was what the mayor had proposed. You would essentially need to adopt another ordinance to extend that sunset date of June 30th, 2010.
So when 50% of those funds remain within that council district, how much access and/or control does the mayor have legally to those funds versus the council district control?
The use of those funds are by ordinance. They are specified by ordinance. So essentially, what the ordinance states is that the funds are divided based on where the property was sold, and then it's in accordance with, it could provide human services programs. It can
So
provide.
basically my point is this. When we have it divided between 50% goes to the general fund, 50% stays within that council district, does the mayor introduce ordinances, or is it the council that introduces ordinances?
The council introduces ordinances.
Okay, so basically, when it goes to the general fund, it's closer to participation from the mayor's policies, but when it stays within a council district, it's closer to being under the jurisdiction of the council as a whole, and also usually initiated by that council member of that district, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is the amendment accepted as a friendly? Is there any objection to up to? It was just an amendment to add the words up to 1.7. There was an amendment just to add, can I get a little more volume on? It was an amendment to add up to 1.7. No, right. Okay, without objection, that'll be accepted as friendly. Let's open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote. Sorry, that's approved. What we will do is also, if that affects the 1B, we can always take that up with it in a little bit. Next called special was 17.
E, as
E, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the mayor's office to come up on the item of the grid. I just want to check. We've been doing the grid in the mayor's office. This is our second fiscal year.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I was wondering, how long has the grid been in the mayor's budget?
I believe the GRADE program, Ben Sahel, Deputy Mayor for Budget and Finance. The GRADE program has been part of the mayor's office budget for since 09-10 fiscal year.
Okay, so this would be going into the second fiscal year.
Yes.
The budget we're working on today.
CLA could correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding.
Okay, so it's been less than a full year?
I'm sorry, CLA is indicating that it's been in our office budget since 0809.
Pardon?
0809.
0809, so it's a year. Yes, I thought it's been almost 2 years. What I was wondering about is that how much rollover have you had from 0809 to 0910? Because what I was concerned about is that the issue of the 8% cut. Has there been a rollover to where the last 2 years you've been impacted positively by not spending all of the, $17 million?
It's my understanding that there has been some funds that have been unspent from the contracts, and those funds were then used to program the Summer Night Lights programs.
Okay, do we know how much for each year?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, because I think it would be important, because one of the things, and I think when we voted to have it go in the mayor's office, I think what I get a sense from many of my colleagues is that there seems to be a lack of information on how the money is being spent. And then on the issue of the rollover, there's been no information as to how that money's been spent, how much has it accumulated. Because I was just kind of surprised at the reaction of the 8% cut this year, as though we were closing you down. I mean, that was kind of amazing.
Well, as you know, the contracts are, they get encumbered at the beginning of the fiscal year. We have to wait for the agencies to submit their invoices, for those invoices to be verified. And so we don't necessarily know what the rollover is going to be, if there is going to be any dollars left over from the fiscal year until towards the end of the fiscal year. And then for the last couple of years, as you know, We've been putting together Summer Night Lights program activities at several parks throughout the city, partially financed through private donations, but some of it also financed through the savings that have been generated from the unexpended funds in those contracts. So that is how we've been able to be able to put together those summer programs. And just to state, we've also have had to absorb some of the funding that was contemplated to come into the to be reimbursed. If you recall, a couple years ago, there was, I think in the budget process, there was an expectation that some revenues would come in from excess capacity trash revenue that never came to fruition. And so that was about $600,000 that was contemplated to go into the mayor. Actually, there was motions that said that would go to reimburse those programs that never came in. So we had to absorb that lack of revenue through existing funds. Additionally, there was also reimbursements that were supposed to come in from the closeout of the bridges programs for another $300,000. Those dollars never came in as well. So we've had to absorb about $900,000 in revenues that were supposed to come in to reimburse the programs, and they never did.
Okay, let me ask you, what is the role of the council once we distribute the money to your office? Then do we approve the contracts? Are we made aware of the rollover, or are we brought into the discussion about additional funds and how they're reallocated?
Yes, sir. My name is Guillermo Cespedes. I'm the director of the Office of Land Reduction. And yes, those contracts are approved by council, and any rollover money that we have used in the past, that's come before council and it's been approved.
Does the council have a role in the RFP process of selecting the...
Not in selecting, sir, but in giving us the authority to release an RFP. The selection process is carried out by an independent panel that does not include anybody from the city. So panels have to be put together as per the city attorney's office. So the council members nor the mayor's office is directly involved in selecting the providers.
Okay. Colleagues, I think many of you have talked to me about this and how we have a bigger role, and I think from my office, we're very concerned at times that the selection of vendors without any outside input. I would like to add a footnote to the budget this year and add that the funds for the grid should be with the joint jurisdiction of the council and the mayor's office, and if that requires it to go to GCP as a location, then that's fine. But I just want to make sure that we have a great deal more input and insight as to how those funds are spent.
Mr. Alarcon?
This is another one of those items that's affected by a motion.
We're going to be discussing each of those. We can hold them on depending on what action, but we should probably have the discussion since I think there's...
In the meantime, I can tell you that the plan for next year is to expand the responsibilities of the grid in, for example, the Northeast San Fernando Valley to include Van Nuys and I believe North Hollywood. I'm not sure, but there were two sites that we're going to expand to, but they're cutting the budget 8%. That 8% on top of a tremendous spike in gang-related activity, most notably homicides in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, it's impossible to cut and expand at the same time. So if anything, we should be looking at expanding the service. I always felt that the funding was inadequate. There's a disconnect between the idea that if you work within the grid zone, you can provide service to reduce gang violence in other gang-related areas that aren't in grids. But the reality is, in order to prevent gang crime, you got to be working in all the gang areas to have a sort of synergy, but also to have the storage of information in order to be able to respond effectively prior to something occurring. And so I've always felt that we were underfunding the grid program and should give it more money. Given our budget situation, I could accept a level playing field, but to reduce it by 8%, I think, is to further deteriorate our response to gang-related violence, of which there's been an uptick all over the city. So I think it would be counterproductive, and that's why I do support the global amendment proposed that we're now calling 1B, because it does seek to restore funding for the grid program to 100%.
Mr. Cardenas.
Yeah, somehow, I guess, there was a comment based on one of Parks' questions about selection process or what have you. I tend to differ a little bit on a policy basis as to whether or not the mayor's office is involved at all in selecting the winners and losers of the intervention prevention, but we can bring that into policy committee and discuss that later. But here we're talking about dollars, and again, that infamous motion of identifying a revenue source would basically identify that $1 million of that revenue source should go toward the intervention prevention programs, $1 million so that they don't take the 8% across the board hit, but with all due respect that we learn how to manage our management efforts with that 8% cut. So I'm just letting you know right now, since we're on this budget matter, that the motion that I'm bringing forward hopefully soon, whenever it's ready, that in that identifying of funds and a revenue source, should we pass that, I would be dedicating $1 million in that motion to the intervention prevention providers instead of them having to take an 8% cut. And the way it works out, ladies and gentlemen, in your districts, if you have any grid activity or intervention prevention activity going on, each one of the organizations in the grids, they do prevention, they're taking an $80,000 cut, right, 8%?
That is correct, sir.
$80,000 cut, and if they do intervention, it's only a $500,000 contract, so therefore they're taking a $40,000 cut.
That is correct.
Should we vote for that? I'm just letting you know ahead of time that we would be restoring $80,000 per prevention program per grid and $40,000 per intervention program per grid with that $1 million. Thank you.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Cardenas, I look forward to that motion. I do think, as I advocated in Budget and Finance, that we should not make this cut. And I really don't understand why Budget and Finance advocated for this cut, because after all, we often talk about suppression, intervention, and prevention. And in fact, that was what Chief Brand talked about in terms of making sure we address public safety. This is public safety. And for us to pluck out this program out of nowhere and recommend an 8% cut didn't make sense to me. Just because it's in the mayor's office doesn't mean that we need to cut it 8%, just like we're cutting his office, like we're cutting the council office. It's a program that works. Believe me, no matter how it operates, or we could discuss that and we could make changes to the operation, how it's operating, who's selecting, who's not selecting. The bottom line is that this is working. We are very proud of our crime statistics in this city. We are at record levels. However, in low-income communities and communities with gang-infested areas, you see it rising little by little. It's trickling. This is a huge prevention gap to make sure that young boys and girls have alternatives and have options. We shouldn't have plucked this program out of nowhere in Budget and Finance and given an 8% cut. We could have selected a number of other programs and perhaps need a lot more scrutiny than this program. But colleagues, this is a very important item for young people's lives to be safe. Believe me, I see it every day where I live in Ball Heights, and we don't want the rise in young people dying in our streets to continue.
And if I could just add, we are not disputing the 8% reduction in our grid staff salaries. I mean, that is part of the sacrifice we understand we need to take. It's the dollars going to the field, going to the contractual services.
Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Again, like Mr. Alarcon said, this was one of the items that when we worked on putting together 1B that we felt that we needed to try to keep intact to the best of our ability. I remember even though I don't remember when, it was either last year or year before last, Ms. Hahn had a measure on the ballot that would have netted, I want to say, approximately $30 million towards this prevention and intervention effort. And it almost passed. Now, in my view, her $30 million was still not enough. Her $30 million was still not enough. So I view this 1.8 figure as something that we need to try to keep in place. Any member from Ms. Hahn to, I know, in my district, and even I think in some of the areas in Mr. Park's district, can attest to the fact that the Summer Nights Lights program has been pretty successful, and I'm low-key that.
It has been very successful, sir. And if I can make a point, that Summer Night Lights is not a separate program. I refer to it as a summer reduction, our summer violence reduction strategy. So in some sense, since the beginning of the office, we've been very judicious in managing our budget so that we could expand programming during the summer, during the time that we know youth violence will spike. So it is important to look at Summer Night Lights as part of the overall comprehensive strategy that reduces violence during the summer.
No, and I agree, and to piggyback a little bit on what Mr. Weezer said, we are beginning to see upticks in various areas where it relates to gang activity. And I think in the event that we make this reduction, that you'll see even more of that. So this is something that I would hope the council would consider, at least holding on the desk until, when Mr. Cardenas comes back with his motion. It may be a way for us to continue this service.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Cardenas is working on a motion, as we all know, and in that motion will be funds that can assist us as we switch things around and add more revenues so we can do the gang intervention prevention grid stuff. So I was in budget and I voted to the cut. I'm now changing my vote, and I want to be public here and make it clear that that 1.4 or 1.3 million we're talking about for gang intervention prevention is as important a policing effort as the sworn officers in the context of dealing with it. So I stand within this process of a new revenue stream, and frankly, it makes sense. As it does also, the animal shelter would also come out of Mr. Cardenas' motion. So I'm going to second that motion to move forward with another revenue stream to assist both the animal shelter and obviously the gang intervention prevention strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
Again, I kind of wanted to echo what many of you had said, that I just feel like an 8% across the board cut is a mistake, and I don't think it should be treated just as we're asking other departments or council offices to make across-the-board cuts. This has not been given the chance it needs to have been given. We just started this recently, and we're seeing more bang for our bucks. I probably shouldn't use the word bang bucks when I'm talking about gangs, but we really are. I mean, crime has been reduced in watts. I mean, and frankly, we were upset at how little gang prevention and intervention is actually funded. I mean, many of us wanted it to be funded at a much higher level. We were upset that we only funded it to a certain extent. Certain communities were left out of the grid zone. So already it's at a bare minimum. And thank you for reminding me of the biggest heartbreak that we had in November of 2008 when 66.28% of the vote said yes to taxing themselves and generating $30 million a year to fund intervention, prevention, after-school job training. Let me tell you, public opinion is on our side on this one. People get it. If you put money into making sure we have good intervention, good prevention, after-school programs, we know that crime will go down. And I know we can't base everything on assumptions, but we do know that every gang murder in LA County costs about $1.6 million to taxpayers to process those murders. We know that a 4% increase in tourism equates to about $12 million to our general fund. We know the moment crime starts going up, gang violence starts going up, tourism will go down. And at a time when we need to recapture tourism in Los Angeles, this is not the right time, in my opinion, to begin short-circuiting this program. It makes sense. It hasn't been given enough time. And if, in fact, there is any reductions, we want those to go, from administrative costs first and out in the field second. And that's very important. But I hope under what we're going to be adopting today, we'll be able to find the funding to really fully fund back up to the $17 million. I mean, even that's not enough. But what you're doing with very little is important. And a big, huge shout out to all our intervention workers, all our prevention workers who have told me no matter what policy decision we make here today, they're not going to change their passion, they're not going to change their courage, they're not going to change probably even the hours they put into keeping our streets safe. To them we owe a huge debt of gratitude, but I also think we owe them a policy decision that supports the fact that we're probably getting much more for our money with those men and women who are out there in the streets and probably any other group of workers that we have working for us today.
Mr. Parks.
If I can make a point in relation also to, it's not, a fact that goes unseen, which is that in addition to all of the violence reduction services and crisis intervention calls that are done by the GRID office staff as well as intervention workers, we do in fact during the summer, our summer violence reduction strategy involves, to date we have hired over 1,000 community members, youth from those communities, community outreach workers. So I believe that we have, in fact, been using our funding judiciously and making sure that that funding stays in the community as well as in the process of reducing gang-related violence.
Mr. Parks? Oh, anything else?
You took a minute of my time.
That's how it works.
Let me just ask colleagues, I think one of the things that's important to realize, 18 months ago, we had a program called Bridges that we spent $12 million a year on. This program took its place and immediately went to $17 million. So without knowing how the $17 million has been spent over the last 18 months, how many grants have come in to leverage that $17 million, and how much rollover and how it's been reallocated, I think it's premature to be adding back the budget cut. And so I think the issue that you're looking at is we need some refinement, and that's one of the reasons for the footnote, is that we don't have that information. And again, a $5 million, I think if my math is correct, you're talking about a 25 to 30% increase in 18 months from 12 million to 17 million. And that's been in place. So a 1.4 cut is not even taking them back to where Bridges was at one time. So I'd ask for a report back for the council to understand how in the last 18 months the 17 million has been spent, what the grants that were leveraged, what the rollover, so we'd have an idea of the entire picture of the funding and how GRID is operated.
If I can make a comment regarding...
Second from Mr. Smith. Go ahead, sorry.
Specifically intervention. At the highest point of funding during the Bridges era, we were spending roughly $3.7 million on intervention. Where some of that budget has gone is that we have more than doubled the amount of money that we're spending on intervention workers. We increased the pool of intervention workers throughout the city, and we increased the amount of money a little bit more than doubled in that period of time. We've established minimum salary standards for intervention workers, along with mandatory health insurance and life insurance policy. We have, at any one point, we have between 97 and 101 intervention workers throughout the city working to reduce violence. We've increased their ability to respond quickly to crisis incidents by providing city-issued BlackBerries so that they can receive Racer notifications. We've augmented their intervention contracts during the summer in order to be able to respond to crises. We're establishing a CompStat inspection just for intervention workers, not including LAPD, in order to use technology to help them do their work. So we have been using the funds to increase the pool of services that reduce violence throughout the city since the office began.
And I think that's great. It's just that I don't think all of us have that kind of awareness, and that's why we asked for the report back.
I understand, sir.
Mr. Reyes?
Thank you, Council President. First, as we go through this painful process of understanding what we have in front of us in terms of money and resources, it's almost like this long playing musical chairs game where you keep moving things around and eventually the music stops, the money stops, there's no more chairs, and there's nothing to support us. But I think in that process of understanding impacts and what you were just describing, I know in my district we've had hot spots where the gang members would hang out or there was known to have gang activity, and today we don't have it. And today we have a store that's flourishing, we have a restaurant that's back to life, we have a 7-Eleven that no one went to is now actually generating business. There's locations like that throughout the city, especially certain parts of our district that is known for decades of gang infestation. Is your department or is your personnel in any way in a position to start identifying how these hotspots have been cooled down from the violence and the gang activity and revenues that are coming back into the community because people feel confident they can go buy their milk and their eggs and their tortillas or their bread or whatever it is, and actually bringing parts of our neighborhoods back to life, because indeed they were being shut down and the gangs did take control of certain corners or certain streets. Is there anything like that you could measure and or define?
Well, sir, there are lots of evaluations that we need to do in terms of the savings, what it saves the city in terms of dollars in processing gang-related homicides, but also the impact on businesses. And we haven't been able to do an evaluation of that magnitude, primarily because of lack of funds.
Well, maybe there's a sense of urgency to begin understanding that. Because if we cut off this funding, we might have to or might curtail it, there's a direct impact as to other opportunity costs. And our pie will continue to shrink, our general fund pie, if businesses continue to leave and or shut down because of gang violence.
We know the impact in terms of actual services, the service delivery component. But I was referring to the overall impact beyond that.
But if there was a physical, let's say there's a store that was abandoned or shut down, and it came back to life because people felt they can go there, there's a real indicator. And if you can see that, if there's any way we can isolate that in the limited resources you do have, I think it sends a loud message as to where the priority this should be, because it does affect us at many different levels. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we will await Mr. Cardenas's motion on this. There is also the motion that Mr. Parks moved and Mr. Smith seconded, which I think doesn't depend on that motion. Mr. Clerk, could you reiterate what that was?
That, I believe, was just a request to have a report back to council on how the $17 million was spent.
Okay. If there's no objection to that, let's go ahead and open the roll on the... Well, we'll accept that as a friendly amendment to this, and then that way when we vote on it.
What was the friendly amendment?
To get a report back on how the
That was a
$17 million
report back. But this item, we're not actually voting on, we're holding it till...
The next is 17...
F is in Frank.
F, and Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Weezer called that special. Mr. Weezer?
I was hoping we could hold that on the table until the other items come up, and some other motions are coming up, so.
Okay, Mr. Alacon, did you want to? You concur? Okay. Let's go to, let's see, number 19 was part of the Animal Services. Let's go to
I believe it's 27.
27.
Called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Ms. Hahn, item 27? This is the sworn hiring plan.
Oh, yes. You know, one of the things that I didn't like last time around was when we sort of got ahead of ourselves on the idea of the classes and hiring. And if you recall, the letters were already sent out, and then we had to make decisions on backtracking. I didn't like being put in that position, and I don't think that made any of us look good. So what I was hoping for, and maybe you can suggest it, some mechanism to put in place that if we are ever sort of ahead of schedule again, it's Public Safety Committee is notified, or I don't know if we want to like vote every time letters are sent out for a new class, but some mechanism. I don't know if that looks like quarterly reports to Public Safety Committee, or just if the police department gets ahead of itself in terms of hiring before they send the letters out. I would like some mechanism, colleagues, put in place so we don't find ourselves in that position again, that letters get sent out to offer jobs to recruits, and then we find out that we had to backtrack. Is there something that you can think of that we could have happen?
Councilwoman, you actually have a mechanism in the current year, which you could continue. Essentially, what it does is that if the police department there's an anticipated attrition schedule and anticipated hiring plan, and at any given point during the year, there's an expectation that we would have X number of officers employed on that date. And the mechanism that's in place right now is that if that drops 20 below, not 20 degrees below, but 20 officers below that anticipated level, that class would be deferred. And perhaps the CAO can actually expand upon that. But that's essentially the mechanism that we have in place.
And where does that fall with letters being sent out?
Yes, and essentially there would be no letters sent if the attrition level or the employment level is greater than or less than 20. So if it's less than 20 difference at that given point in time, so say that there's 9,950 officers. If you
we're saying ahead of schedule. Go ahead.
Our level is 9,963, so there's only 13 difference. If we're scheduled for a class, then technically speaking, they would not be sending letters out at that period of time. However, looking at the 9,963,
but the opposite, if you're ahead, I think is where I'm concerned about. If there's ahead, you're ahead of schedule.
Right. So we are actually ahead of plan, because if we were expecting that we would only be at, if we were at 9,940, and we were at 9,953, which means that we are ahead of plan, then we would not hire a class that would be scheduled at the
So you don't see that ever happening?
Well, it's a possibility, and I guess if you wanted to continue that, then you can certainly make that statement that you wish to continue the hiring triggers that are currently in place, which we do not have in the 10-11 year.
Okay, then I guess that's what I would move to do. Is there a second? Bill Rosendahl went like that. I mean a second. Okay.
Okay. Without objection, is that accepted as a friendly? Okay. Yes. Mr. Smith? Sorry. Would you reiterate the mechanism, Ms. So, for Chairman Smith?
Yes. Basically, the police department, there would be a hiring trigger that if at any given point in which a class is to be scheduled during that next pay period, that if the total number of officers is less than 20 below than anticipated, then there would be no class for that period.
Extending the current system.
That it would be exactly the same as the current hiring mechanism that we have today.
What's the difference?
Okay. Without objection, if that's accepted, it's a friendly amendment. Let's go ahead and please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 eyes.
All right, that is approved. Next, if we could go to item, I think, 32 is called special by Mr. Parks on healthcare.
Yes, if we have personnel staff come up, and also the CAO on... I'd just like to see if you can walk us through how we came up with these, computed these figures, because on the one hand, the numbers that were given to us in the budget, we found out later, we didn't allocate funds for this year's obligatory increases. But then on the other side, with the less number of employees, need to find out whether we reconciled those figures as to less employees and get the benefit of paying less into the system, but on the same time, whether in not computing the annual obligatory expenses, just how those funds balance, and also the issue of the unemployment. Does that have a role in coming up with what the true figures are in this area?
Okay, if I may just, when the budget was put together, it was certainly, there was assumed that a number, roughly about 2,000 additional bodies would be off the payroll. Also at that time, there were not rate increases projected into the budget. Most recently,
was that because we didn't know them, or?
We didn't know them, that is correct. Most recently, personnel did receive some information back from Mercer, their consultant, and based on some preliminary information, I believe Kaiser is now projected to be 8.5 for next year, and then Blue Cross was supposed to be in the range of about 12 to 12.5% for next year.
Okay, is that both of those potential increases included in item 32 with the little over 13 million?
That's correct. We went back and worked with personnel to come up with a number based on the number of projected position deletions and potential layoffs, and also roll in basically projected increases that would come into effect next January 1st.
Okay, and so how did we come out in the sense of the smaller number of personnel as we seen ERIP and closing down positions and retirements and such?
If I recall, basically we were looking at, in the budget process, we were looking at about 2,000 total layoffs over and above ERIP and et cetera. However, actually, when we got towards the end and looking at the numbers, it turned out there were not that many. That's where we came with the 761, and unfortunately it was too late to change some of the numbers in the mayor's proposed budget to reflect.
But does this number now take into account the reduction of workforce and the increases? So this is our expectation would be the total amount, the 13 million, the total amount increase. We do not have any other figures that would be of concern or that would come back later?
No. Basically, those are the numbers that, given the mayor's proposed budget, that the 13 is, we feel, is what will be needed for the employees that will remain.
Okay.
And also to factor in the increases.
Okay. Is there any other funds? Because I think when we spoke at the Budget and Finance, Personnel Department was saying that they were looking at two different funds that might balance themselves out, or we thought there was some, because of the reduction in workforce, that there may be another account that could overlap into these funds that would minimize any additional funds being allocated?
I believe we were discussing the unemployment insurance numbers, actually looking at those and scrubbing through some of the numbers based on what we determine as a base, plus the layoffs that have been put into effect for the current year, plus the projection for next year, that basically we still need sort of the balance of the $20+ million.
Because at one time when we talked about the potential of basically the unemployment, that we thought there was going to be at one time, some fairly decent amount of money returned to the budget. Is that now?
At some point, yes, we thought there would be some amount of savings, but as we worked with personnel, it really, the net effect overall was at 13.4.
Okay, so they balance themselves out.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker.
No, I didn't. Alex wanted to say anything.
Yes, I asked Mr. Santana to get up there because this is sort of a little tip of the iceberg, which is really the bigger issue we have to deal with, not this moment in time, but as we go back to the negotiating table. The omission of health care of another $13.4 million just points out the graphic notion of the health care costs that we face as a city, that we as a city tax-paying group can't sustain it much longer, if at all. Would you bring us into the loop, Mr. Santana, about our employee health care costs, how it is part of the structural deficit, and frankly, the cows have come home, the chickens have come home to roost, all the animals, everybody, we're all aware that health care is a big deal. Take us through it a little bit. Would you offer this out?
That is correct. Healthcare is one of the principal drivers behind our structural deficit. Just to give you a snapshot, back in 2001-2, the city spent $103 million on civilian healthcare benefits for approximately 23,570 employees.
Wait a minute, say that again, because there's too much noise around here. People are not listening, and this happens to be one of the most central issues in our budget, which is health care costs.
Yes. As I indicated, back in 2001 and 2, we spent $103 million for our civilian health care plan. Today, in this year's budget, we are estimated to spend $218 million. So our health care costs have clearly grown in the last 10 years, almost doubled in the overall number, more than doubled. The same is true in our sworn. It was back in 2001-2, it was $74 million. Today, for this fiscal year, we're at $150 million. So healthcare is one of the areas that, not just in the city, but any small business, any organization, has been experiencing approximately a 10% increase in healthcare costs across the board. Without getting into too much detail on my labor negotiations, but just to give a general sense, if there was an opportunity to have our employees contribute more to our healthcare system, that would certainly go a long way in addressing our structural deficit, as well as...
When you say an opportunity for our employees to participate, what does the private sector person basically pay for their health care versus what we, fortunate members of the government?
We're very fortunate at the City of Los Angeles. We provide a very generous health care plan. Our employees receive options that they could afford, and the increased costs are mainly absorbed by the city itself rather than the employee. And so,
how dramatic a difference is it from what the government absorbs versus what the private sector?
It's hard to say because each private sector is slightly different. I think that there's multiple strategies to healthcare. The first is changing the cost sharing ratio, but the second is really working and being more aggressive in holding our providers accountable to reducing the increased costs in healthcare. Kaiser is proposing increasing our cost by 8% for next year. The other provider, Blue Cross, is proposing increasing it by 23%. And that increase is a huge burden on the city. Part of my discussions with labor has been to figure out how do we use our muscle and the size and the huge number of folks that we have utilizing that system to really drive down that cost. So those two areas are really part of our overall strategy to addressing our healthcare issues. The second is, of course...
I mean, it's something we can't defer anymore. Is that what you're saying? 'Cause you just
No, I think that as the budget increases, as in the next few years, if you look at our structural deficit, the biggest drivers behind it are our healthcare costs and our pension costs. You know, the size of our workforce, as was discussed earlier, is being dramatically reduced. Our workforce will be at a level it's been in over 12 years. So we should expect that with a smaller workforce, with less people on our rolls, that our healthcare costs would go down. Unfortunately, the percentage that our healthcare costs have increased outweigh the reduction in our workforce, and so there has to be something done to reduce that overall cost in our healthcare system.
And something has to be done, and I'm sure the unions appreciate the reality. We all do. There's no way out except for us to assume more of our own health care responsibility and bills.
Yeah, and that's consistent with the direction that your council has given me in terms of the negotiations we've engaged in with our bargaining units.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we got that focus here just for a minute or two, that the health care costs are significant, continue to rise significantly, and unless we address the issue, it'll be one of the most chronic structural deficits, obviously, in the city's history. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other speakers on the queue, so we have this item. If you can please open the roll. Mr. Kretz, did you want to speak on this one? Let's wait on the roll. Mr. Kretz.
Sorry, I was out doing a quick interview with some animal general manager candidates. Not sure if I said that right.
Yeah, I think it's for animal services candidates, not animal general managers.
Animal services general manager candidates.
It's a fine line.
Question is, have we done anything to try and make sure that this line item doesn't increase? Are we negotiating with our healthcare companies to reduce or eliminate a potential increase?
There's a meeting of both joint management and labor committee that meets on a monthly basis. Their meetings on Thursday. This issue will be part of that discussion. I think we should, because of the huge anticipated increase that we're expecting from one of the providers, I think the city should maintain all of its options open, including pursuing a new RFP for another provider to try to control those costs. A 23% increase is a huge bill for the city to take, and I think we need to do everything we can within our power to reduce that.
So are we being premature and capturing this figure and putting it into the budget when we have some anticipation that we'll do better than that?
Well, I think, again, when the budget was put together, we didn't budget for that increase, and so to put nothing in that account would be unrealistic. I think the number that we have is a fair number. I would recommend keeping it. It goes into a fund that gets carried over, but if we're going to be as aggressive as we can to reduce that cost. And so until we have more information and have actually pinned that down, I would recommend leaving it the way it is.
And if we wind up leaving it the way it is, and we are able to reduce that number, what do we do with those reduced dollars? Do we just throw it back in the reserve, or can we use it to offset furloughs or some other thing that we've taken out of the hides of our employees?
If for some reason we were to have a surplus in that trust fund, I think that would be a policy decision your council would make in terms of how to utilize those funds.
Can you at least, at a minimum, flag that for us should that occur?
Absolutely.
So that we can discuss trying to ease some of the hit that we've given to our employees.
Councilman, those funds are actually in the unappropriated balance, so they would come back to you for approval with regard to expenditure no matter what. So these monies cannot be spent without coming back to you. So if these are not needed for that purpose, it would be to your discretion to use those funds by council and mayoral action on how to spend. So it would come back to you regardless.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
I just wanted to add some instructions, if we may, for some of the healthcare provision. And I think I shared with you colleagues, I looked at about 12 or 13 of the last years of budgets, and contrary to a lot of myths out there, we haven't seen our salaries increase more than the private sector here, public sector. We don't have too many employees, contrary to what we just read in the Wall Street Journal. We're back to 1997 levels. We have been putting steadily more and more money in our reserve fund each year, so we haven't been caught flat-footed. And the growth of our general fund budget is actually exactly the same growth of our country's GDP, which is less than what Los Angeles' growth was in the same period. So, those myths aside, the biggest drivers are really the revenue picture and then healthcare and retirement payments that we have to make. And I think if you go back a couple more years from your baseline, Mr. Santana, it actually goes up, I think, fourfold from 1997, because 97 to 2000 must have been some pretty dramatic increases, maybe a doubling there. One of the things that I think our employees deserve is for us to be as good consumers as we can. And the Joint Labor Management Group that looks at healthcare has really been good on helping reduce some of those costs, sometimes increasing our own co-pays as employees. We've made those sorts of sacrifices. So when people say, why aren't you doing more for your healthcare, we actually have, but I think we also know we have to do more. One of the ways we can be better consumers, we have two primary healthcare providers. We're a huge part of their economic picture. And I think I'd like to give instructions to the management side at least, and I think labor would probably join me on this too, potentially, but at least give the direction here from the policymaking body, that we look at other providers if they aren't willing to negotiate to bring costs down, because all I've heard is that they're actually going to be increasing costs on us. With the number of employees we have, with the sort of buying power that we have in the marketplace, and I had a colleague, not an elected colleague, but a colleague of mine who said, why aren't you bringing the providers of those health care plans in here and raking them over the coal and publicly saying, what can you do on each of these things? Why are Band-Aids going up double? Why are CAT scans suddenly tripling? Whatever the things are. And actually hold them accountable. I think our workers deserve that. Certainly our budget deserves it. But I'd like to instruct that we look elsewhere for other providers if they're not willing to reduce costs in a year like this.
I'll second that.
And also look at preventative incentives. I mean, that's the place where I think labor, management all agrees. And just as a final story, like after Vons had the strike, the grocery strike, they actually started an independent company that helps drive down their healthcare costs by looking at preventative incentives where we actually give money to employees at Vons now who do that work, and it's driven their healthcare costs down pretty dramatically. I know Mr. Zine has talked about that, whether it's gym memberships and other things, but we have a very few people who drive the cost for all of us of healthcare, and much of that can be prevented if we also emphasize that in negotiations too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. You have a second from Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Clerk, no further speakers in the queue. Would you please open the roll on this item? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 34, called special by Councilmember Labange.
He's running. He's jogging. He's trying to.
We have representatives of the Library Department here. If they could take the center table. No one wants to take away hours of service, but the reality is we have to take away Sundays at our regional libraries and another day. Our libraries, if you go in right now to any library, you would see it packed with people, especially in the next hour as school gets out of session. If our librarian could give a little update on matters concerning this item 34 and how you see the libraries at fiscal year 10-11, plus Madam C. L.A., if you could also tell us what type of potential improvement we could have if things turn better in the fall to get add-back hours at our libraries. In addition to that, because we're asking the library to serve the people at its greatest time, which is from noon to 8 o'clock in the day, and on weekends to 6 p.m. on Saturdays. What type of rotation shift would that be for your employees to make sure everybody has an opportunity to work on Saturdays and not work on Saturdays? Mr. Gomez.
Yes, Martin Gomez, General Manager.
Why don't you grab the microphone and put it a little closer to you? Thank
Yes,
you.
Martin Gomez, General Manager, Library Department. With respect to the item number 34, this is very helpful to us. We're actually in the process now of doing research on what opportunities we can expand within the Library Department for volunteer efforts, and so this will help us once we get that all covered to actually do some better promotion for volunteer opportunities in the library. With respect to the budget and impact, again, as I mentioned earlier, given the current proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year, we are looking at 5 days of service in the library. In my opinion, that would require, and I'm starting to work on this now, that we have a day that includes the weekend. With limited workforce, that's going to be a Tuesday through Saturday with most likely one shift. Key elements to that are going to be that we have the capacity to use our as-needed line item budget for substitutes, as well as trying to find some way to give rotation for our staff so they wouldn't have to be required to work every Saturday, but right now that's looking very, very difficult for us.
Now, that's looking difficult. As chair, I'd like to have a little more time, if I could, Mr. President. That's looking a little more difficult because of what reason?
Well, a number of bodies, basically, and the other part is we're not sure at this point what the final outcome is going to be on the budget. Given the number of positions, the ERIP, there's still about 1 more month of ERIP that's going to be processed, so it's going to be dependent on the number of people we have on staff, the classifications that we have, and that's all going to be based on the policy decision with respect to the budget.
And we have 73 branch libraries, including Central Library?
That's correct.
Okay, and it costs about $2 million a year for a branch, and much more for the larger regionals. And basically, how many employees does it take to staff a local branch library like this afternoon at, let's say, Mar Vista, Los Feliz?
It takes about 4 librarians, 4 clerk typists, and 2 messenger clerks, so about 10 people.
10 people, so that's a large commitment of staff for those hours. Members, it's not a good year, but it's our libraries are our best bang for the buck in the sense of response of people who use it, young and old alike, especially those students and others who have an opportunity to enhance in this tough economy, try to learn about other opportunities and job skills. But I wanted to bring this up because the word volunteer is extremely important as we look to the future of collaborating with organizations, the Volunteer Bureau, the Library Foundation, and others. I solicit all your comments and input on this. Again, I'm not happy about the proposal for, none of us are happy about the proposal for the cut in hours, but we want to make sure we can keep the library system going, and with hopes in a better day we could turn out more hours for the patrons of Los Angeles. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Parks, our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to respond. Tom, one of the things, we have a motion that's going to circulate, and for those that are wondering what happens if we get an overabundance of money, some of the things that came out of the budget and finance that we put on the ledger is to look at issues such as restoring child care at Rec and Parks, restoring library services, restoring police overtime, including 911, restoring fire department modified staffing, restoring Northeast Animal Shelter, restoring urban forestry, tree planting, Channel 35, restoring general services, also the account receivable as part of FMIS, budget stabilization fund, also our reserve fund, and then also public works, illegal dumping and bulky items. Those are some things that we weren't able to address during the budget, but that's on a motion as a list. They're not prioritized, but they're a list of things that were not able to be added back.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and open the roll on 34, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 37, called special by Councilmember Weezer.
Mr. Weezer, item 37.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, this item puts into the UB $869,000, $854 of anticipated rents at El Pueblo from the merchants. I would suggest that this dollar amount seems a bit too high. In fact, right now, all the stakeholders involved in this process have agreed towards getting a mediator to come up with what the new rents will be. That includes the mayor's office, my office, city attorney's office, and in the next month or two, we are going to be discussing that and see what the new rents will be. What this item has done, without my input, is to provide for what the new rents would be should the April 1st rents as requested by the Pueblo management be implemented, and those are bound to change. I think that this is a bit too high here. Let me ask the question. This has been put in the UB, so if we reduce this amount, does that mean that our deficit, we have that gap in our deficit?
No, this would not affect that.
It does not. Okay, so then if we reduce it and we come up with some more realistic numbers, it would not increase our deficit there. Okay.
Do you want to maybe, Mr. Weezer, say like up to?
Yeah,
so
I'd like
you don't
to,
have to peg any certain amount, but...
Pardon me, I can't hear
you.
you.
Want to say up to, and that way you don't peg any specific amount?
Yeah, we could amend this to say up to, recognizing that that number is most likely to change.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a second to that?
Yeah, I'll second that. Mr. LaBonge? Did you want to say anything? Okay, sorry, I saw you in the queue. Okay. With that, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item.
Item 39, called special by Councilmember Hahn.
All right, Ms. Hahn, we have item 39 for the bid trash bag support.
Actually, this is fine. I'm actually going to bring forth a motion about illegal dumping at another place, so.
All right, let's go ahead and prepare the roll then. Mr. Alico?
Actually, I just wanted information on this one. Does this basically say the Public Works is going to pay for the trash bags? Okay, but it's in some special fund account that they've got. Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item called special.
Item 41, called special by Councilmember Perry.
Okay, Ms. Perry, item 41.
Thank you, Mr. President. The mayor's proposed budget would have eliminated 3 of the 13 authorized Prop O positions within the Bureau of Sanitation. Through the committee process, 2 of these positions were reinstated, and that change is reflected in the CLA report. Subsequently, the CAO and the CLA and the Bureau reviewed the need for the 3rd resolution authority and have agreed that it should be reinstated. This position, an Environmental Specialist 3, assists with water quality analysis, prepares technical reports, and coordinates and submits reports to the Water Board. There is no impact to the general fund to reinstate this position, so I wanted to make this motion to reauthorize 1 environmental specialist, 3 resolution authority in the Bureau of Sanitation, authorizing salary savings to provide funding for this position, and to authorize the CAO to make any technical corrections as necessary to implement the intention of the council.
Okay, I'll second that. Okay. Go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Item 43, called special by Councilmember Alarcon.
Mr. Alarcon, item number 43. This is the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator.
Actually, I just wanted to extend a courtesy to Chief Featherstone to discuss this item. This is essentially taking a position from under his bailiwick and moving it to DOT, and I want to extend the courtesy to allow him to make a comment.
Okay. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. We were concerned that the information that the Budget and Finance Committee received was not the full breadth and scope of the information available relative to memo number 4 from DOT. Dealt with issues like the alliance funding, DOT staffing, et cetera, but it speaks to the major issue of consolidation, which we think with the current fiscal situation is probably the most effective business model for emergency management, emergency preparedness here in the city. Having the various emergency preparedness coordinators throughout the city centralized under the EMD's umbrella is probably most effective. It's not too dissimilar a business model than what the CAO does with its analysts being farmed out to different agencies and departments, but under one guidance and jurisdiction. The other thing has to do with the argument presented about it being the position in question here being grant funded. It's a general fund position, and also there's other arguments about the fact that that not having this capability in DOT eliminates the ability for them to apply for certain emergency management grants. That's not exactly correct. So we would ask that the agency look at the information that we provided to shed better light on the situation. I think it's a more balanced perspective than what was originally presented.
Thank you, Mr. Featherstone. Mr. Parks, and then Mr. Lamonge.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, this is an item that was, in our judgment, an error made because it was never been in this department. It was in transportation. The budget moved it to emergency preparedness, and we as a committee and as a city put this position no more than a year or so ago in DOT. And we certainly were going down the path of having decentralized coordinators because of the budget. Some of them have been cut, and there was a recommendation to pull the remaining 2 or 3 under emergency preparedness. So the committee's action was merely to correct what we thought was a mistake of moving the position out of DOT because there was a specific purpose for it 18 months to 2 years ago, and we thought that purpose was still there and was viable, and the reason for that move was, other than centralizing it, didn't appear to, in our judgment, have as much bearing on why we originally approved the position. So that we felt we were correcting an error on this position and moving it.
Mr. Lamonge?
General Manager Featherstone, or should I say Chief or Captain, or what do you like?
Jim.
GM. Hey, Jim. GM Jim. How many in your staff?
24.
24?
Yes, sir.
And we have about, how many operating departments now? About 39, or?
We have over 40 operating departments.
Right. So, but you could work within the system that we got now?
Yes, sir.
Right. And then this position is leaving your department?
No, the position is not in our department. The position, we are asking that it be consolidated along with other EPC positions in EMD.
And are we taking that action today?
What's before you in the mayor's budget proposed that this position be moved from the Department of Transportation to the Emergency Management Department.
Right, which is...
The Budget and Finance Committee report says to keep it in Department of Transportation, not to make that move.
Well, just for explanation, so Mr. Parks is chair on this here. The DOT person, what did they do? Does anyone know?
We budgeted for this position a couple of years ago because we thought there was a need because of the size of the department, because they deal with emergency preparedness. They're sometimes the first responders or they're in the field when this occurred, that they needed their own department, emergency preparedness coordinator, that kept their personnel up to date and basically trained in response to emergency issues. That position was there for a year and a half because we didn't fulfill the budgetary commitment to add others that we were heading towards. Then the decision was made to move it out of DOT. We think that that's, in my judgment, an error because of the size of the department and how they function and being on the street. It was important that they maintain that in-house expert.
Right, and this is a in-house traffic officer or in-house engineer, and
I don't know the position.
This is an emergency preparedness
We have the
coordinator.
department here. Why don't we come on? I don't know what exactly.
Alan Willis. Alan. Thank you, Alan. Alan, give us your blunt explanation on this.
Okay.
Alan Willis with the Department of Transportation. This person is an emergency preparedness coordinator, a former traffic officer, former transportation engineering aide. Knows the department well, served us for many years until she moved out and got into the EPC ranks and served successfully there. We brought her back because this person is key for keeping us up to date on our emergency readiness. If you look at it, almost always the third department in after police and fire is DOT.
Right, so what happens in an emergency? Just what's the scenario? There's an emergency in a part of the city now. That particular person would then...
That person is trained and certified to be our agency representative. That there's a unified command post set up.
Right.
During the recent mudslides, she and I alternated duty in that unified command post out of the fire station in the valley. And so when I retire in 3 weeks, she's going to be the person that's going to have that duty full-time for the department.
Jim, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. Mr. Willis is not entirely incorrect. But by having that person in EMD does not negate or take away the service that person can provide. In fact, having that person as a part of EMD is actually a force multiplier. We recently did training for DOT, and the training was done in collaboration with the EPC who is in DOT, along with the cadre of emergency preparedness coordinators in EMD. So having the person in EMD gives that person the use or the immediate access of the cadre of their cohorts to provide any training as necessary. Mr. Willis is right. This person is qualified to staff a position at the Unified or an Incident Command Post, but staffing a Unified or Incident Command Post is not a one-person issue. So it requires depth from all of the departments. Yes, this person is a transportation expert, but this person is also an excellent emergency preparedness coordinator. So, like I said, speaking to the greater issue of consolidating the emergency preparedness and emergency management efforts in the city, having this person under EMD's jurisdiction does not take anything away from DOT's emergency management, emergency preparedness responsibilities.
In your opinion?
As the emergency manager of the city, in my opinion, yes, sir.
And in the opinion of Mr. Willis, it hurts your function. Mr. Smith, could you help me on this here? Because you've been a public safety expert. I'd like to say Mr. Zine, but I know you have a greater experience.
A little over time there, Mr. Lamont as well. Yes, Mr. Smith?
Just one quick, they're both right?
They're both right.
Okay, now the question is, if my understanding is that this position is being paid for out of the DOT budget, is that correct?
Yes, we got the position authority last year, no money for it, so we paid for it out of our own budget, our own salary savings.
So you would say that if you want to transfer this to EMD, then it should be taken, then the cost factor should not be paid by your budget? They would have to assume it?
My understanding is when the position was originally proposed to be transferred to them, they were given general fund monies to pay for the position, where we were just given the position and no money, and yet we found the money because it was that important to us.
So there you go.
Okay, so they're both right, so you punt down the middle. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, if there's no other members that wish to be heard on this item, we have the recommendation, no further amendments before us. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item, please.
Item 46, called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Ms. Hahn, we have item 46, the Building and Safety
Well, you know what, I'm
Enhancement
good.
Program.
I'm good.
Okay. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay. Next item, please.
Item 51, called special by Councilmember Hahn.
51, called special by Ms. Hahn.
Okay. All right, this is about reducing the funding from $100,000 to $16,000 for training for CDD, which currently was provided by Dunn. And CDD has said they felt like $16,000 was not enough to really provide the level of training that the department, that Dunn provided for $100,000. I guess my question was, what are we really talking about here? What kind of training? I know that some of the neighborhood councils are concerned about this item, which is why I wanted to bring it up. What kind of training are we talking about? And what impact is this actually going to have on neighborhood councils functioning in a way that that they expect.
Say, absent the department, which has now showed up, in our memo, we outlined a few things that they wanted to provide some additional training, or actually continued training. That is Robert's Rules of Order, the Brown Act requirements, budget development, government auditing requirements, the actually neighborhood board, their development, the ethics piece, ethics training, and then also some general resource and other related, neighborhood council activities.
Yeah. Were any of these functions considered being given to ethics, for instance, to perform the ethics training?
No, not for next year. That is
Right. How do you respond to the Community Development Department saying this was not enough money to adequately provide this kind of training? Tough luck.
Rhonda Gaston, Assistant General Manager, CDD. Before CAO responds to that, the department has looked within our existing resources to determine whether or not we would be able to conduct training at level amount as what Dunn did in the past year, given the reduction in funding. We are exploring that within our capacity build line item within our CDBG budget. We do provide training for some of the neighborhood councils, so we would look to see how we can actually expand that without going forward and asking for more dollars. We were requested in the budget to come back with a full plan related to the transition from Dunn to CDD. I think it's line item K within this particular package.
Do we have that final ordinance?
I'm sorry?
Do we have the final ordinance on the transfer of the duties of Dunn to CDD, which by charter is supposed to happen before we make any transition?
I don't believe it's been transmitted yet, but I believe a draft has been in the works.
I think that's part of the problem. I see Mr. Koretz standing up, anxious to get Krikorian. It's only 3 o'clock. I'm not even tired. Mr. Krikorian standing up, waiting to talk to this issue. But part of the problem I have, Mr. Krikorian, is that, again, according to our charter, we have to have an ordinance that specifically lays out when we dismantle one department or transfer duties to another office or department. That has not happened, so I think items like this are problematic because it feels like the reduction in funding that translates to training is kind of in a vacuum. We don't really understand what impact this has because we really haven't seen what the plan is to get rid of this department, what the plan is to make this transition, and it's difficult to see long-term how this actually impacts our neighborhood councils, Mr. Krikorian. What do you think about that?
I believe the mayor's office is planning to transmit relatively soon, and we were asked to report back concurrently within the next couple of weeks in terms of a transition plan. And we're meeting with Dunn Bonk as well as Dunn Advocates right now so that we are ready to report back at the time that the mayor does transmit.
I think my problem is, I know I'm over, but my problem is, July 1st, there's no more funding for Dunn. So how do we make this transition, and how do the duties and obligations of Dunn get transferred without a plan?
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn, right? It's Hahn, is it? Okay. Ms. Hahn, you've put your finger on an important point. The reorganization or proposed reorganization of Dunn into the CDD absolutely will require an ordinance that needs to come before this council. It's premature to presuppose the outcome of that discussion in council in the budgetary process. And so today I will be introducing a motion that will restore all of the Dunn package back to Dunn until we can have that ordinance reviewed in council, in the committee, and brought back, because it's just really inappropriate, I think, to consider items like this as a budgetary matter before this council has had an opportunity to consider the policy implications of the reorganization in itself. So I appreciate you raising the issue. I would ask, actually, that we defer action on this item until such time as we can consider the motion on restoring that funding back to Dunn, reducing the funding that's budgeted currently for CDD in a like amount, so it's revenue neutral, so long as we're preserving the policy options of being able to consider in this council whether it's appropriate to do that reorganization, and if so, under what terms are we going to, and in what form are we going to preserve those functions?
Okay.
And if I may, Mr. President, I stand corrected. The mayor's office has advised me that the ordinance has been released from their office a week ago, as of a week prior to last Monday.
A week after? Last Monday?
Last Monday.
It has not yet been heard in committee, but yes.
Okay. All right, so you have a motion coming forward on that, you said? You want to hold this until your motion is considered?
Yes, please.
Okay. Mr. Zine? You okay? All right. Next item, then?
Item 50.
I'm sorry, yeah, Mr. Rosendahl wanted to reconsider 46. If there's no objection, let's go ahead and open the roll on reconsideration. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Back before us, Mr. Rosendahl.
But just a footnote on what Mr. Krikorian, because I was up for that as well. I totally agree with what you're doing on that. We need to go through a process. My neighborhood councils mean a lot to me, and they're definitely concerned. So when we make a policy decision on that, it should come back into this process.
Absolutely.
So Ms. Hahn and Mr. Krikorian, thanks very much. 46, I asked for reconsideration because there was a mumble on the other side of the room, and we voted on something, and frankly, I'd like to ask Building and Safety to come up on 46 and talk about it. Apparently, one of my colleagues said she has a motion circulating. I haven't seen the motion, and we approved something, and I don't particularly like it. Come on up, Building and Safety, real quick. Okay. 46, as you can see, colleagues, in our book, it instructs the Department of Building and Safety to submit for the council consideration Building and Safety Performance Enhancement Program and the potential impact on this program of 80 positions proposed for deletion in the 2010-2011 budget. Bring us up to date. Explain this to us, because I'm not for getting rid of these positions. Go for it.
Yes. Good afternoon, Building and Safety, Ray Chen, Executive Officer. The department here is proposing to avoid layoff of 80 department enterprise fund revenue generating employees, but instead we are proposing to furlough them to balance the enterprise fund budget.
Instead of limiting, why? Explain.
Quickly. Okay. What is this like this? Because the department for last year, we have lost 164 enterprise fund revenue generating employees.
An enterprise fund person. Who is that?
Enterprise fund is a fund where we collect fees from the development industry in order for permits and also for plan checks to provide inspection service and plan check service to development projects. So last year we have a total of 872 employees, and because of the furloughs and also different attritions, we are already down to 708 employees. And these are all inspectors, engineers, and support staff to perform plan check and inspection service to all the projects development in the city of Los Angeles. There's already a 19% reduce. And if we have to do another 80 layoff, which is another close to 10% reduction, it will take our new construction fee revenue cost recovery staff down to 682. And based on our analysis, it will take us approximately 780 employees. That's the average for the last 10 years ups and downs, revenues, to do the calculation. It is way below our needed
Okay, so the bottom line is, these are revenue-generating positions in building and safety, correct?
Yes.
So instead of eliminating these positions, you're proposing furloughs?
Yes.
Explain the furlough strategy.
Okay. We are going to, we'd like to propose to have furloughs because we believe that by furloughing all the department staff, that would save. Hi, my general manager is here already. That's Mr. Bud Overham. That by doing that, then we would be able to balance our enterprise fund budget instead of the layoff. We also want to emphasize a couple of points. Number one,
this has absolutely no impact to the general fund. Absolutely no impact to the general fund. I just had a conversation with CAO, with David Luther. I think we all agree that from a business standpoint, that it is better for us, building safety, to have furlough instead of layoff, and at the same time, that there's no impact on general fund.
Okay,
So we-
hearing that, Mr. Obram, you're the head of Building and Safety. Bottom line is, we eliminate 80 positions, we are eliminating revenue-generating positions, we're eliminating positions that are part of the multiplier effect when Building and Safety goes into a situation for development, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so your proposal is to furlough how many people, for what period of time, to keep those positions relevant, so we get those revenue-generating positions
We
going?
would propose to furlough all of our people in the department for 26 days. So 26 days, we think, gets us basically the same amount of money as the layoffs would accomplish.
So you're basically saying, in a very strong way, that furloughing is better than layoffs, and that your department, how many members in your department?
Well, it's decreasing by the day. Today, we would say...
I would say that for the enterprise fund, we have approximately 710 people.
So all 710 people would take furlough days, and that would save 70 or 80 positions?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay, so where is that in this process around the table? What are we voting on now?
We had moved forward what had been recommended. There's nothing else before us right now. Although I
So
think
they will
there,
report back with how they'll put these strategies
I believe,
in place?
Mr. Wesson, your motion addresses some of this as well? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Mr. Alacon is next, Mr. Parks, Mr. Zine, Mr. Wesson, and Ms. Hahn in that order. Mr. Alacon.
I seconded a motion initiated by Mr. Wesson that would essentially identify the revenue that would be generated by restoring these positions, trying to get our hands around that figure of how much revenue that would be, and therefore how much staffing could be restored. The motion suggests that there would be $3.3 million in revenue generated that would allow us to restore 73 positions. Can you give us your analysis of that?
Let's see if Karen can answer that more precisely.
I'm a little bit lost in the question, but all of these...
The question essentially is, if we restored 73 positions, would you be able to generate the $3.3 million to cover the cost of those positions?
Through furloughs. Through furloughs?
Excuse me, the $3.3 million, I think might be an error that the CAO plans to correct later, or...
This would not be corrected by the CAO.
Maybe I should answer it this way. If we can save all these 71, 73, 80 positions by having furloughs for all the enterprise fund staff within the department, which is approximately
$5 million.
It's about $5 million.
That's what we've proposed. We have proposed that 26 days of furloughs. One furlough per pay period would be the dollar equivalent, $5 million plus of 73 layoffs.
Councilman? Councilman, maybe I
So let me state it this way. Would the restoring the furlough time...
Would they assume from related?
You're essentially saying that you would generate the money to pay for that furlough time, or more?
From the furlough time, we will save the money from the furlough time to restore those positions that, on the table to be laid off.
The verb you're using here is important. We're saying that we would save the money. You're saying we would generate the money.
The question is, why wouldn't we want to do that?
Our recommendation would be that you do that.
No, that's my question. Why wouldn't we want to do that?
If I may, what we're talking about, it is not a revenue issue. It's an expenditure issue. Building safety, as proposed in the budget, was to basically take a reduction on the expenditure side. What the department is proposing, or to not lay off about 71 bodies now, is in the enterprise fund, they're willing to implement furloughs or one-time savings in order to mitigate those 71 layoffs. So it's basically they want to use the furlough option in order to basically balance on the expenditure side to their projected revenues.
So basically, these positions are not revenue-generating positions in the same sense as, say, an Office of Finance person would be. These positions would not be generating any additional revenue. The revenue that comes in is based on what projects are coming in that are checked or whatever. So these wouldn't be generating any additional revenue. What it basically does is that when there's the economy improves and more projects are coming through, and those folks are coming through to have things checked or whatever it is they would have building and safety do, then they would be paying a fee, and those fees would cover the cost of the...
To say it conversely, if we eliminate these positions, it slows down the process of development and reduces the potential capacity for us to generate the fees.
Yes, we agree with that, yes.
Yes. Okay. So the question remains, why on earth would we want to do that?
Mr. Parks.
Please don't say that.
Let me just, we dealt with this in committee, and it is a brainer. The issue is that the whole thing of the enterprise account is supposedly money generated so you can do work. And you're supposed to fluctuate that account as to revenue in that account. And so if you get into your reserves and go beyond that, then you become a general fund liability. And so the issue of you spending that money when work isn't coming in to compensate for it, you're again filling up your positions and moving forward on your costs before the money comes in to compensate for those positions. And so that's what we're concerned with, and that's why we did not approve the 80, because you would have to then, if you start hiring them and work didn't come in, what would you do with them? And then if you bled through your reserves, it would be then a general fund obligation. So that's what we're saying, is that when work starts creeping up, you're supposed to be on the front end of it, hiring to accommodate that work. But if that work isn't coming in, to hire people today on the enterprise account as it is today would be money that you have no expectation of getting today on a whim that something may happen down the road. And then if you hire them, it's almost impossible to get rid of them because they're not on contract. They are now city employees. And so that's what our concern is that you're exhausting the very resources of the enterprise fund that was set up to modulate this work effort versus number of people. Yes.
I totally understand what you're saying, and it is absolutely not our intention to further exhaust our reserves. Our reserves, and our reserves are different, as I explained in the last meeting. It's not reserves in the sense that the general fund has.
No, it's the reserves in your enterprise fund.
Services not yet rendered. And so we have to keep that money going forward. We are now, 2 years ago, that carry forward balance was like $70 million. Now it's down to 12.2, 12.5, looking at going down to $10 million. Our absolute intention in the budget that we have submitted does not take the reserves any lower than that. It's $90 million in, $90 million out. I think the difference here is what the CAO has talked about is having the 80 layoffs, reducing our workforce, and if the work comes in, hire people back. Our goal is to keep the people on board with furloughs to reduce our numbers, and if the work doesn't come in, reduce the workforce accordingly.
But the problem
My fear is that if we don't have the people and the work does come in, we won't be able to process it, and everything will be
spoken like a true general manager.
Thank you, sir.
The problem is, from the perspective of the CAO and for the Budget Committee, you've taken a one-year benefit of saying, let me cut the salaries. You've not cut into the pension and the overhead. And that's what the benefit of laying people off. You're paying a part of the tab.
Let us speak to that.
Okay.
Now, Councilmember Parks, I agree with you. It is about 2 years ago when business was going down. Just want to give you some new statistics for the last 6 months. The number of permits that we issue has increased by 10% from 50,000 6 months to 55,000+ 6 months.
Why isn't that showing up in your reserve?
Yeah, that was his question.
We are not. For the past 4 months, we have already, our revenue and expenditures, they match already. We are not going into our reserve. We have been going into our reserve for the past 20 months, but things completely stabilized. And as a matter of fact, for the last 3 months, we start to see our revenues a little bit equal or beyond expenditure every month. So that is encouraging.
Okay, but that's expenditures of people that are on your payroll. You're saying, let me basically pay for furloughs so I can keep people on that you're going to pay their overhead and you're going to get the benefit of their salary. So until your reserve and your enterprise fund begin to get a lot more money, you're not going to have the ability to balance that, because if you're down to 10 million now, how quickly can you evaporate that?
We are not, because we have our 10 million is already the line. We have already reached our revenue and expenditure midpoint at $10 million. And my general manager also has proposed that we will build in some triggers along the way. For every 3 months, if we go any further down than the $10 million or whatever the trigger may be, then we are going to exercise layoff.
What happens if you miss your trigger?
And then after that, if you can press your button again.
What happens if you miss your trigger and the revenue doesn't come in and you've now not removed the people that the budget is already accounted for, they're gone?
Based on the revenues and business volume coming in, we don't see it that way, Councilman.
I know, but we see it that way.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Zine.
Well, the issue regarding the furloughs, I have no problem with. The concern is, what is the representative body of the employees? Have this been discussed with them? Or the coalition supports this or not?
It has been discussed with them informally. We believe that particularly MCIA that has the inspectors support this, but we are not, ERC, we do not do those negotiations.
Well, I know you can't do the negotiation. The concern is, if we give a proposal to do furloughs and the representative body, the union, doesn't support it, it doesn't move forward. So the question is, are they supportive of this concept or are they opposed to it?
Again, we don't negotiate, but our discussions with them is that they are supportive.
And are all the employees of building safety on board with this? Or are they split and then a grievance is filed and then we have more problems?
Everything I have heard, and again, we don't negotiate. I have to be clear about that. We don't negotiate with the employee unions. You do. Everything I have heard is that the employees would clearly prefer furloughs over layoffs.
Ray?
And if I may say that, I totally agree with...
Ray.
I think a couple of things I just wanted to bring up. When towards the end of the budget, when we were working with the mayor's office and trying to close the budget, one of the things I do want to know, we did agree to restore 30 unfunded positions to deal with a potential spike in the workload. And I think as basically the department has indicated, the activity has increased slightly. The other point that I think we also need to make very clear is if we're going down this path of furloughs versus the layoffs, I mean, we're talking about one-time solutions versus something that's ongoing. And so we have to we have to all understand that if revenues don't pick up, if the activity doesn't pick up over the next couple of years, we truly need to look at some structural changes, and that means...
No, I understand that, but there is a coalition represents a number of these units, and
it's basically most of the inspectors are in a separate unit. It's MCIA, the majority of them. Some of the other employees are part of the coalition. The last point that I wanted to make, we briefly talked about this in closed session about the potential furloughing special funded employees and what that means and what has happened at the state level.
which would be the issue with the folks we're talking about. They are special funded.
That is correct.
So I just want to make sure that if we're saying it's a proposal, that we have some traction with it, and it's not just a lofty idea that doesn't have legitimacy. And I am not sure that it's permissible under the rules and under some of the current decisions that have been made in the courts. So I don't want to give people false expectations. I like the concept if it works, but there's some pitfalls in between. So we need to make sure that we don't send out a false message on it. But clearly, a furlough, to me, is much better than losing your job.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Mr. Wesson is next.
Yes, thank you, Madam President and members. This discussion, I would hope we can hold again on the desk so that when we have the CAO's office up here in CLA at the end, we could really kind of go through this debate, because in item 1B, there's a desire to eliminate furloughs and layoffs. So to take this action now before we deal with the other 1A and 1B, so I would just think that it would be an appropriate item to hold on the desk.
Ms. Hahn.
Madam President, and I agree, it does seem like we should take those items up before we make these decisions. Two things. One, this morning we were told that special funded positions could not be furloughed. Does that apply to enterprise fund?
Yes, the enterprise fund is a special.
So they cannot be furloughed?
We were saying that there is risk.
There is risk.
With that path.
Okay, so that's one issue. Big risk, Greg Smith is saying. Big risk. Okay, that's interesting. Also, what's this other impact to the general fund if we eliminate these 80 positions in terms of the space that's being rented and a loss of revenue to the general fund?
Well, we have, if I may, we've already lost 170 positions. If we lost 80 positions more, we would further reduce our space. So we do expect to reduce space regardless, because of the position. We reduce even more space. So I think we roughly calculate about a $500,000 difference to the general fund if we're leasing less space.
500,000, because I thought my notes told me 3.3 million. No, so 500,000.
Over 8 years.
Okay. I mean, obviously, if we can find a way to keep these positions, I think it's critical. I, too, believe that the economy is picking up. I think we're going to be having more development. I know developers help pay into this fund, and they expect the positions to be there to come out and service their developments and their projects. So certainly this has, in my opinion, a bad, vicious cycle to eliminate these positions while we're encouraging development, and then the developers pay and they want those positions to be there, and we're low off in terms of when the fund is funded versus when we're looking at eliminating these positions. So if there's any way we can figure this one out, I think this makes sense long-term to keep these positions. I'm a little nervous about the special funded positions not being eligible for furloughs.
I like the bigger portrait.
Pleasure to count.
What?
Do you want him to respond?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, what it is I personally get paid maybe about 85 to 90% my salary get paid by the enterprise fund, but because building safety has a co-enforcement component, which also provided by general fund, and pay my salary maybe about a little bit more than 10%. And because of this composition, about 90% enterprise fund, 10% general fund, I will be subject to furlough to begin with, based on the city's policy of furloughing. So to say that there's a legal risk, of course, regarding the special fund, but I don't know which category that I will be in, and also my general manager, Mr. Bud Ovram, and also another approximately 100 employees in my department to begin with.
Okay. Do you want to add to that, Bud? Or no? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Perry.
Thanks, Mr. President. Quick question. What are the service impacts of furloughing all employees versus layoffs?
Well, we believe that it's better to have the furloughs because we will still have the people available to us. My concern with layoffs is that if they're out the door, they're out the door. One comment was made to us that they can be on the rehire list and be available to be called back. The good people are not going to be sitting on the couch waiting for us to call to be brought back. So I think the fundamental difference here is that the CAO would like us to reduce the workforce now by 70, 80 positions, and if the work comes in, higher up. Our preference is to keep the workforce we have, and on a quarterly basis, if the revenue doesn't come in, to ratchet down.
Okay, now
it's easier to ratchet down than to ratchet up.
Enterprise fund, special fund, right? No impact on general fund.
No impact. No adverse and perhaps beneficial.
Fluctuates with the market.
fluctuates with market, and the comment's been made here often that we need a permanent fix, and that's absolutely what we're striving to do, is have a permanent fix. We do not see furloughs as a way going forward. With the economy turning, we think we need one more year of furloughs to weather the turn. We think the economy is turning. We think we're going to need the people. If we don't need them, then we have agreed to start reducing. But I'd hate to see the economy turn up and us not be able to process plan check and building inspection.
Yeah. That's okay. No, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Well, thank you for answering one of my questions for me, Jan, so I don't have to spend any time on it. In the committee, I asked for a report back on this item, and I haven't seen it. My concern is, and I just did some quick back-of-the-envelope math, but if you furlough 600 people for 26 days, it's about 15,600 days. If you bring back 80 people, it's 20,800 days. So how does this financially balance?
And if you have not received the report, I'm really sorry, because we
have a report right here. Well, I know, you showed me. No offense, I'm asking CLA and CAO, because they were supposed to analyze your report, and that's what we haven't seen here. I want an analysis from CLA and CAO of your request, because, no offense, you've got one point of view. Yes. I want to hear the other point of view, and I haven't seen that. I hate being there.
Since we have only recently seen it and we haven't had a chance to comment, I think part of this is we will need to take a look at it and report back, quite frankly.
I'm very disappointed to hear that, because it was referred to you last week, and I'm surprised the target date was today to have that report back. But how much time do you need to review this then?
Probably just a day or two.
Michelle?
It actually might be fairly close, because if you're thinking about it in terms of furloughs, it's about a 10% cut salary-wise. The department is roughly, 700 positions?
We have, right now, we have approximately 708 positions in enterprise.
So you said 600 a while ago.
708 positions, but if we have 80 layoff, then it would take us all the way down to 628 positions.
That changes the equation.
Yeah, so if you have about 700 positions, and 26-day furlough would equate to about 10%, which would equate to about 70-some-odd positions. So it's fairly close in terms of direct salaries. However, as you know, with direct salaries, there's still pension benefits and health benefits that are attached to it, which are separate from the departmental budget. So while the direct costs may match, the related costs do not.
Right. Exclusive of CAP, which is, Mr. Parks and I have always questioned the CAP costs, but related costs are the critical costs.
But related costs are the health and pension benefits, and those are fairly well defined. So it's about 25% on top of the direct costs. So roughly, if you're talking about a $5 to $5.5 million difference, you have to add another 25% for that to cover for the related costs.
Yeah. And we're happy to work with the CAO on that analysis.
Okay, and I expect to see that, so we'll see that within a few days. We don't know what we're going to do today, but I want to see that, and that was my hope for today, is that we'd see that. My initial take on it was 80 is pie in the sky and not realistic. A lesser amount is realistic, not answering also then the question of the legality, and that is the state unions have sued on this. They have won in court. It's under appeal, but right now, you legally can't do it anyway, and that's my bigger concern. So we'd like the city attorney to respond back also on that point as well.
Mr. Reyes.
Colleagues, there's a motion that Councilor Rosendahl has introduced. I've seconded it. What it does, it asks for this issue to come to committee for two basic reasons. One is there's a current discussion about organizational restructuring. There's a discussion about the role of planning and building and safety. And I appreciate what Councilman Smith is asking, because we do have one point of view on the May 12th memo from General Manager Bud Overham as to trends, has a trends analysis. It speaks to need and personnel in addressing our mission as a city to be more efficient. We're taking steps to make it less cumbersome for investment while guarding the interests of our stakeholders in our city. And that's moving forward. Planning Department having a similar discussion, given they've been decreased almost 40% on their staff levels. So how we approach this is going to be critical, and if we brought this back to my committee to discuss those impacts, we can start looking at how we can assess and hopefully do a combined report, because that way we don't have to report to more than one committee. Senate Budget and Finance probably still wants to look at this one more time. But I'd like to see if we can have it within my committee within a week, get it out within the short window that we have to address the issues that are being raised. Three big points that I think are relevant to assessing the impact. One is that we don't become our worst enemy in trying to maintain this revenue pie, or maybe even bigger by being more efficient. Two, to figure out ways in which we can implement all these new green-related building and safety code standards that really are about how we make the city environmentally friendly but also business friendly. And lastly, we have a challenge with the billboard issues, in terms of how we're going to implement, how to enforce, and not even speaking to the foreclosures that we have to be sending inspectors to deal with. So it's a lot ahead of us in building and safety side, and we should be careful how we either curtail and or manage their presence in our city. So that is the reason why I seconded Councilmember Rosenthal's motion.
Thank you. All right, so we have before us the amendment. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that's approved. Don't worry, nothing's moving yet till we vote on the whole puppy, so next item, please.
Item 53, called special for Councilmember Huizar.
Mr. Huizar, item 53. Oh, I'm sorry, and just before that, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Parks wanted to make a recognition.
Yes.
A very important one.
Colleagues, we're going to be losing our clerk from the Budget and Finance Committee that's been there all the time that I've been on the committee, and she's the one that organizes and keeps us on the straight and narrow. She is going on ERIP, and Lorraine, we wanted to bring her here today and just for everyone to have an opportunity to thank her as we have. And also she wants you to know that she wanted to make sure you knew that there's cake in the back as we're going away. She didn't want to wait this long, but she just wanted you to know that there's cake.
Thank you very much.
Can I move, can we add to 1B that we fill 3 positions in that place?
Absolutely. Mr. Huizar.
Congratulations, Lorraine. Item number 53, I'm fine with that, Mr. President. We want to just vote on that and move forward.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll on 53 and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 56, called special by Councilmember Labange.
Okay, Mr. Labange, item number 56 is the Fire Department budget.
Yeah, the Fire Department want to join us at the center table? And Chief Mack, want to give us an overview?
How you doing, Councilman?
And they just called me. Chief Mack, give us an overview on your proposed mayor's budget, how the fire department should look from July 1st on.
The fire department view as of July 1st will be basically a continuation of the modified coverage plan that we have in place today. As you know, the modified coverage has been in effect the entire fiscal year. The money savings is on target to accomplish the savings goal that it was intended. We have not had a significant increase in our response times, although we all know anytime you do affect resources that serve the public, you do have the potential poor outcomes, but we haven't had any significant poor outcomes as of now. As we go into the new fiscal year, we are looking at increasing the modified coverage plan to include a division office and a 2nd battalion office. So that would give us the item 56 modified coverage plan.
On that particular item, you have 3 divisions in the city. So that mean in any one day, Division 1, 2, or 3 would be closed?
That's correct, Councilman.
Would the Valley be without a division commander, or would you move, and because the city's so large, please explain that, because I'm concerned about that.
Yes. With the closure of one of our 3 divisions, we would then take the 2 remaining offices and basically cover the city in halves. And so, obviously, another item that brings up is we also lost our division staff assistants. And so with the loss of the division staff assistants, it now means that, as you pointed out, Councilman, we now have the city covered by 2 assistant chiefs covering equal portions of the city, and they don't have a staff assistant with them with the new budget.
Is that your recommendation from Budget and Finance, to cut that staff assistant for the... Was the recommendation from Budget and Finance to cut the staff assistant for division chiefs?
That was incorporated in the mayor's proposed budget.
Yeah, I think that's a wrong incorporation. My members, I think if you're a chief in the fire department, you do need a administrative deputy, an aide, a staff assistant. I think it's real important if we're going to ask them, instead of 3, to have 2 cover citywide. Is that every day?
That's every day, Councilman.
Every day there'll be a rotation. It's foolish. Also, some extremes of the city, which are on the border. My district is somewhat surrounded by other resources, and Mr. Rosenthal's district, your district, will have nobody there for a day, which makes a mistake. So I would hope, and I know the chief engineer doesn't like this at all.
That's correct.
So I think we should listen to the chief engineer, who is the fire chief. We're not the fire chief. And I think we should find a way to solve this problem in some administrative way. And I also believe, members, the staff assistants are a key ingredient to the administration of a battalion or a division. No one person can run that totally. So I think we're foolish if we don't add that back. So, Madam CLA, I ask that we add back the staff assistants for the division chiefs that are rotating closure. I understand the shared sacrifice that you're going to close one of the divisions. I understand you're going to create a north and south in the city, but at the same time, I think there should be a staff assistant so they can it's eyes and ears. It's the concept of the teamwork that has been a tradition of the fire department's service to the people. So I think it's real important. Thank you.
We appreciate your understanding of the issue, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Weezer. All right, Mr. Alarcon. Hey, you're all on the queue. Running the gauntlet.
Even the machine can't tell us apart.
¿Quién es esto?
Okay. Chief, one of the things that is most disconcerting to me is the elimination of the emergency, the EMS captains. Are you familiar with a letter dated May 13th from the Emergency Medical Services Agency from the County of Los Angeles?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In the letter, they state that as our certifying agency, they have deep concerns regarding the proposal to modify the current system, and they specifically target the level of supervision, stating that it is their concern that the elimination of supervision, and which would be the EMS captains.
That's correct.
Would have a detrimental effect on the quality of the entire service provision. My concern is that when the certifying agency that is responsible for implementing emergency services, not the City of Los Angeles, but the County of Los Angeles, could decertify the city of Los Angeles. Or we would have to see we would have to go through some kind of negotiated process with the county as to how we would stand up to their concerns, which, in my mind, that negotiation process would cost the city money. So if the county would not be satisfied with the elimination of these EMS captains, and therefore our certification could be, for our emergency management system, could be in jeopardy, or at a minimum would be negotiable with the county. I mean, how do we justify eliminating these positions on the basis of saving money when in fact it could cost us more money to negotiate with the county?
Councilman, yes, we are in receipt of the letter, and it was a very difficult decision to initially consider EMS captains as part of a budget reduction, especially since we have such a robust EMS delivery system. So we share a concern about the reduction in EMS captains, but it was a tough decision and choice made at the time. As far as the letter from the Department of Health Services, yes, it's there in black and white. And as you said, that they have concern about our ability to have a well-served EMS system. And so with their letter in receipt of, we also share the concern that we do have that.
I mean, we share their concern. I mean, they're basically saying they are the certifying agency and they have deep concerns about us cutting these services. So how can you be recommending this when we could be in jeopardy of losing our certification as an EMS provider?
And I hear what you're saying, and this option was done, obviously, months ago, and it was done at a time, and it was a decision that was thought to be best at the time.
Did anybody think at the time we ought to check with our certifying agency to see whether this is appropriate?
Well, no, we didn't check with the certifying agency at the time.
I mean, they certify us, we didn't check with them, and we're proposing cuts that they are now saying, essentially, between the lines, they're saying they could decertify us if we do this. But I don't think they would decertify us. I'm going to put that on the table. I don't think they would decertify us, but I absolutely believe that they would put us in a position to negotiate on their terms, and it could cost us more money than you're trying to save. So I think this is a big mistake. I'll press my button again.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, I'm trying to actually sort this out and appreciate what Mr. Alarcon said. Look, it's 56. It says, relative to the approval of the mayor's proposed budget to reduce the fire department's budget by $41.29 million. Instruct the CAO and the CLA with the assistance of the fire department to report to the Budget and Finance Committee with alternatives to the modified coverage plan that will generate savings of $41.29 million. Now, of course, I have an amending motion that talks about 61 sworn regular positions. It brings in the 27 EMS captains, but also the hazmat squads that are LAWA, and also, as Ms. Hahn knows, at the harbor, she's fighting for them there. We're fighting for them at LAWA. Does this give you the flexibility, our action here, to come back with other alternatives, or what would be your expectation by us as policymakers, Chief?
What you have there, Councilman, if I understand it correctly, is the ability to allow us to retain our authorities. With that ability, as revenues and as times improve, then it will allow us to start restoring services at the prioritized manner.
Now, somebody would say, no, get rid of those authorities. Who would say that sitting around the horseshoe, right? I mean, or here? Would that be you, Sharon, or?
Sure.
I want to know, you heard what he just said.
Councilman,
Jerry Miller.
there was extensive discussion relative to the restoration. And it's not just fire department, but there was extensive discussion relative to restoration of positions without funding. Indeed, our office got requests for over 900 positions to be restored that were unfunded. And the fact of the matter is that at any given time, if funds should materialize, there is nothing to stop the council to authorize positions when those fundings become available. There's nothing stopping you. There is even the ability of the CAO to authorize temporary authorities to get you through those times when there aren't
What's
position
stopping you
authorities.
from just leaving those authorities there?
There is nothing, sir, except for the discussions that you had, extensive discussions that the Budget Committee had relative to reducing the number of unfunded positions in the budget. Because technically speaking, what could happen, and I'm not saying that this would happen in the fire department's case, but say for a moment that a department, any department, saved some money, and come May, in the month of May, they have $100,000 available. If they have those authorities available, in theory, they could fill 10 positions because they have 10 unfunded authorities, and they have generated, because they can hire for that 1 month. They only have to come up with funding for that 1 month period of time. So that is part of the concern that was expressed during the Budget Committee, that if there are too many unfunded authorities, that a department could fill those unfunded authorities during that last month, and then that would incur full year costs for the following year. So that was part of the concern with trying to eliminate as many unfunded authorities, so that even, as we were discussing what these numbers mean, part of the problem is...
Aren't these funded authorities better to have than going into the overtime situation? Say, for instance, in the Palisades, I had a red flag day, and I have the commitment from the chief, no matter what, they'll give us full protection. Could that impact the flexibility of that if we have to recreate a position, we have to move quicker when we already have a funded position? Couldn't we not have them come back and review on a very regular basis to safety committee as to where they are on that? I just want to be able to move quickly and have flexibility. That's really my issue. And I know there are funding sources with LAWA and the harbor for those hazmat things. And I just don't want to cut our nose to spite our face.
I understand, and quite honestly, with the fire department, they actually have the most flexibility out of any department with regard to the use of overtime. With regard to an hourly firefighter versus overtime, it is almost identical in terms of costs. When you add on the pension-related benefits and fire and health benefits for a fire department employee, it's almost identical to bring them back in on overtime.
I see. Okay,
Almost identical.
I'm finished with my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Gritz.
And again, I apologize. I was out interviewing animals, so I may have missed a few of the things that were said. The basic question here, I guess, is whether we do a modified schedule or whether we do an alternative plan to replace it. And the plan that has been suggested to me, which rank and file will not like part, management won't like part, which is basically make this up with a combination of some cuts to the lower priority ambulances, cuts of staff assistants, and cuts to some of the 10th members of various teams. None of those are ideal. The question is whether those cuts are worse than the modified staffing, where you're inadequate in one spot, you're inadequate in the other spot, you have a couple emergencies at the same time, and suddenly you're not really responding as quickly as in the ideal. So, members, I think that's something we should be talking about, and I didn't hear if we discussed that earlier from management's perspective of the department, whether having the staff assistants, whether having the 10th member is something so critical that it outweighs having normal staffing throughout the city.
The department's position is to continue the modified coverage plan as is, especially since we've had a year of experience with it. We have definitely seen the savings that we were targeted to achieve, and that the impact upon service has been what we would say we've been able to handle the impact on service. It isn't easy, as any cut in resources is not going to be easy. But because we've had a year of experience with it, and we have seen the financial savings from it,
and we've been able to manage the impact on the department, we would stay with the modified coverage plan in the upcoming fiscal year with the modifications that we discussed earlier.
Well, I think we knew we'd have the savings. The question is, what has the impact been on safety? I mean, are we getting to places later on some occasions? Could it actually jeopardize lives? Has it jeopardized lives that we know of, or are there some in gray areas where we're not sure what the cause was in a response to an emergency?
We're not aware of any death from the modified coverage plan. And let me say this, any cut in resources is going to produce the potential. And when you talk about the modified coverage plan, which rotates company closures throughout the city, when you look at the other types of options, whether it be 10th member, closing a ambulance, those also present their risk also. And kind of give you a 10th member experience, when we closed the 10th member years back, we had to add an additional company to every dispatch because of the loss of that member on that task force. So it actually took another company out of the system to make up for the staffing shortage. So what I'm trying to say is any type of resource reduction, whether it's 10th member, modified coverage plan, closing ambulances, they're all going to have potential impacts. And the department at this time sees the modified coverage plan as the most viable option to continue forth with, especially having 1 year experience with it.
So you think it's the safest option of these choices?
It's the one that we know the most of, and that we've had so far an experience with it, and that we don't have what we think may be some terrible, tragic outcomes as of today. It doesn't mean that it can't happen in the future as with any resource reduction plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I sit next to my dear friend Dennis Zine, who, and I just haven't had a chance to answer his question. He's concerned that basically we're just talking and we haven't accomplished a lot of things up to this point. But what I wanted to say to the members, when you get to a budget that is as painful as this, it takes more discussions, more conversations to elevate comfort, the comfort level of different members. And I think that's what is occurring. We are asking and recommending all kinds of things so that we can make sure that some of them are feasible and some of them are not. So I view this as a productive conversation because there were some of us that weren't engaged. I want to compliment the individuals on the Budget Committee for all of their hard work, and I guarantee you the recommendations that the Budget Committee has made on paper, pencil out. Trust me, that I know because I have that respect for Mr. Parks. But getting back to something that Paul said, has there been an actual discussion with the chief where it related to some of the suggestions that Paul just brought up? Because if there hasn't been, I think that there needs to be, because he may want to suggest something different. I think that also there needs to be, this is one of those things, again, as Corette said, and Paul, this might be me, like echoing what you say on a regular basis, shows that you're really getting to me. I'm starting to believe in you. This discussion should be had with representatives of labor as well. There are things that I'm sure, just from your description, that labor would not like, and there are things that I'm sure that you as management would not like as well. But if there were a way to come to some peace, this could solve a very important component in the budget of the our city budget. So I think that we shouldn't just cast this aside until there is a discussion quickly that sees, where both sides are. If by some miracle they were to be together, then I think we as a council would have to reevaluate it. So I just wanted to say that, and I would hope that somebody would suggest that maybe this is something that should be held for the major discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. One thing, colleagues, this is scheduled, I think, because we couldn't resolve this in Budget and Finance, was basically we created a vacuum, a $41 million hole that we're going to figure out whether it stays in modified deployment or whether it's other positions or places it should go. And so all of these concerns about bringing the chief in and all those other things, this will get done in committee so we can bring back to you before July 1st a response to what our best recommendation. And I just talked to Mr. Smith. We'll determine whether the initial discussion should start off in his task force and we end up in Budget and Finance, but we'll work that out. But it will be done very, very quickly to bring a recommendation about the $41 million allocation.
Mr. Alacon.
Members, I want to focus on the EMT captains because we received this letter from the county and it's very disconcerting. So I'm just going to read you the letter, and I hope you're listening because this is serious stuff. It says, "We are writing to voice our concern regarding the proposed reductions in emergency medical services supervision within the Los Angeles Fire Department. The Los Angeles County Emergency Medical Services Agency formally accredits and regulates EMS provider agencies and as such has a vital interest in LAFD EMS activities and the members who deliver EMS in the field. In the 80s and 90s, the LAFD EMS system was plagued with a variety of problems. In 2001, the Los Angeles Fire Department, at the direction of the Fire Commission and the City Council, and with the support of its labor organizations and the EMS agency, developed and implemented a landmark 5-year EMS resource deployment improvement plan. This plan and a second EMS 5-year plan produced dramatic improvements in all areas of EMS service within the city and has succeeded in making LAFD a clear leader in professional EMS delivery. We have observed with concern a reduction in EMS field supervision within the LAFD since the implementation of LAFD modified closure plan a few months ago. We have serious questions regarding further proposed reductions in EMS supervisory personnel. Additional reductions in this important component of the EMS system would, in our opinion, seriously dilute the ability of LAFD to provide high-quality EMS in the recent tradition of your department. The EMS agency has authorized the LAFD to utilize standard field treatment protocols, which allows paramedics to follow predetermined treatment protocols in the field instead of calling a base hospital for medical direction from a nurse or physician. SFTPs are good for patients and providers because they streamline patient care and improve system efficiency. However, the safe implementation of SFTPs is based in large part on the concept of ongoing and continuous field EMS supervision. Any significant reduction of field EMS supervision within a provider agency would cause the EMS agency to reevaluate that provider's agency's EMS system and possibly remove special programs like SFTPs due to the absence of appropriate field supervision and oversight. Members, let me just tell you briefly that just a few months ago I experienced a family member who has since passed away, but I remember when an ambulance came and it was the captain who was supervising the situation to ensure that that person was placed into the proper treatment at the hospital, talking with the hospital, et cetera, et cetera. But we cannot let this go lightly. The bottom line is the county is saying they could decertify our ability to have our paramedics communicate directly with the hospitals when transporting patients. And if we do that, it could seriously impact the quality of service to the patient. And even worse, it could theoretically have them pull the plug on our ability to provide services at all. So we cannot take this lightly. I move that we restore these positions at all costs and figure out where the revenue comes from, but we should not lay off these EMT captains.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Is there a second? Sorry, is that a second, Ms. Hahn? Ms. Hahn, did you second? I'm sorry? You did, okay. Mr. Smith?
No. Thank you very much. It's interesting this letter comes just before we talked about the budget that this committee has never seen, that my Public Safety Committee has never seen. And I'm really perplexed that the County of Los Angeles will even write such a letter when they don't have a system half as good as ours. Their system stinks compared to what LAFD provides to the city of LA. Their system relies on private companies, not a professional force like we have with LA City Fire Department. And more importantly, they don't have EMS captains. So where do they get off telling us our system's not good enough? I say, tell them to go to hell, quite frankly. This is just... And we better not make our decisions on a bold, letter like that until we talk to those folks and point out to them their system sucks compared to ours, and we're just doing the best we can under the circumstances.
All right, the gloves are off. Mr. Labange, you better top that.
Mr. Smith, I hope you never have a problem in the county of L.A. And if you do and you're on the border, I'll pull you into L.A.
And by the way, I'm talking about the state next.
Chief Mack.
Yes.
Chief Mack, we do have a unique situation in our paramedics and how we work in that system, different than the county. And I want to thank the late, great Kenny Hahn, Janice's father, who was then Governor Reagan, Governor Reagan had poor service for his father, first enacted the paramedic law in the state of California. That history behind us now. Who is this letter from, Mr. Alarcon, you know? Is there a name? Kathy? From a staff member there. I think it would be appropriate.
By us.
She's the people that
sent the letter.
Who's the letter to?
Councilmember Garcetti.
Okay. Is this a copy of it right here? Thank you very much. On this issue here, have you had a chance to see this letter, Chief?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Yeah, and our issue, though, was a couple of folks who have these paramedics, supervisors, captains. Each of those captains are paramedics, correct?
Yes, they're each paramedics, and, what the councilman said earlier, we absolutely would love to have the level of EMS supervision we had a few years ago. Absolutely. But, we obviously face the budget reductions that we do, and so choices were made.
These fire captains will not be laid off. This position then will be removed for this budget period.
Right. And,
who will do the supervision in an incident, let's say, at a catastrophe?
Well, kind of give you a little bit of background. Actually, 18 of the EMS captains were actually lost in this fiscal year's budget. And an additional 9 is what is being proposed for next fiscal year. So actually 18 of them are already gone, and 18 represents 6 districts. And that's this current fiscal year. Next fiscal year, with the proposal of an additional 3, that would take 3 more districts out. And roughly we would have a little less than half the EMS districts that we
So
did
basically
2
we'll have
years ago.
EMS supervisors,
in half the
but
districts.
there'll be Battalion 5 and Battalion 2, let's say, together.
Correct. That's
So-
something similar to that.
So the service is still going to remain.
Correct.
Okay, and right now, when the engine comes first, they're in command until the task force commander comes there in command, to the EMS supervisor comes there in command, and then if a battalion chief comes, they're in command.
And the EMS captain doesn't necessarily take command, but is that EMS supervision element that's so critical to patient care, quality improvement, and those types of
How many runs do
activities.
they have a week?
On average, our EMS captains with full, when we had all the districts covered, was 3 a day. With the reduction that is being discussed right now, it would go up to about 7 per day.
3 a day.
Currently, and then 7 if we go through with the further reduction.
And does this help you keep engines open?
It obviously offsets a reduction elsewhere.
All right. All right. Well, I think with those tough choices, you got to help in that. The chief doesn't like this, but he supports this.
Right. He doesn't want to cut EMS service, but a decision had to be made.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon, for the 3rd time.
Council members, it's fun to see Greg Smith be passionate, but the truth is, as bad as their system is, whatever, if you agree with that, I don't, we are part of that system. They certify us. I don't think it serves us well to stick our finger in their eye when they certify us. The reason we didn't get this letter 6 months ago was because the fire department never asked them what would happen if we proposed this. Chief Mack, is that not correct?
That's correct.
So I asked a committee last Friday, did we ask the county? When we asked the county, they sent this letter immediately over. That's why we got this letter. But this proposal is undermining the program that has been recognized by the county, which certifies us, and they're telling us, don't do this. That if we do this, they could pull our authority to do broad-ranging services that save lives. Now, you may want to tell them to go to hell, but I don't want to send a lot of people from Los Angeles unnecessarily onto their future too early. The fact is that these positions, we did not consult with the county, and to approve a budget that eliminates these positions without consulting the county fully, without considering alternatives, is totally irresponsible. Irresponsible. And you know, the results are on your hands. You can't wash your hands of this one. This will have a devastating effect on the quality of service, meaning that people will be harmed, that we will not be able to help them when we have a responsibility to.
Mr. Krikorian is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very interesting discussion about letters and who sent what when and whose system is better. But what I keep coming back to is this proposal deals with about 10% or so of our entire deficit problem. This is perhaps the most important issue that we're going to discuss today. Each of us, I think, says that public safety is our most important priority. I think probably at one time or another every one of us has said that. And the proposal that's before us today of a reduction of $41.29 million in the fire department's budget can be met in a variety of different ways. I have heard different firefighting professionals tell me different things about which of those methods endangers public safety more. But I think unquestionably a $41 million cut to our fire department will endanger public safety. I think we have to all agree that we will not be as safe with that reduction as we would be with more funding. So the question then is it better to cut ambulance service? Is it better to maintain the current deployment plan that we have? Is it better to cut hazmat services? Is it better to do any one of these number of things? I'm not a professional firefighter. I'm not a professional emergency responder, and I feel tremendously uncomfortable trying to make that decision right now with the brief discussion that we're having. And I think we ought to take the time on this particular issue to have a full discussion with the command staff, with the line firefighters, and among ourselves, and even if need be with our committees, so that we can really vet this out, because I've said all along that the core service of this city is public safety, and that's what I am most concerned about. This cut in particular is the single most important thing to me in this budget, and I feel as though I'm left with inadequate information to decide which of the professional firefighters' recommendations we should adopt. So I'd like to take the time, I think as Mr. Wesson has suggested, and Mr. Kratz and others, to try to bring folks to the table a little bit more and see whether there is some solution that we can have that isn't all of one or all of another, but rather maintains the core services of the fire service to the greatest degree possible. And so I would recommend that we defer a vote on this matter until we can do it in the larger context of 1A and 1B to determine whether it's even appropriate to make this level of a cut. And if it is, then we can talk about how best to implement it. But I'm certainly not prepared to support doing that right now.
Mr. Parks, for a third time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Krikorian, you're right on. That's what the recommendation from the Budget and Finance was, to put the cut in there, 41 million, and go to committee and hash out all of these professional ideas and opinions and bring you back a much better project. So that's what we're asking to do today, is to vote to send this to committee, but to have established the $41 million hole, because otherwise it imbalances the budget.
Thank you. Why don't, yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, one other thing that we have to bring up from the fire department, and it's actually for our fire commission. They are going to be without staff due to the loss of their two staff members due to ERIP, and that we do need to seek both position authorities and funding for the two positions.
Okay. Thank you. Why don't we hold this on as part of the discussion we're going to be having in a moment on, I think, the amended and/or merged 1A and 1B. Next item, please, called special.
Item 57, called special for Councilmember Hahn.
Okay, Ms. Hahn, item 57 is, 57, I think we might have addressed that in the early one. This is the grid stuff?
I think we did.
Okay.
Oh, I think we already addressed this, so we can move on.
Okay, let's hold that with any of the other.
Look at that, I've saved you guys overall
I
probably
think this
20
is-
minutes by passing on 3 of these items.
Okay.
Just want you guys to know that.
These are just questions, right? Is that right, Madam CLA? 57 are just questions to be answered?
These were instructions that were given to get a report back on the grid
Okay.
program, so
I
basically,
think we
yes.
addressed that, but in case there's some questions that are here that weren't covered, let's vote on it. We can open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next, Mr. Smith, were you covered on item 67 in that last discussion, or were there additional pieces? This is the fire department exceeding revenue, where surplus revenue should go?
I think the discussion was vibrant and enough, but there was one additional amendment we wanted to make, and that would be that as funds become available, which is the instruction, that as funds become available in the fire department from fees collected above and beyond the revenue projection, that money goes back into the department to try and restore services. We would add an amendment to that that says that the ambulances that were cut under modified plan are the first and foremost concern, and that we restore those in the edge areas of the city, that bound on the edge of the city first and foremost. So that would be primarily Mr. Krikorian's district, Ms. Hahn's district, Mr. Weezar's district, and to my district as well. That those ambulances have no backup. There's nobody to turn to the north or the south in some of them. So we would want to put them as the first and foremost restoration as funds become available. So that's just an amendment to that. Second.
Thank you. We have a second? All right. Let's go ahead then and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Thank you. That will be approved. Next item called special.
Item 68, called special by Councilmember Alarcon.
Okay. Item 68, Mr. Alarcon, was that to the asset restructuring? Can we just table them? It's related to the broader motion. Can we ask just, what is it, can I ask the CLA, what is the asset restructuring?
Right, in the reserve fund, there was $167 million included for asset restructuring. That was a portion of the parking structure funding, and then the other part of it was for the securitization of parking meters. That was included in the reserve fund. This instruction will remove that from the reserve
And both
fund.
1A and 1B address that, so we'll hold that.
Thank you.
Next items?
Item 69, called special by Councilmember Alarcon.
69 and 70, you want to do the same thing? Hold those?
Ditto.
Okay. Next items then? 74.
74H, called special by Councilmember Alarcon.
Mr. Alacon, 74H. This is the fire ambulance fees. I know we covered some of that before. I think we got answers actually for the, on that for the ordinances.
Yeah, that's related to the item that we had a quiet conversation about. Yeah, I want to restore these positions, and but I think it can be part of the broader discussion.
Yeah, this piece can probably move it, just making sure the ordinances move as quickly as possible. It's not...
This actually was deleted because that instruction's already been given.
Oh, it was, okay.
So there was no need to add a second instruction.
So this was a redundant one. Let's go ahead and vote on deleting that, and then we only need to ask once. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Then we had
74S.
S, Mr. Alacon as well. The threshold for minor errors in business tax payments from $15 to $30.
I just wanted to have that matter referred to the Jobs Committee as well. We don't want to fund billionaires.
I think this is to move that up.
All I want to do is have the report go to Jobs Committee as well.
Okay, no problem. We'll refer that to both. Go ahead and open the roll. If that's accepted as friendly, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That's approved. Next item, please.
Item 75, called special by Councilmember Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas.
You sure it wasn't me?
Are we ready? That's we're on 75, which is the civil parking penalties. If we have it, it would be great. It does frame some of the 1A, 1B stuff, so if it's ready.
Yes. We turned it
If you
in.
could describe it.
It should be distributed, I presume? Well, okay. So, give me a copy. So basically, what I'm referring to here, and I referred to it a few times, if you look at item 75, and it talks about the parking citation fee, in the budget process, they moved that it should be raised by $3. My motion is that instead of being raised $3, it be raised a total of $5. And with that, on a 9-month basis, we would be looking at a difference to the budget, an increase to the budget revenue of $2,746,000. This is for people who get a parking ticket. This is not parking meters. This is for people, if you get a parking ticket in the city of Los Angeles, the current budget process talks about raising the parking ticket fine by $3, and what my motion says is to raise it up to a total of $5. So instead of $3, going up $5. And with that, it would actually raise revenue on an annual basis, on a 12-month basis, of just over $3.5 million, according to the table that's in the budget book. Should we pass this on a conservative basis, if we're able to capture 9 months of this revenue increase, it would be $2,746,000. So with that, my motion says to put in the unappropriated balance, add $1,046,013 to the gang violence reduction effort. In addition to that, to increase the pipeline franchise income to $500,000 to offset part of that $1.7 million of the pipeline fund that is going to be pushed into the general fund, to offset that by $500,000, and then also that the last portion of that money be put into the animal services budget, which refers to page 40, to increase the salaries in general by $1.2 million, which will address most of the issue that's been going on that was the first discussion in today's budget hearing, this meeting of the council. When we talked about the budget, we went on for a while about the cause and effect of closing down and changing the way they do business in the North Valley shelter, and it would impact all of us. So that would actually offset $1.2 million, which, after talking to the department, would definitely get them past the first 6+ months into the new year so that they could continue to operate as planned before this budget. Also, I'd like to remind all of us on the council that, as was mentioned earlier by the department, By the reduction of those services, we very likely could see as many as 2,500 more euthanizations of cats and dogs. The average cost to euthanize a cat or a dog for the city of Los Angeles is approximately $145. So if we had to increase the euthanization by 2,500 animals, then that would increase the cost to the city's general fund by $362,000, a cost that we would have to cover no matter what. If we actually went as high as euthanizing 4,000 animals, it crosses the $500,000 mark to $580,000. So my point to you is, if we can actually agree to increase the parking fines, instead of increasing it by $3, increasing it by $5, then basically what we could do is we could actually solve some of our budget problems and continue to provide the service at the level that we need, critical service when it comes to our animal resources, and in addition to that, when it comes to the gang violence and our youth efforts, when it comes to intervention prevention, and also when it comes to us being able to at least have some flexibility in case this year gets tougher and tougher, instead of depleting all, if not 90-some% of our pipeline funds, we could actually replenish some of that and have a little bit of flexibility, and perhaps we would even have to throw that $500,000 into the budget later on. But at this point, I would urge your support for this motion, as it would solve some of our budget problems by identifying this revenue source. Yes?
The motion hasn't been distributed yet. I think just hearing what you're saying, that the increase to the increasing the fee to $5 more is consistent with what, what our estimates would be, roughly $3 million on an, I think you said a 12-month basis, and it was you heard three things. One was to restore the pipeline fees, one was for the animal services, and I missed the third.
Correct. For animal services, it would be $1.2 million. For the pipeline franchise, it would be $500,000, and then for the gang violence reduction effort into the UB, it would be $1,046,013. So that totals $2,746,013, which is approximately three-quarters of the estimated increase in revenue should we raise it to $5, the parking fine. And that comes from the table that was provided, I think, from the CLA's office that is in our binder.
That actually came from the CAO's office and
CAO's
DOT.
office?
And just for the council members, process-wise, we're going through the committee report, and so that motion that you're referring to, Mr. Cardenas, has not been distributed yet. So there will be a packet of motions that will be distributed, which I know a number of you have had our office draft motions. They'll be incorporated as a packet and will be distributed shortly as we go through the committee report. As we get close to the end of the committee report, then we'll be delving into the motions.
Okay. But either way, we have to distribute it.
They're coming out
But
imminently.
we'll take care of it today. But we'll have the opportunity to do it
Yes,
today.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Rosendahl.
I just want to thank Mr. Cardenas for that creative motion that we all agree with. I think that solves the issue of the shelter. I think the grid and those involved in gang intervention and prevention that filled this hall with their energy last week, it shows great respect for them as well. So this is a good part of the process when we do these open discussions here and lay things out on the table. Obviously, I second that motion.
Mr. Parks.
I'd just like some clarity from Mr. Cardenas on the motion, particularly dealing, number one, with the grid. Are you saying that's to compensate for the 8% cut, or are you looking to add this in addition to the cut going away? Or I didn't quite understand it.
The cut basically is approximately $1 million to the actual intervention prevention organizations. So that basically, that would actually be an amount that we would apply to that. And again, the motion talks about putting it into the UB, so therefore it would be an action of the council to forward that money over at the appropriate time.
Then let me ask you one other thing on the, and I think it's a good motion in that we hope that they can get the ordinance done fairly quickly, but also I just would like to make sure that we're not earmarking this year after year. That we're doing it this year, but next year as those funds come in, they go into the general fund, and we make budget decisions based on the budget itself.
Sure, absolutely. It would be an action that we would take at that time. Thank you. maybe we do it again next year, but it's not automatic.
So he didn't restore the administrative people, they're going to reduce the...
Just take them, can't they just...
We can approve this and then make it clean.
Yes, Mr. Labange.
My turn?
It is your turn.
Yeah, members, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Cardenas, we should be fair. And I don't know if it's fair that we tack on a higher ticket price, higher in areas where there's great density. I bet you there's more tickets in the Wilshire corridor through the 1st District, through the 13th, through the 10th, and the 4th because of older buildings and no place to park. I'm sure it's a fairness issue here. And I don't know, Mr. Serrano, since you just stood up there, I'll call your name. Where are the majority of tickets issued in the city of Los Angeles? Do you know? Well, here's the Department of Transportation.
Here's the question.
56,000? You're a parking administrator of note. You have an international and national acclaim. Mr. Stodati, you've been around. You've helped rework our systems. Do you think our fees are fair right now?
Good afternoon. Amir Sadati, Assistant General Manager. Our fees are close to being the top. Right now, we're probably close second behind Beverly Hills. And with the additional 3 or 5, that would make City of Los Angeles to probably being the highest parking rates.
And where the most of the tickets are issued in Los Angeles?
The number one issuance for us is the street cleaning. Are you talking about geographically, or are you talking
Well, yeah, would you say that would be in the core of the city?
It's mainly, again, for the meters, it's in the commercial districts. For the street cleaning, is out in most of the residential areas. So those are our 2 top generation.
Yeah, and you know how many tickets we've issued for littering in the city?
That wouldn't be Department of Transportation.
Yeah, I know it wouldn't be, but you should know that because you're a top official.
I should know
It's
that.
like 1 or 2. I understand that. Members, here's the thing that upsets me. We stick people with a $60 ticket for street cleaning, yet if you, and the other day at 9th and Main, a guy with New York plates and a red Mercedes threw his cigarette butt out on the street. I introduced myself, didn't mean anything to him, and he used a 7-letter word, 2 words, to me. That being said, I think it's real important that we go after people who litter, because I love the ocean, I love the river, I love clean streets, yet we're going to be very regressive on some of these fines, and I understand what Mr. Cardenas is doing, and I think it works, except I feel for the people who have no place to park, who have to worry about where they park, and you want to be, I don't like to use this term at all, but you want to be fair and balanced in your distribution of enforcement in the city, right?
Yes.
So I just want to know, I need to know from the city administrator, or are we on the right track here? Because I know it impacts people, and I also want to know from some of my colleagues who have high-density zones that have high propensity for tickets, because I have heard from people we represent that they feel a lurch on their back every time they park. Thank you. You want to answer the question?
Thank you. Richard Alarcon is our next speaker for the 45th time. We're taking...
Council members, in a tough budget year, these are the kinds of proposals that have to be made, and I think this is a good proposal. And obviously, I would have voted for it prior to the addition of the money for the Northeast Valley Shelter. But I can tell you it's going for a good cause. Mr. Labange, I was just curious, did you pick the butt up?
No, the light turned green. I didn't want to cause a traffic accident.
Okay, well.
But I have picked a lot of butts up in Los Angeles, and I'm tired of picking butts up, and anybody who smokes should pick up their own butts.
That has been the long-standing rumor around here, but we commend you for that, Mr. Labange. I'm sorry to make you the butt of that joke.
All right, breathe, everybody, breathe.
It's on my time, so we can make as many jokes as we want, okay? But seriously, folks, Councilman Cardenas has come up with a unique way to preserve funding to two critical programs, both related to public safety. The GRID program, which is essential to maintaining or stemming the occurrence of gang violence in our community, needs funding. The Northeast Valley Shelter needs funding to be responsive and so that we can avoid an unnecessary expenditure of funds for euthanization in our community of $2,500 to possibly $5,000 on the high end. That would be totally unnecessary. I don't see a need for us to hold this if we all agree. We can generate this revenue stream. We can solve two other problems at the same time. Again, I want to commend Mr. Cardenas for making the motion. I would move it and see that we get this done now. Why wait when we can actually agree on something right now?
All right. The motion hasn't yet been circulated, so we do have that little technical piece, which I think otherwise, well, he has said it verbally, but we want to make sure. I think it has to be in the formal form of a budget motion. So, do we know where that is, or? Go ahead. It's what?
The motion will be circulated. What you can do is you could go ahead and approve this and then approve the motion when it comes through to
Then I would ask that we
let's go ahead
suspend the rules and ask the CAO to distribute it immediately so that we can vote on this. Or CLA.
It's the CLA that's working on it. Mr. Parks, yes?
Yeah, I think there's a technical thing. You can do the ordinance almost immediately by changing the numbers in it from whatever the ticket price. But it will take him a month or so to get his ticket books done and printed. So that's the delay.
Okay, but we can probably move forward that as soon as we have it in hand. So I'll cut off debate on this. We'll vote on it as soon as we have that in hand as well. Okay? Next item called special.
Item 79 by Councilmember Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas, item 79 as well was the pipeline franchise fees. Did we cover that with Ms. Hahn's discussion of that, or did you want to add something else to it?
Yeah, that's what this
79 was the
does. It
pipeline
just provides
franchise?
that for 1 year.
Yeah, so we resolved that early. Okay, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on that and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item called special.
Item 87G by Councilmember Alarcon.
Has that been addressed now, Mr. Alarcon, through Mr. Cardenas' motion, the animal services piece? Is Mr. Alarcon here? Did that address? Okay, all right, we're good on that. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
And then the next one is
87I by Councilmember Alarcon.
We're good? Okay, let's go ahead and prepare the roll on that and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that's approved. Item 88, please, is Mr. Alarcon. That's the reserve fund. Okay, we're okay. So let's go ahead and prepare the roll on that and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
And number 91 just creates the budget stabilization fund. We're thinking of putting some more things in there based on the discussions and the suggestions in 1A, 1B. Is that right? Okay. So we'll go ahead and move item 91. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay. That takes us to the end of these ones. I'm told there's quite a few motions that are in the back. We're going to turn next to the 1A, 1B stuff. Why don't we take a 5-minute recess, and we will be back here just after 4:30 to continue. right, we're going to come back into session. If we can ask council members to please come back to their seats. You'll also see before you the first set of motions, colleagues, 1 through 26. There's a lot of different ones coming through. I'm going to switch out with Ms. Perry and frame some discussions on what are called 1 and 2 now, which were formerly, the artists formerly known as 1A and 1B. And we will go from there.
Just a change. Just a change you requested. Yes. Well, why is all the rest of this?
Mr. Clerk, what is our count?
There are presently 13 members present.
Okay. Are we ready to begin? Ready to begin? I think Mr. Zine, you've pressed your button. Mr. Garcetti will go first, and then Mr. Zine.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And thank you, colleagues, for what's been a very long day, but a good one, and one full, I think, of a lot of progress and forward movement. I think we've held two principles here. One, that we need to have a balanced budget, and that business as usual, the way we've done some budgeting in the past, won't suffice, not only because of the recession that we're in the midst of, but because we want the people who come after us to have a sort of budget that works and protects the services for people. But we've also, secondly, and maybe more importantly, said that we need to make sure we keep in mind the people that we serve, the constituents who depend.
Excuse me for just a second. If we could keep our conversations, move them out into the hallway so that we can hear on the floor. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Madam President. The second principle we've held very near and dear, though, is that the people that we serve come first. The services that we provide are important, and that whatever we do, we have to try to make sure that we are smart with our hearts and also smart with our heads, that we do the things that will put us on a path of fiscal strength, but also protect the services that we count on. The first two motions that are before us have now been renamed motion number 1 and number 2. Between them, I think we have 13 out of the 15 council members. And I think from my conversations, there are plenty of us that would have signed on to plenty of things in both of them. We can't have more than 7 members, of course, on any motion. And so I rise here to talk about how we can unify these and move forward with a budget today. I think when you look at the details of what has been proposed in what's now called motion number 2, which was Mr. Koretz and Mr. Wesson's motion, signed on by, I believe, Ms. Hahn and Mr. Alarcon, and there's a fifth member as well, and Mr. Weezar. Thank you. What we have before us is stuff that makes a lot of sense. In fact, these were things that I think a lot of us collectively have been working on, that we talked about here in council chambers, and that we're working with our labor partners behind the scenes and openly here on seeing if we could do to help reduce our deficit and protect jobs. In my own office, for instance, I know folks keep talking about one motion being the Garcetti motion, one the Wesson motion. Mr. Wesson and I have both said they're not our motions. In fact, they're joint motions with lots of people, and nor are we the singular driving forces behind them. As proof of that, I think I've said in closed session, but I'll say here too, that in Mr. Wesson's and Mr. Koretz's motion, signed by the 3 other members as well, there are a number of things which we have been working on with labor in our own office and with the CLA as well. Those were difficult conversations because both the CAO and CLA, as they should be, are sometimes skeptical when we say, hey, what about this new revenue source? Trust us, it'll come through. But we've worked to scrub those to really realistic amounts. For instance, we all talked about here about the EMS voluntary fee, and that was something that I had moved here in council during our February deliberation, something the CLA had brought, I think, to our attention through suggestions from others that was being done in other cities. And I think that is prudent for us to move forward with and to put into UB. Any revenue that we get will help protect things. The dog license fee was something we had been working on. I met with a number of the dog license canvassers. Mr. Cardenas' very smart motion takes care of that piece and what the dog license fee, whether it was $600,000 or whether it was $2.4 million, it has now been addressed by Mr. Cardenas' motion, which will give us concrete dollars to keep open some of those critical services and make sure that more animals are not put to death. The commodities. It may be lowball, but it's a good, realistic number. We have been working on the $5 million for commodities purchases to tell our departments you just won't have as much this year. A lot of that is fixed, things like fuel, but let's continue to work on fuel efficiency, as our General Services Department has done very well, but can do even more. The foreclosed properties, legislation that I wrote, $5 million in there, the documentary transfer tax, that was part of the 1A, now 1 motion, that's another $6 million. Our outside contracts for personal services, it says 6.4 in this motion. I think the general fund impact is 3.1. That was a number 2 that we had worked on in our office. Having 200 transfers, that would be another $1 million in there. That was something that we've all been working on as well. And then, there's a series of these friendly amendments which we did because we weren't sure how this would resolve itself, but certainly the makers of 1A, now 1, have put in, with people who signed 1B, now 2, friendly amendments to that first motion we have before us to include those. So what does that mean? When we include those, some of them as revenue for the UB and some as potentially anticipated revenue for the UB, it reduces the amount that we have to have our CAO talk with our labor unions about helping to close at the end of the day. And more importantly than that, it means that many more jobs protected, and more importantly than that much more service on the streets of LA. Now, we have a lot of work to do to make these things possible. Whether it was the debt collection piece that we did in February and March and that we continue to push forward, whether it's these contracts, we are the ones who are accountable for making these come true with the mayor. But I embrace the mayor's statement that a lot of these things he embraces as well to try to bring that down. So I think in the ideal world what we would do is we would take the ones that we agree upon and that our CLA can live with. And I know our staffs have been talking about this, Mr. Wesson, mine, others, to look at what those are. And I think the ones that I just laid out are probably the ones that we all agree upon. Put those into a 2A or amend it into 1, whatever, merge the 2 together. We then have a number that we can look at the ones which are more controversial, which I know there's a difference of opinions here, and which the CAO and CLA do not necessarily support the revenue projections. But we can vote those up or down separately as well, and then at the end of that we'll have at least a number. And then as we go through the rest, and I know it's 26 and growing, I hear there's over 100 motions now? How many?
72.
Sorry, just 72. Didn't want to overstate. We have 72 motions. We can get that piece resolved now and move forward with the other motions to protect some of the other pieces that I know are of concern to folks. So I hope, colleagues, that can be a coming together for us. That is what leadership is about. It's about if we are all honest with ourselves right now, there are things, no matter how fiscally conservative you are, that are good, that are in 2. And no matter how aspirational you are, there are protections that we all need that are in the framework set out also in 1. We bring those together, and I think what you have is something that has the protections we need but also the assumptions that doesn't sacrifice service and workers first. And so with that, we'll be working on, I think, some mechanism to unify those and to move those forward. They're also embodied in the friendly amendments that you'll see before you later in the packet, which are some of the exact same ones that were in 1B/2 here. So we have two different routes we could go. We could go individually through each one of those to add them, or we could add them as a package, and I'll certainly be talking to Mr. Weston about what the best way forward to do that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to put in the record a correspondence from the mayor issued today, contact Sarah Hamilton, and to see if I get a response from the mayor's office, also from our CAO. And it reads, the mayor issued a following statement today regarding the fiscal year 2010-2011 city budget. Quote, I understand and deeply respect the difficult decision City Council is facing as it deliberates fiscal year 2010-2011 city budget. As I said, stated city address, we can do better than the budget I originally proposed, but we cannot do without significant structural cost-saving measures from our labor partners. The framework proposed by Council members Koretz, Huizar, Hahn, Alarcon, and Weston seeks to restore many of the critical services and jobs stated for reduction, including library hours, recreational programs, child care, street repair, and fire service. The framework also requires significant labor cost-saving measures, including commitment to reform our sworn civilian personal pension systems, prerequisite to service restoration. Urge the Council to give the CAO the chance to negotiate the cost savings and reforms called for in the Koretz et al. Proposal before moving forward with the layoffs and furloughs that will require the city to award substantial cost of living adjustment increase to the remaining civilian workforce. If our partners in labor commit to real structural cost savings, including fundamental reform of the city's sworn and civilian pension systems, and allow for the necessary flexibility to account for future fluctuations in revenues or savings projections, then I support the Koretz, Huizar, Hahn, Alarcon, Weston framework as the strongest pathway to restoration of critical city services and long-term financial integrity. Now, the question for the mayor's office and the question for the CAO is, how do we accomplish this? Well, we've been here since 9 o'clock this morning. It's 5 minutes to 5, and we still have a lot of issues to discuss. Is the mayor's office proposing that the CA go back and negotiate with the labor force to come up with additional savings through some other purpose? And that's what I asked regarding this that was released this afternoon. Ben, and then Miguel.
Ben Sahel, Deputy Mayor of Budget and Finance. I believe the CEO is currently having discussions with labor unions and has been having those discussions for some time now. I think what the mayor has stated is no different than what as he stated in the state of the city, where what we're looking for is not based on ideology in terms of the layoffs. What we're looking for are solutions that give us a balance of structural solutions to one-time fixes. And we would like those solutions to be more heavily weighted on the structural side, obviously, and aren't necessarily looking for layoffs as the one and only solution. And we would hope that, in working with our labor partners, we can come up with some of those ongoing solutions. We would hope that that's done in an expeditious manner.
Well, the question is, chance to negotiate cost savings and reforms called for in this motion before moving forward with the layoffs and furloughs. Now, our time frame, I understand, is very narrow. How do we accomplish that with the time frame that we got, that the real squeeze, we have to come up with the votes to have this budget approved? Miguel?
Well, I think that the issue is the adoption of a budget. As Ben indicated, we've been working very hard to try to negotiate with our unions. I spent most of the day yesterday with part of our bargaining units to do that. I think what's required is the adoption of budget this week. I would recommend that your council not go any further than Friday to adopt one, and that it establishes a threshold from where to begin for the next following year. A budget is a plan, and in that plan, it could identify what's solved and what remains to be solved, and then what the remainder to be solved. I think where there's consensus, both from most of you, if not all of you in this chamber, as well as the mayor, is that labor needs to help us mitigate that shortfall. And so, to the extent in which there's clarity as to what that shortfall is, I think it provides me as your negotiator and our labor partners the framework to begin that conversation in earnest. And so I would urge you to adopt a budget this week. The likelihood that we resolve all of our labor issues this week would be ideal, but not necessary. I think that the budget could certainly contemplate elements of it that still need further action. That's essentially how we proceeded this fiscal year. This fiscal year, there was about $300 million in the budget that had uncertainties and were contingent on labor negotiations, and we were able to actually deliver on that. We were able to close the budget by the fall and proceed forward. So it's a bit of a moving target, I understand that. The most important thing is that your council take action, be clear on the direction that you provided my office, so I could begin the work of following up on the negotiations.
Thank you. Mr. Wesson?
Thank you, Madam President and members. I want to thank Mr. Garcetti for the words that he said earlier, and I really have to again commend the Budget Committee for the work that they've done on this issue. And I agree when we say, we were elected by the residents of this city to do one thing, and that one thing was to deliver services to them. That's the main thing that the people of this city said. We want you to be in a position to deliver services for us. Now, we do care very much about our labor allies, our partners. I mean, they've got mortgages just like we do, and car notes, and they have kids that they're sending through school, and we don't want to disrupt their lives as well. But the beauty about this country is that even though I respect everything that was done in the Budget and Finance Committee, that doesn't mean that I have to agree with it. I mean, I do think that we should try to find another way to go. And I think there are several members on this council that want to find that alternative solution. So that's why we came up with what is now called motion number 2, or item number 2. And that's exactly what we want to do. I will say one thing else about the discussions that we had this morning, prior to coming in here. The one thing that is crystal clear to me, that if we are, as a council, unified in one thing, we are unified on the fact that we believe that there needs to be real and substantive give-backs, or whatever you want to call it, cost savings from labor. So I think that labor, if they didn't think we were serious about that they know that as of today that we are serious about that. And in the light of unexpected release from the mayor, as Mr. Zine had referenced earlier, it makes sense to me that you go back tonight or tomorrow early, very similar to what we did on ERIP, where they agreed to have a substantive discussion with us, and you and your people sat with them and vetted the numbers on the things that they said that they were prepared to show or give us as cost savings. And I would say, if do that to see if we can accomplish anything there, because the key with us, what we're trying to do now is find out what that elusive target is. What is that number? If we have a better feeling for what that number is, I think it makes it easier for us, especially those of us who support the option 2 or item 2, it would elevate our comfort level. I also think that given that you've said we have until the end of the week, that does take some pressure off in the sense that it gives you time to go and chat with them. Now, if you are rebuffed by them and they give you things that you do not believe are real, then I think what we have done, what I have enjoyed about today, for those of us that weren't on or are not on the Budget and Finance Committee, we were afforded the opportunity to ask all kinds of questions. And now, as we are afforded that opportunity, we're beginning to understand what the members of the Budget Committee has had to deal with for weeks and months. But what I'd like to, again, request is that you follow the suggestion of the mayor and see if we can't talk with the unions similar to what we did during ERIP, and then be able to come back with us in a day or within several hours and say what kind of progress you're making or you're not making. Because I do think that we need to view them as our partners, that they do give us suggestions that make sense, and let's see if we can't close that gap and then take the appropriate action. So that's what I think, and Mr. Garcetti and staff and other people are working on trying to reconcile these two items, and it may take a minute, it may take longer than that for individuals from that support Measure 2. They may not be in a position to say by night's end that they're ready to go for that yet. They may need to digest it and think about it.
Thank you.
If I could just comment on one point that you raised, I think that's that would be an appropriate way to proceed in terms of going back and sitting down to try to find ways that we can mitigate that shortfall. I think it's helpful for both the city as well as labor if we know what the shortfall is. If we end today without clarity as to what problem we're trying to solve, then I'm not terribly optimistic that we're going to solve it. And so the one thing that I would ask is that there be some definition of the problem so that we could roll up our sleeves and find a way to solving it.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we need to be honest with each other, and we need to just say, yes, I'm going to vote for the committee report as amended, or no, I won't vote for that today. We need to just do that, and we need to stop wasting time. Now, the committee report as amended has language that leaves the door open so that as revenues come in, we can address that. We can go through add-backs. Take a look at motion number 3 in your packet, which refers to giving priority for funding restoration in the event that revenues from asset restructuring, documentary transfer tax, and SB 1137 funds are realized in the upcoming fiscal year. And it gives a list of the categories: library services, child care, fire department, Northeast Animal Care Center, urban forestry, Channel 35, general services, accounts receivable, budget stabilization fund, public works, and the reserve fund. So, unless there's some surprise in the works, I don't know what it is, I've been hearing stories all day long about maybe DWP is going to give us another $20 million. I don't know. All I can do is vote on a budget that I know the money is in hand now. And I think that it's really inclusive to have a budget that is based on revenue in hand and yet provide an opportunity, should revenue come in subsequent to this vote, to be able to address that and to be able to vet it, to be able to do that on the public record so that we have a price tag associated with what we're doing instead of continuing on in this gray, dog chasing your tail budget process where, you know, we say one thing out here and then to have another conversation on the side. And so I want to support the committee report. I want to support the chief administrative officer in being the lead negotiator so we can get this done. But I want to vote. And I want to vote for the committee report as amended.
Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, it is very true. We have made a lot of progress in just a week, particularly since the Budget Committee report came out. We've seen a dramatic movement from a proposed budget that included 1,761 layoffs to an amended proposed budget committee report of 761, saving 1,000 positions. Today, we further amended the budget with specific actions and moving toward progress in closing the gap. And I believe that we should continue that. I do not believe we should rush to judgment. I believe that 15 of us, along with city staff, can find other things to help close the gap, to make the negotiation process even that much easier. I too want to know what happened to the $20 million that DWP offered. I believe that should be front and center on the table, and we should ask. In fact, I want to ask the mayor's representative if the mayor would request and cajole and pressure the DWP Commission to give us the $20 million they said they'd give us. What happened to that?
I do not have an update on that. I think the last information we received was still prior to them agreeing to the original $73 million. If you recall, we had issued a letter requesting the $20 million, and subsequent to that, there was movement on the original $73 million. But as of today, I have not received an update as to whether or not the $20 million would be forthcoming.
The question was a little different. The question was, will the mayor support, request, pressure the DWP Commission to give us the $20 million they said they'd give us?
I think we will support making that request.
I don't think there's anybody on this council who wouldn't support that, but of course we would support that. And I would move that we request that the mayor do just that, because I think that would alleviate a lot of the stress that we are feeling as a group to come to closure on this budget. But it's for those hanging threads that I think we should not make a rush to judgment. I believe there are additional opportunities that can emerge over the next several days that can further close this gap and also reduce the possibility that we could make a major mistake by virtue of having more people engaged in the deliberative process that did not have the opportunity to serve on the Budget Committee. And I would like to mention that this is the first year that the Budget Committee was comprised of 7 members, which meant that the 8 of us who were not on the Budget Committee could not even attend the meetings without trying to masterfully work out a schedule and ask one member to step out, which I sincerely believe is very close to a violation of the Brown Act anyway. So many of us were excluded from the process of the budget deliberation. In fact, any one of my constituents could have more participation by virtue of the public comment. I couldn't even make a public comment at the Budget Committee. So we need more time, and I think that time would be productive. I think we would be able to close the gap that we now see and do some good for the city, but at the same time create more harmony and unanimity of thinking as we move forward and give more clear direction to the CAO to negotiate with labor in a truly good faith manner.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn?
Thank you. I know, it's 5:15. we've been here since 9 this morning, but clearly there was a lot of work that's been done on all sides on this issue. I appreciate certainly the hard work that's been done by Mr. Garcetti, by others. I think part of what I started out at 9 a.m. this morning asking back in closed session has not been, in my opinion, fully answered, and that's the idea that our CAO is really negotiating with our friends on cost-saving measures that they're proposing. I feel like it's a stalemate reading the mayor's letter saying, Council, we'd like for you to give the CAO instructions to negotiate further with labor on cost-saving measures before moving forward with furloughs and layoffs. And then to hear, the sense that, no, that we've done it and we're at an impasse. I mean, this morning at 9 a.m., it was pretty much none of those numbers are real. So I would like to, give you more instruction at this point to one more time, hopefully sit down and craft and work and come up with some, a pathway to get us to closing this gap and avoiding the layoffs and furloughs. And I will say, with all due respect, my friends on 1A, I have friends on 1A and I have friends on 1B. I'm going to vote with my friends. Last week this $53 million in parking was called fake money. And all of a sudden now, that's part of 1A to recognize that $53 million. So if it was fake money last week and now it's not, I feel like there are other places where we could recognize real cost-saving measures that have been proposed. And that's what I want. I mean, it felt like none of those cost-saving measures were acknowledged or recognized. And I would like to see, sort of try harder, go back one more time, and see if there's some of those numbers that we could indeed recognize. And that's what I feel hasn't happened. And if we think we could, work around the clock and make that happen, certainly that's where we want to get to. I just don't feel like at 5:15, anything else has been put forward that gets both sides any closer. On that note, I would love to recess this meeting, come back tomorrow morning. We can start at 9 tomorrow morning as well, and see if by then anything more has been brought to the table. I'm not comfortable with the fact that we need to vote up or down on 1A or 1B at this point. I just don't feel like any new information has been given us since 9 this morning that I would like to see. So with that, I'd like to say...
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. You said
Is that a motion?
motion by Ms. Hahn, seconded by Mr. Weezer. Thank you.
May I comment on that? If we were to do that, what problem am I trying to solve? What's the size of the problem I'm trying to address when I meet with our...
Clarification, Mr. Garcetti.
Sorry, no, it was just if it was accepted as non-objective. I wanted to vote on before that. I think we should work a little longer, so I just was making that before it was accepted.
Okay. Miguel, you finished?
No, I was just, I mean, that's...
Mr. Koretz.
Well, I hope if we go overnight, we both have Mr. Wesson and Mr. Garcetti work together and try to marry as much of their proposals as we can and identify the savings we all can agree on. And I hope we work with our labor partners. It'll obviously be easier when we agree on what the hole is that we're trying to fill, but we also have to at least start seeing some willingness to budge in our direction and fill some of that hole, whatever it may be. I think we have a pretty good sense of what it is. What I don't want to see is what the Budget Committee agreed to do, which is I don't want to see us say, okay, if the money comes in, then we'll deal with the money. Let's lay off hundreds of people. Let's bump them all over the place. Let's do all the disruptive things that we're going to do. let's pay the $32 million for laying off the first person, and then 3 months later, let's realize that we have more revenue and restore it. That's certainly not going to be cost-effective. It's certainly not going to be efficient. I think we need to close this gap now, hopefully without layoffs. Do the right thing now. Spend a few more days if it takes it, and get this done.
Thank you. Mr. Parks?
Mr. Chair, Miguel, let me ask you a question. If you go and negotiate with the unions and we haven't decided on a budget, what do you ask them for?
That's the question.
That's the question you ask us. Okay. Right. Let me return it back to you. What do you ask them for? I mean, that's the whole issue I think we discussed earlier. If you don't have a plan, because if we give them the 26 motions that we have today, you can say, here's a pile of paper, but is it the 60? Is it the 53? Is it the 120? What is it that we want them to feel if we haven't given you a budget that we voted on? I mean, does that put you at a disadvantage to talk about what you want them to do?
Well, I mean, I think it becomes frustrating for both sides. I mean, we spent, from 10 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock at night doing that yesterday, and I think we had a productive conversation. We identified there were a number of areas that I recognize as being ways to solve the budget, many that are reflected in the second motion. That's part of the packet. But I think that in order to be able to get to a point where we know what our common problem is, it is helpful to know what we're trying to solve for.
Yeah, and so the issue is that in making a decision today about the budget, you'd have a framework to at least begin to talk to them about.
Yes.
Okay. Colleagues, I would just like to say that so that we're, I think, talking about the same thing, I think it's important for us to give Miguel as strong a position as possible if he's going to go in and represent us. And I don't think it helps us to deal with issues such as basically reflecting that this budget that we're talking about today is materially different than it was 2 weeks ago. The key is if they don't come up with some givebacks, the budget committee's recommendation of $1,700 is going to move forward because you don't have the money not to move forward. The mayor's budget asked for 700 people to be laid off. He asked for 26 furloughs, and he asked for 16 for another group of people. That has to be moving forward as of July 1st, if they do not agree to something of any significance. And so we have no choice except to move forward. And yes, it's not going to be so refined that someone may not get laid off that you may get to bring them back. It's not going to be that perfect. But on the other hand, what's totally imperfect is going to be to go to the level of insolvency, and then we're scrambling just to stay afloat. And so I would think that after all of this, these issues of going forward on these 90-some-odd items, that we have a variety of motions, that we have to give Miguel as much leverage as possible and allow him to negotiate. Without us telling him what this budget looks like, he could come up with a variety of numbers, and all of them could be wrong. And so I would support that we move forward, we vote on these amendments, we vote on the motions, we get this done, allow him to move forward. He told us earlier he has to start working with the CLA by Friday in order to put the budget in a shape that we can even present it in a timely fashion to the mayor, and then what the charter guidelines are as far as timing. So it doesn't give us a lot of time, and if we send him to a meeting, he can have a great conversation, but if we don't give him the guidelines to move forward on, then it's just conversation. And until we can give him the parameters, I think it's something that just wastes his time and ours. So I'd move that we move forward on the vote today.
Ms. Perry, do you have a comment?
I hope this, does he need a second to that too?
I don't believe he does. No.
I mean, I second.
We're going to vote anyway.
Huh?
We're going to vote anyway. So
Okay, yeah, well, just for the record.
He doesn't need a second.
It's clear.
Mr. Weezer?
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, there are two issues at play here. One is the direction that we need to give to Miguel Santana as to what that gap is for concessions. That's one issue. The other issue I hear here by some of my other colleagues is that they believe that there are cost-saving compromises that can be made by this council to figure out and give that number to Miguel Santana. There's a conversation, we believe, that needs to be held by Mr. Garcetti and Mr. Wesson, who proposed 1B, possibly come up with something to give direction to Mr. Santana, possibly not. But we would want to have that discussion because we may come up with something, we may not. But what my colleagues are asking for is one more day to see if that is possible. If that isn't possible, let's just vote tomorrow morning, and that gives Mr. Santana sufficient time for this week to go back to the labor unions and find out whether there are going to be concessions or not. So I think the critical piece here, let's not confuse the two. One is asking for more time for Mr. Santana to negotiate with our labor unions for those concessions. Granted, we need to move those as quickly as possible. But some of my colleagues on council are saying, wait a minute, before we give Mr. Santana that information that he needs to work with, perhaps we need one more night so that maybe there's unanimity on this council, but we need to not let that chance go. Let's try that. If it doesn't work, we're back here tomorrow and let's vote, and people could vote accordingly, and the majority will win, and Mr. Santana will still be off and do his business. I think it makes sense for us not to rush this to judgment today. One more night is not a lot of time to ask before we make some very significant decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Huizar. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you.
Breaking news.
So colleagues, that's precisely why we're here. I think the last year we got into problem with our budget for two reasons. One was our delay. Collectively, us, Mayor, we've all talked about this, the delay in doing things like when the unions brought us ERIP. There was a long delay, and we paid for that. Every single time we're not clear, single time we delay further, what people want, what I just heard you articulate, is actually what's before us right here, and it's not as complicated, I think, as people are making it out to be. And it certainly isn't something that Mr. Weston and I need to go into a back room and talk about. We need to do this openly, and we certainly have talked about it. I can go line through line what I believe the council, because it's not my individual motion. There were 7 people involved in this. Mr. Kretz, I know you referred to it as Mr. Weston. You want Mr. Weston and I to talk. You co-authored it. I mean, again, have some pride of ownership of that. I'll talk to you just as Mr. Parks should be talking to you, and Mr. Huizar should be talking to Mr. Rosendahl. This is a body, a collective. There happens to be somebody who's president, and a president pro tem, and assistant president pro tem, but we run the meetings mostly. We are 15 equals here who should be able to do the work that those of us who are on the committee and those of us who are now on the council have before us. So I would ask folks' indulgence to actually walk through this for a second, because if we're not going to do it, I can do it right here with 1 and 2, right now. Just listen, and I think it's very straightforward. People want to know what the number is. The best way to negotiate is to be clear. But to send our negotiators off without clear instructions or numbers, they can't do it. So Ms. Hahn's point is a brilliant one. It just kind of becomes this vicious cycle. We have to make those decisions, not cut some deals. We have to make those decisions together right now. I've listened to 14 of my colleagues who I know, like, and respect in this room. And it is my educated guess as your president where the body is at on most of these things. In fact, most of them we agree upon, and I think despite the feelings of some that others may be kind of cold and heartless, and the feelings of some that others may not be acting smart or just thinking with their hearts, there's actually agreement on almost most of these. And I'll go through them right now on 1 and on 2. So I'd ask folks' indulgence. The problem we have before us is about $120 million. The furloughs add up to 63, and the 671 positions, or somewhere between 600 and 761, add up to about 57. So we have, if we're being kind of, you're never going to have exact numbers on all these, so people can pick apart 5 or 10 here, but it's about a $120 million problem. What we're trying to do right now is to subtract the additional savings and revenues that we have talked about here today. So both in 2, in the specifics, and in a lot of friendly amendments that do the same things. Let's go through those. And in 1, we added in 1 a documentary transfer tax, $6 million. We added in 1 licenses, permit, fees, and fines, which is also reflected in 2, which is the mortgage foreclosure money. That's $11 million off of that. We have in here a couple things that have been addressed already. If you look in 2, I would ask you to turn. We've addressed, I think, the gang issue with Mr. Cardenas' motion here. We have looked at the documentary transfer tax right there and the anticipated lease of the parking structures. Those are in 1 and in 2. That should be resolved. Turning the page to the next one, ambulance treatment, no transport fee. I believe there's consensus to move that forward today. I hope there is. It reduces the number, it saves jobs and services. Let's do it now. The EMS voluntary fee, similarly, let's move that forward. The dog license fee was addressed by Mr. Cardenas. Take that off the table. The El Pueblo lease revenue was addressed. Mr. Huizar did that in his language for the UB. That is resolved. The SB 1137 implementation, that's the foreclosure stuff, $5 million is the same as in 1. That's done, and there's agreement between the two. We have some where there's not going to be agreement on. Those have to have votes before us. Those are, think the Bring Back Broadway project. Mr. Huizar has been passionate about making sure that the Broadway corridor is revitalized. He needs $10 million for a garage, $5 million to acquire it, and $5 million he thinks to develop it. There are a lot of different ways we could get there. There are a lot of different opinions about it. But let's vote on it one way or another about whether this is the right way to do it. We can vote on that one. The Building and Safety Enterprise Fund. We dealt with that. We talked about it. I think we have that going back to Mr. Reyes's, and there was consensus on that as well. So we're actually like going through your motion. I mean, this is the work we should be deciding and voting on. Next, on the decreases. We all know that if we get 0 layoffs and furloughs, and both 1 and 2 give a pathway to do that. I want to be very clear about that. That is certainly my motivation in signing on to 1. I know it's the motivation of the people who signed on to number 2. If we get 0 furloughs, zero layoffs, there's a disagreement about whether furloughs triggers the COLA, but our city attorney says no, so let's just focus on layoffs for a moment. $27 million and another $4.9 million will go back if we can somehow, through those negotiations, get to a place where the rest of the deficit is closed, we can get that money in hand. That's the beautiful thing about no layoffs, is we actually have more people doing the work, and we don't give raises to those who are left, which is a difficult sell to the public. Reducing the commodities, $10 million is in number 2. The CLA and CAO, I agree with them on this, says that that's a little high, and so we have in a friendly amendment that it's, I think, 3.1. But let's figure out what that amount is in between and vote on that. So let's put it in there. That brings it down. Similarly, reducing the contractual services account, 3.1. The same number that everybody's talking about and that the CLA and CAO can live with. I know you don't always love all these, but you can live with. So that's resolved. Then the workers' comp and rehabilitation unemployment insurance, of course, that goes back into whether we have layoffs or not. That takes us to the final page of number 2. The budget balancing bridge, I think the CIO needs to address us all on this, because this is a big one, and it's a tough one. It's a leap of faith one way or the other. And so we need to address that one, but let's vote on that at least, have the description tonight from the CAO so we can make up our minds. And then the other pieces, that DWP give us $20 million, we're all agreed on that, there's a motion on that, done, that there'd be 200 transfers from the general fund and proprietary departments. I think we can get that this coming year. I support that, certainly, and I think we should move that forward and do it in a way that if they, for some reason, don't come through, the UB protects us, but let's push hard to get those and to continue to get them. And then the third one, instructing the city attorney to have an advertising excise tax. Mr. Rosendahl has a motion in on that, and it's in number 2. There's unity on that. Who doesn't want to, if the voters want to tax the billboards, get some money from that? That is resolved. And then instruct the CAO to see further reductions. We all agree there's some number at the end. In an earlier estimate, it put it at $62.8 million. What we would ask the CAO and the CLA to work on is what is that final number, and the CAO can go this week and finish those negotiations. And then the last part of the motion is instructing the city attorney to prepare and present the following ordinances: the dog license, the EMS voluntary fee, and the fire treatment. We all agree on that. So besides 2 or 3 things I saw there that require individual votes, and I'll go back to what those are: the budget balancing bridge, which we should hear from the CAO, the bringing back Broadway piece, and whether we can already count the money from the COLAs and the unemployment insurance and stuff from not having layoffs before it's in hand. Those we have to design in a way that I think we can resolve. We just say, look, if it never comes through, we know that it's not there. If it does come through, it immediately is counted and in place, and we're ready to go. So folks, I think it's a myth that there's some big thing to work out. If there's some additional revenues, I know Mr. Koretz talked about $750,000 from the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy. Let's throw that in. But there's not a lot more out there that I think we're going to have consensus on. So let's get the consensus pieces. Let's get the number from the CAO, CLA. But to do all the rest, folks, we have to take this next step. This is the next step. Delaying it, I don't think there's a lot more to talk about, so I would push for us to have that vote tonight, to be able to pull out a couple ones where there's disagreement and vote on those 2 or 3 individually after we hear from our CAO and CLA. And then, if we have to resolve and finish other parts of the budget tomorrow, that's fine with me. I'm not saying we have to work to midnight, but this is our job. This is our job to be here and to do this work, and not to pretend that it's unresolvable. I hope I've resolved that those things are pretty straightforward. There's consensus on them besides a few of them, and let's vote those ones where there's not consensus up or down so that we can see where the majority of the council is on those few ones, and the CAO can have direct instructions, because that's the fairest way to negotiate.
Thank you. Ms. Perry, our final speaker on this matter.
Well, I'm the final speaker. I was going to call the question.
Call the question. All right.
Well, and I assume it's on 1 and 2, because we're going to have to debate other ones. Yeah. Okay. No, I don't object.
So our next course of action? Mr. Garcetti?
Question on the motion to recess. Was there a motion?
Motion to
The
what?
motion...
I think it's on 1 and 2.
No.
I believe...
The motion to recess was part of, we have 1 and 2 before us right now, colleagues, so I'm not editorializing because of where I want the vote to. If somebody is making the motion to call the question, it's on 1 and 2. That's what's before us. We would take up a motion to recess as part of that, but it's then debate on everything having to do with 1 and 2, and to take up the motions Mr. Parks, Ms. Hahn put, and I don't know if there's any other ones that were out there.
Mr. Weezer?
Yeah, Mr. City Attorney, I believe that under Robert's rules, the motion to recess, you could take that up at the time that is made. I thought that's what we were discussing. So I'm not sure I'm following Mr. Garcetti, because I think...
You might be right. The recess,
Yeah, so...
under council rules, I don't know. Beyond, do we have to...
It's just the protocol is...
Yeah.
Ms. Perry called the question.
I think you're right on the recess.
But
We don't have
point
a
of
formal rule on
information,
that.
are we calling the question on the motion to recess or 1 and 2? And my contention is... I'm speaking,
Hold
Ms.
on,
Perry.
Mr. Weezer, hold on a
Ms. Perry,
second.
I'm
Ms.
speaking.
Perry,
Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Weezer. Ms. Perry, you called the question
We can vote.
on 1 and 2. Okay, Mr. Weezer, that was what the question was
I
called.
wasn't calling a
And my
question to
contention,
recess.
my
I wanna
contention
vote.
is that the motion to recess takes precedence over us voting on 1 and 2, which calling the question is related to that.
Is it a chair call?
Okay, I understand that the question was called on 1 and 2. The recess was brought up after that matter.
The city attorney is saying, and he can say it on the record too, that it's a chair call on whether that...
Mr. City Attorney, will you respond to that, please?
It's up to the discretion of the chair as to which order to place the amending motions in. Traditionally, I've seen the last motion made be handled first.
And the last motion made was by Mr. Weezer for the recess.
Actually, that last motion made was to call the question.
The last motion was to call the question from Ms. Perry, but the question was on the vote of 1A
1 and 2.
and 2, 1 and 2. And then Mr. Weezer brought up about the recess.
Point of clarification, if somebody calls for the question, but there's nobody on the queue, then that's why we didn't vote when she called the
There was
question.
no one on the queue. She was the final speaker, though. She was on the queue as the final speaker.
So point of clarification, does it require a vote if nobody's on the queue?
If no one objects.
Mr. Labange?
I defer to the chair. Make a decision, Mr. Zion.
I'm trying to get clarification. I'll make a decision. My decision will be Mr. CAO.
Yikes.
So, I wonder, all the directions pointing towards you about resolving this. Now we're going to give Mr. Garcetti an opportunity to make the decision, but I'm going to call that question.
All right, colleagues, what I think we had before us was a number of motions. One was Mr. Parks moving, was it 1?
Mr. Parks' motion was to move forward and vote on the amendments.
On 1 and 2? Okay. With the amendments. Okay?
But my motion was to recess,
Right.
which I think
Ms.
takes
Hahn's motion
precedent.
was to recess.
And it's not debatable.
Nobody's debating.
You just did.
We debated what took precedent, but not the substance of it. And are there any other motions, Mr. Clerk, before us?
That is it, just those two.
Okay. Mr. Wessler?
So will there be an actual, I think that there was a desire to actually vote on 2, which was 1B. So will there be a vote on
Yes,
that as
Mr.
well? And what order, how does that?
When we go through the budget, we've been doing them in order, numerical order. It's the opposite of what we usually do, which is last in. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 whenever we do the budget every year. So it would be 1 and then 2 would be the way that we would do them in that order. Okay? So we would, Mr. Parks moved them. We would take
Point
one
of
up first.
information?
Yep.
I challenge the city attorney's opinion on the finding relative to whether or not a call for recess is debatable, and would ask the city attorney to quote his reference.
He said it wasn't debated.
I don't see any reference in the rules that it is not debatable. If there's a motion to recess, that should be treated as any other motion.
And if it is not in the rules, what is the source of reference? The ad code, Robert's Rules of Order, what is it?
City Attorney's opinion.
Actually, the point I made earlier is the discretion of the chair as to which motion, amending
Folks,
motion
if this
to make.
resolves it, I have no problem taking the motion to recess first. We can just vote on that.
All right, do that.
Okay?
Okay, point.
A yes vote is to recess, a no vote is to not recess. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 9 noes.
Okay, we are not recessing. Next, we have the motion before us from Mr. Parks. Items 1 and 2 are before us. We would go in that order. Now, I want to say as a point of information, folks, just so you know on this, many of the things that are in, that would be added to 1 and or 2 are in motions that follow. So, for instance, the details of, for instance, Mr. Rosendahl has a motion on the billboard tax. There is a motion to put in the cuts in the commodities. Those would follow as well. So we'll have to sort out, obviously, if 1 were to go forward or to fail, and if 2 were to go forward or to fail, it is not the last word on those items because there are other ones before us. Yes, Mr. Koretz, do you have a point of information?
So the amendments that you suggested, the dollar figure was somewhere $28 million, is that one of the things we're voting on, or are we voting on the motions before you made those changes?
Those, the ones that are here, those are later motions. So initially we wouldn't, but they would, I would suggest we continue doing some work tonight and we add those in tonight. If, depending on what the vote is on 1 or 2, I don't want to predict what those is, but we certainly can continue to work on those, and they're actually many that are in the packet and any that aren't can be added to our deliberations tonight and or spill over to tomorrow for additional revenue pieces.
Well, to me at least, the logical thing would not be to vote for that, would be to vote for something that includes those amendments, so we
can't start to
actually do the
advocate
deal.
because we did have, we moved the previous question, there's no more debate. We called the question, it was called, I understand that people may have different opinions on that, we can only have points of information right now to clarify, but not to opine. Okay. All right, so first we have before us item 1. Please open the roll on, it's now called 1. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 4 noes.
Okay. Now we have 2 before us. 2. Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 9 noes.
Okay. That does not carry. We will now, if folks are okay, moving forward, we can go to the other motions that are before us and continue to work on those. And again, colleagues, regardless of the vote that just played out, many of the things, I think, again, I would say, and if you'll indulge me from the chair, there's consensus about we can add back tonight so that we can give clarity to our CAO about that. So much of the content in those we can move forward and vote on. But we'll go in order of what we have before us.
So we'll do.
Okay. Item number 3 first.
Item number 3 is a Parks Perry motion establishing a list of priorities to fund should the revenues be realized.
Okay. Anybody wishing to speak on this one? This is if more revenues come in. Yes, Ms. Perry?
Before we vote on 3, I'd just like to move to receive and file 2.
Okay.
Can we vote on that before we vote on 3?
There's a motion on 2 to receive and file. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, that is received and
And
filed.
can we do forthwith on 1, or do we need to do forthwith
There's no
on 1?
forthwith right now. It's all part of a single package. These
great.
are amendments. Mr. Labange?
Under 3, since there's no dollar amount, add just a line, and any additional services deemed by the council. So if there's a concept or an idea that we not have in our mind right now, do you have that, Mr. CAO? Just a general line, so if we do that, I'm thinking of extra park hours, extra pool hours, things of this nature that we may not. So that would cover that broadly, right, Sharon? Thank you.
Very good. All right, thank you.
Okay, item number...
Mr. Smith?
And I want to clarify that this list that is on here is not a preferential list, it is just a list. This doesn't say we're going to go in that order, is that correct? This is stuff to be considered. Okay, I'm fine.
Mr. Weezer?
Yes, thank you, colleagues. And colleagues, as you know, there was an item in the mayor's budget for bringing back Broadway garage, and it's not that Council District 14 simply wanted to put something in there to build a parking garage. In fact, 2 years ago, I gave that to the general fund, and at the time, I was promised that this money would be given back to CD14 when we were ready to build a parking garage on Broadway, and that would revitalize 4 theaters and make available parking for over 1 million square feet available in the upper floors of Broadway. So we stuck to that promise. It was a loan to the general fund. And then when MICLA was going to be used, we were told there was no more MICLA. The parking project is ready to go. It's being leveraged with private money. And I know that the Budget and Finance Committee didn't want to repay that loan. So I'm asking that if we could amend this motion here. I have another motion that asks that we actually use money from the parking and the securitization of the meters, if they ever should happen, to go towards the parking structure on Broadway. But maybe we could amend this motion to put that in here as well. Because after all, it was money that at the time that the general fund needed some funding, I gave it up from our district and said at the time that the parking structure would be ready to go, we would be repaid. That time is now. We still don't have money because it was rejected in this budget, but I'd like to amend this motion to include that in here.
They expected like several cents over.
Yes, Mr. Krikorian is actually next.
We'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, it's accepted. If there's no objection, then we'll accept it as friendly amendment. Sorry, it has to be the, remember, just as a reminder, friendly amendments anybody can object to. It's not just the maker of the motion. So if there's consensus and there's no objection, it's accepted as friendly by the body. So I know that you said it's no problem. Did you want to be?
I don't accept it as a...
Oh, you don't accept. I'm sorry. I thought you said you did. Okay. All right. So that will be debated on. Mr. Krikorian?
Well, are we going to deal with...
At the end of debate on this item, we will. Okay. Yeah.
I'm trying to understand what the import of this motion is, if it
I'm sorry, Mr. Krikorian. Was there a second on Mr. Weezar's motion? Okay. Mr. Wesson seconds. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Krikorian.
Okay. If we're not ascribing a prioritization to these priorities, and we're going to be adding additional topics, what really is the point of this? I mean, doesn't the council always retain, and by the way, are we debating this point or the
whole thing? 3 is before us, so
okay,
any part of 3 you can talk about.
I think it's premature to identify a certain list of priorities now that we should be funding in the event that additional potentially speculative revenues are realized. The council always retains that authority. It's our inherent power to do that. When an FSR comes in and we see that there's additional revenues, isn't it up to us then to decide what our priorities are at that given time with the particular information that's available to us about amount of revenues and so on? Why are we setting aside these particular priorities at this point
and not differentiating among them in the first place.
Let me just comment.
Please.
The reason these came up in committee and were discussed, and there were no funds for them, so we don't lose the string on the things that were brought up as potential add-backs. We said at the committee we would put them on a document and keep track of them, and just as Tom added one just a minute ago, they're just a list of things to be considered. None of them are prioritized, none of them have a dollar amount, and it's just a matter of keeping track of what was discussed rather than going back through every note that we had. So that's what we tried to do.
I see. Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith and then Mr. Parks.
Yes, thank you, and Mr. Crutcher, you're absolutely correct, and that's why I asked that we're not prioritizing anything. I think the key word to this, and what's wrong with Mr. Weezar's motion, is these are restorations of things that we're doing now that we're losing, and we're offering us an opportunity to bring them back should money come. Mr. Weezar's proposal is to spend it on something totally new that's not restoring anything in the way of budgeted programs, positions, or anything. So I think we need to keep those separated, keep the thoughts separated. Mr. Weezar, bring it back as a separate motion. We'll talk about it. But it should not be included in this list because this is a list of restorations of the programs and positions that are being eliminated that if money comes available, we will bring back. And that's the point.
Mr. Parks passes. Mr. Weezar.
Thank you very much. In fact, this is restoration. It's restoration that a project that would have happened 2 years ago, but I loaned the money to the city, and I could have held it back. And I don't want to say this, but unlike other council members who held on to their SPRF money that year, I was willing to be a nice guy and give it up. And I agree with you, Mr. Krikorian. I think there is a process. What did that get me? It's a bag of chips. I agree with you. There's a process to go through this, but if this is going to be out there, I'd like to put back their parking structure as a possibility. But the other concern that I have, if we are talking about restoration, is that we are simply looking for one-time monies with one-time monies. A lot of these things here that are proposed to be restored, we should consider that those are ongoing costs. What I'm asking for is simply, if these monies come up, these are all one-time monies. So let's use one-time monies with one-time monies, which the Bringing Back Broadway parking structure qualifies for, and which the SPR funding, those are one-times as well. So I think that the parking structure probably makes better sense to match up these new revenue sources than restoring these services that would go be ongoing costs. We should identify revenues that are ongoing to restore these ongoing costs that have been listed here.
Mr. Parks?
I'd just like to comment on that. I think the fact that we put them here does not allocate any money, and it gives us the ability and the flexibility to go through the budget and find multi-year dollars and match it up if these are going to be funded. There's something in the neighborhood of $70 to $80 million of one-time money currently in the budget, but this does not basically identify any source, nor does it identify an allocation. If these funds come in from any of these sources, we have the full ability to swap them out and make sure the projects match the revenue source.
Okay. We have three. That's the last speaker. We have first Mr. Weezar's amendment to the motion before us to add the Bring Back Broadway Garage to the list as well.
Are you voting no on this?
Please open the roll on the amendment. This is Mr. Weezar's amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no vote.
Mr. Weezar's amendment is first. Okay. Please open the roll.
No vote.
Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 7 noes.
Okay, that goes forward. So that's added. Now let's take it as amended. Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
That is, okay. That passes. Item number 4, please.
Item number 4 is a Garcetti-Perry motion. What this motion would do is stipulate that 3% of the new revenues that are coming in, again, that we don't anticipate, or that we anticipate but we don't have in hand yet, be placed in the reserve fund, so we meet the reserve fund minimum 3% requirement. This is because of the way they're shown in the UB at this point. So as the revenues are generated, we need to be cognizant of the fact that 3% of that needs to go into the reserve fund so that we meet our 3% target.
All right, Mr. Alacon, our first speaker.
The definition of any new funds, does that include grants?
No, this is general fund, and this is referring to essentially the documentary transfer tax, the...
But it doesn't say that. My concern is that by saying any new revenue, I mean, we can't place 3% of grant funds into the reserve fund.
My read is that it's revenue that your council has discretion, full discretion in terms of how to use. I mean, clarifying it would be,
Can we just hold this one and get the language right? I'm supportive of the idea. There's some revenue that we cannot put in there.
Mr. Allerton, perhaps what could be amended to say any new general fund revenues used to support general fund activities.
No, because that doesn't tell me what to do with grant funds.
Well, grant funds are not general funds. So by indicating that it's a general fund revenue to support general fund activities, that
I
would
just want to be clear. You can think of no revenues that can be considered any new revenue here where we might have a conflict.
like, for example, you couldn't use RO money for that purpose. Any federal funds, any, specific dollars. If it would go to the general fund, that would be the only threshold they would have to cross.
Okay. We have that before us. Please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes, 14 ayes, 1 no.
Okay. It's approved. Next item.
Item number 5 is a Cardenas-Garcetti motion adding funding of $2 million to the Department of Recreation and Parks for the Class Parks program. It would not be compliant with the financial policies. It would have an impact on the general fund.
Mr. Cardenas?
Yes, actually, Councilmember Smith said it better than I'd probably say. This is one of the restorative matters, and what I figure is when you look at looking at the scoring of the minimum scoring in our improvement on commodities, expenditures, et cetera, we're scoring at $5 million. And that's one of the reasons why I figured that if we have the opportunity to restore something, we should restore those to our class parks, because those are the parks that are hit the hardest, and those are the ones in our toughest neighborhoods where it's my understanding that Recreation and Parks has drastically cut their part-time workers, which are the ones that actually work with our youth in our toughest neighborhoods, and they're not going to be there to work with our young people. So that's what that $2 million would be able to provide.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Cardenas, I could certainly support your recommendation if we would move that item to number 3, which is the list of restorations, and remove the $2 million. That way, it will just be in a stack of other things to deal with. But if you say $2 million, we just do not have $2 million to support that at this time. It would create another $2 million hole.
Okay. We have Mr. Parks' motion. Mr. Labange?
I think what Mr. Carter said, though, Mr. Parks, has a great value. I wish a representative from Rec and Parks was here to articulate that, because I think it's real important. Some of our toughest properties need tremendous revitalization and a level of commitment. They may not have a Boys or Girls Club or a youth center within the proximity. So there's value to what Mr. Cardenas said. The question is, how do we get there? Mr. Parks, are you waiving it? Okay. He withdraws it. So I convinced Mr. Parks. Thank you.
You're a convincing person, Mr. Labange. Mr. Garcetti.
And just for the record, and I second this, I think it is consistent because it was money that we had not yet spoken for. I think part of the idea here is as we find money, we want to restore jobs and services. This is an example of doing that based on the contract reduction. So I would urge you to move it forward.
All right, that matter is before us.
This is on that list.
Number 5, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item number 6 is our Garcetti-Reyes motion. This is the reduction in personal services contracts and commodities that were discussed. It would be $5 million in commodities and $3.1 million in personal services. I think we need some technical instructions here. In essence, what would occur is, on a pro rata basis, citywide departments, 3040 accounts and 6010 accounts would be reduced by a small percentage. It's about 1%, and departments would be expected to manage to that budget.
For direction, Mr. Garcetti.
Colleagues, this was the example. I mean, this is all of our motions, Mr. West, Mr. Koretz, and others. I mean, even if you're technically on it, this was what was in 2. We're now getting the bits and pieces I was talking about of actually putting these revenues back in for our labor partners who are, asking where are those things we've been working on. This is the beginning of those, so I urge your support of this. These are ones that we've worked really hard with the CAO, CLA to make sure they're comfortable with, but also push them because we're comfortable with them, and it will help reduce that deficit number, keep services, and keep people employed.
Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item number 7 is a Rosendahl-Garcetti-Koretz motion instructing the CAO and CLA to initiate the process to place a billboard tax on the March 2011 ballot.
That matter is before us. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Congratulations, Mr. Rosendahl. Next item, please.
Item number 8 is a Garcetti motion using $250,000 in CD 13-1290 money to be used if there's an economic analysis function created within the CAO.
On that matter, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 9 is a Smith-Rosendahl motion and instructs the CEO, CLA, and LAWA to report to the Budget Committee by September 1st on the feasibility of returning control of Ontario International Airport to the City of Ontario.
Mr. Garcetti? Mr. Labange?
And the airport department has grown a regional system. To give it back to Ontario, we may not be able to succeed on it. But even to operate it, I think it's important. Anyway.
I believe in regionalism. Oh, am I in the queue?
No, you're not. Ms. Hahn, and then after Ms. Hahn is Mr. Rosendahl, so please take a seat. Thank you very much. Ms. Hahn.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Mr. Regionalization, Bill Rosendahl, I was surprised to actually see him on this. The only thing I would ask members is that this obviously go to TCT as well as Budget and Finance. I think this is really a big item. So that'd be, if we could...
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Thank you, Ms. Hahn. All right, Mr. Rosendahl, now it's your turn.
Yeah, just for the record, it says the feasibility and benefits of returning control to the City of Ontario. They called me, the Vice Mayor, of that the other day, and he said, blah, blah, blah. I totally think as we modernize LAX, regionalism picks up at Ontario, and we don't need to go in that direction. But out of courtesy to the Vice Mayor there and to the people of Ontario, why not look at what it's all about from a closer standpoint? That's all we're doing with this, is respecting Ontario and its role with us. Yes, of course it will.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Smith, no? Okay. Mr. Alarcon.
Are they paying for the feasibility study? No, it says do a feasibility.
Mr. Miller, who's paying for the feasibility study? Mr. Alarcon's question.
Well, our offices would just report back. We wouldn't be hiring a consultant at this point. Our offices would report back on how to do it, the issues that need to be addressed. And
it says feasibility and benefits. Could it also include detriments?
Sure. Just reports in this all the time, and it's more in courtesy to their role with us. It's
but
not.
Can we add the word
no additional
detriment?
costs?
Mr. Rosendahl, hold on a second. Mr. Alarcon, your statement.
Can we add the word detriment?
Detriment.
It says the feasibility, benefits, and detriments.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Go for it.
I make that a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment.
Mr. Smith, that's your motion. You have any comment on it? All right. Mr. Miller, you have it now?
We've got it.
Very well. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 3
Next
noes.
item, please.
Item number 10 is a Parks Garcetti motion instructing the CEO and CLA to meet with council leadership before July 1st to begin preliminary discussions to create a strategic plan to right-size the city and match the city's core responsibilities and priorities.
No one on the queue. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Next item, please.
Item number 11 is a Rosendahl motion restoring 61 sworn firefighter position authorities without funding.
On that matter, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item number 12 is a Smith motion instructing the CEO, planning, and city attorney to report on instituting a new land use fee for residential care facilities.
On that matter, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 13 is a Reyes motion instructing Rec and Parks to report to the Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging Committee on developing a hybrid model for child care, which includes the retention of positions slated for elimination, state licensing, reprogramming, etc.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, we're asking for a report back and speaking to the chair, Councilman Labange, to the department to come back and look at how we can identify how we can have less of the city's subsidy for the program, incorporate a license program. The parents would really like licensed personnel, but also bring in a nonprofit program, or partner, I should say, and look at how we can have a greater parental financial participation in the process. So looking at these variables all together, so that way we can stay focused on making sure we have licensed child care, because that's something the parents are really asking for. We've got that push in some of our parks, and this gives us a sense of being able to establish some kind of a hybrid that brings in all these different elements.
Mr. Labange.
I just wanted to say that we'll have this in committee and have it back in 15 days, and it's real important. A lot of this started when there was some challenges within the department with not having the right protocols. This brings back protocols. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Matters before us. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item number 14 is a Parks motion. Pardon?
Mr. Alarcon, you have a question on this?
I didn't get 14.
Mr. Alarcon didn't get a copy. Mr. Garcetti's passing him a copy. He now has 3 copies.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Item number 14 is a Parks motion instructing the CEO and CLA to include in its financial policies the Harbor Department's state tidewater agreements with the city, and instructing our offices not to recommend approval of any new agreements for funds for either LAWA or Harbor unless we've had prior approval for the state or federal agency that has jurisdiction.
Ms. Hahn?
With all due respect, Mr. Parks, you're trying to sneak this one in here. Yes, you are. We had this in our committee. Reminds me of one city, one police during the whole charter thing. I know when you try to sneak something in. We had this in committee, colleagues, and this is about instructing the CAO, CLA, to not enter into any agreements until we have prior approval from the FAA or from the State Lands Commission. And we agreed in committee that we wanted to set up guidelines so that there was kind of a checklist for each of those contracts so that we would be, as best we could, complying with both FAA and State Lands Commission. But we agreed that getting prior approval from both of those authorities before we entered into any new contract was really not feasible. So I would like to, could we send this back to committee and hash this out one more time? That's how you're trying to sneak this through, Mr. Parks.
Second to that?
Who's seconding?
Because it's
Mr.
not
Labange.
feasible.
Mr. Labange?
It's not feasible.
Mr. Rosendahl?
I love Mr. Parks.
I do too.
I call him Mr. B, but I do want to say, Mr. B, that the FAA is something that I'm not going to wait for because hell will freeze over, knowing how the FAA operates. So I can't support this motion under any shape or form.
Mr. Parks.
Say
Mr.
this.
B.
As we said in committee, Mr. Rosenthal, FAA has the final word. They do. They just go back to our budget committee and see the money we're paying them back. But the issue wasn't, the committee dealt with the issue of talking to the proprietary departments. We're looking at this from a financial policy of the CAO and the CLA making recommendations. If there's an extension of an existing program, there's not an issue. But we have had at least 4 cases of multi-million-dollar settlements where we've taken off on our own, and then we're paying back one for LA Inc., $2 million a year for 10 years.
I know.
We've had this. So we're saying we should not be moving forward on agreements on new deals that takes the money from LAX or Harbor
probably less
without first getting a pre-approval. And that's for the financial policies that would protect our general fund, because all that money that we receive from those deals come out of the general fund when they come back and basically tell us it was not a good deal. And so we're protecting the general fund. We certainly want that checklist put together by the proprietary departments, but we're also putting the safeguard from the people that are recommending to us on the general fund what we should expect from them. And if it's a new program and it's something in which has not been vetted through the state or the federal government, then they shouldn't be recommending that we go forward on it. And that's what we're trying to put in. We're not altering what your effort is and getting the proprietaries to be more considerate before they move forward on things. But again, we're looking at it from protecting the general fund.
Ms. Hahn?
I see what you're saying, but I don't have a problem with the first half, which is we want a financial policy guideline so that when they do recommend a contract, they have gone through the checklist from the FAA and State Lands Commission, and they know to the best of their, don't be getting up on my time, and they know that to the best of their ability, they're recommending a contract that is within the guidelines of those agencies. But to say not to enter into a contract until prior approval, that's the problem. That's what I have a problem with.
We're saying basically
Now, if we had a lieutenant governor chairing the State Lands Commission that we all knew and loved, that might be a different story. But until that...
Hold on. Mr. Rosendahl now has the floor, and then we'll go back to Mr. Parks. Mr. Rosendahl?
I just want to make it very, I'll filibuster all night long, folks, if we give the FAA more power than it already has, and I just would find it insulting to all of us if we moved in that direction. Of course, we don't want to have what happened, Mr. Park.
No, we don't.
But that was nothing to do with nothing. That had to do with a whole other set of circumstances. But as far as I'm concerned, the FAA are the last people I want to sign off on anything other than safety issues that they have a role in. But if we hold up our modernization because the $10 billion we have might require them to finely tune something, that would throw us right out, with the baby with the bathwater. It would be just terrible.
Mr. Parks, followed by Ms. Hahn.
The issue, again, let me say, the financial policies, again, whether we like them or not, they do have the final authority. And we have very recent settlements of multi-million dollars where we went off on our own, agreed with a project, and had to pay back. In fact, not pay back. They are not giving us $2 million a year for the next 10 years. So we're saying to the CAO and the CLA, they need to have that safeguard, irrespective of what the proprietary departments do. And so, again, it's the general fund we're trying to protect, because what are we paying, what are we not getting over the next 10 years is money in the general fund for work that we actually did out at Alawa. So, again, whether we like them or not, FAA has the final word, the state has the final word in the harbor, and if we don't go to them, basically you're putting the general fund in jeopardy.
Ms. Hahn, for the final word.
I move that we send this back to committee.
Seconded by Mr. Rosendahl.
I'd love to fight it out right now.
Recommendation is send it back to committee. Shall we vote on that to make sure it's done right? Open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote. Send it back to committee.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Next item, please.
Item 15 is a Perry motion restoring 5 positions without funding in the Housing Department. There is no fiscal impact.
No one on the queue. Open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item number 16 is a Parks motion instructing the CEO to modify the city's financial policies to require that all future negotiated MOUs identify and contain the overall cost to the city, including at a minimum salary, overhead, pensions, medical, and workers' compensation, and shall identify the MOU's impacts on the city's existing structural deficit.
No questions. Open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item number 17 is a Weezer motion, and it instructs the CEO to report to the EERC relative to creating a 5-member ad hoc committee on pension reform.
5-member committee on what?
Pension reform.
Pension reform. No questions? Open the... Ms. Perry.
You want me to give you the time?
Mr. Parks, Ms.
Yeah,
Perry? Perry?
Well, I pressed the button so we can ask a question on the record. Why do we need to go to the EERC for something that's already under the purview of the President of the Council?
Mr. Weezer.
Why do
The
we-
President seconded this motion.
Very good
Okay,
idea.
so then we'll ask the President to answer it. He already has the power to do this.
Mr. President?
Sorry, I was coming over to talk to you. What was the question?
The question...
Why do we need to do a motion on something you already have the power to do?
We could certainly create it. We could work together. I'm fine with it.
We do a lot of things around here when the President could do it, and people put a motion in, and, you know...
Yeah, I don't have any objection to doing it in motion. I mean, if we want to take out report to the council instead of ERC, I mean...
And we accomplish what we're doing here. People are making aware of, what do you guys think of the idea?
I think it's a good idea to
Talk
formalize
to the
it.
Square City if you don't think it's a good idea, but it's out there.
May I comment on this, just to point out
Sure, yeah.
that just the city attorney could perhaps opine whether this makes it a Brown Act meeting if it's established by this council. And if that's the intention, then you should know that that's what you're doing.
As opposed to a working group? Why don't we ask for this? Why don't we ask for a report back on the creation of this, the options of where it should be, where it should go? But I think it's a great idea to formalize this. And when you had members, we could potentially do it with outsiders, being like kind of commissioners, or we could do it with actual folks here. So,
Yeah, report back on what vehicle would be used to have pension reform, proposals for pension reform.
That's for
Whatever vehicle that is.
sworn and civilian?
Substitute motion?
as long as it's not chaired by Mayor Rudin, we're good with it.
Mr. Weezer?
That would be ironic.
For sworn and civilian personnel? Fire, police, and civilian personnel, all...
All, everything. I mean,
Okay, very well.
A substitute motion.
Yeah.
Okay? For the record, okay?
All right. The motion's been substituted. Open that. Open the roll. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Alarcon, I wouldn't pass you up intentionally. Intentionally. Sometimes accidents happen.
First of all, I wanted to amend this to say that Mayor Reardon shall not serve on any such committee. I guess I don't have a second on that one. The only thing I wanted to say is that I hope that this does nothing to forestall the CAO from negotiating pension reform as we move forward. And hopefully we won't need this because we're going to do such a great job in negotiating pension reform in the context of our bargaining agreements. But if we don't, we have this.
Mr. Weezer,
Yes, sir.
you had your button pushed.
Oh, no, pass.
Okay. All right. On that matter, then, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 18 is a Han Koretz motion instructing the city clerk to give priority to employees who have been laid off when they hire for the election division.
On that matter, no questions? Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 19 is a Han motion instructing the fire department to report to the Public Safety Committee with a recommended fee schedule for new construction inspection permits.
No questions? Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 20 is a Cardenas motion instructing that a policy be adopted that vacant positions approved by the Managing Hiring Committee shall be given priority to be filled via transfer from general fund positions prior to the Personnel Department certifying eligible lists for these positions.
On that matter, no questions. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 21 is a Rosendahl motion instructing the Department of Building and Safety to work with the CAO and CLA to develop and implement triggers to ensure that the department's annual enterprise fund carryover relative to fees collected, et cetera, are achieved would include necessary actions, including 26 furlough days, et cetera. This is one of the issues discussed earlier today.
Mr. Smith?
Committee, so this should be received and filed.
Been sent to committee, so receive and file. Receive and file. Without objection, it'll be received and filed. Next item, please.
Item 22 is a Parks motion designating the 10-11 budget appropriation for the Gang Reduction and Youth Development Program be under the joint jurisdiction of the Mayor and Council.
No questions on that. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 23 is a Parks motion instructing the CAO and CLA to evaluate the following financial policy proposals. Cost categories that are negatively impact the structural deficit shall be identified and not increased until the structural deficit has been resolved.
No questions on that matter. Open the roll. Pardon me? Mr. Alicon? I didn't hear what you said. Did you want to speak?
No, I actually just wanted to know what exactly that just said.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Miller?
In the vernacular of...
Are there any questions on it? It's hard to hear up here with everybody talking, the conversation, so...
I'm not entirely clear on what the intent is.
Mr. Miller's not clear on it. Mr. Parks?
Then why did you write it if you're not clear?
Mr. Parks?
What we're looking for as a issue of the budget policies is that there are certain things that are drivers of the structural deficit. We want to identify them, just as we found in one of our prior financial policies that one-time money drives the structural deficit. We want to identify those costs and allocations that drive it and find ways not to continue to cause those to grow.
All right.
It sounded good at 3 in the morning when I typed that.
Very well. Okay, on that matter. No other questions? Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 24 is a Parks motion instructing City Attorney and GST to prepare and present an ordinance amending Article 6 of the Environmentally Preferred Purchasing Program, essentially moving the program to the Bureau of Sanitation.
Mr. Weezer.
Thank you. I'm the chair of Public Works, and I appreciate if this could go to committee, because I'm not quite sure what this means in the context of the other issues my committee is working on. So if we could send this to committee.
Actually, I can clarify what this is.
Can I have a second?
Seconded by Mr. Cardenas.
Would you like me to clarify?
Karen?
Yeah,
Hold on a second, but first, Mr. Smith.
Just technical, that doesn't go to Public Works. Sanitation goes to Ms. Perry's committee, so you wouldn't see it in Public Works.
I'd like to go both in.
Why?
Because we deal with it in Public Works.
We don't deal with it in Public Works. Sanitation is all done in environment.
No, but Public Works often deals with sanitation. There's related issues.
It is Sanitation Bureau is part of Public Works. The Sanitation Bureau policy issues all go to Ms. Perry's committee on the environment, not to Public Works.
Got it, but there's a number of related issues where the Bureau of Sanitation often reports to Public Works. So we could send it to both.
That's okay.
We could send it to both committees.
Send it to personnel, too.
Send it to personnel. He wants it to personnel.
It might be helpful if I clarify.
Hold on. Miss Sharon and Karen.
All right. Yeah, I was going to say it might be helpful if I clarified what this is. There's a position included in the budget for the Environmentally Preferred Purchasing Program. Currently, the ad code has specific requirements for the purchasing agent that would not transfer to the Bureau of Sanitation. So this would simply make the amendment to allow sanitation to conduct certain activities that are exclusively of the purchasing agent, which is part of general services. That's all this does.
Okay, Ms. Perry, did you want more clarification?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
All right, so the direction is, Mr. Weezer?
Fine with that, that's good.
Pardon me?
I'm fine, that's all it does.
Send it to committee, or
We can let
approve it
go.
as a...
No, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, motion withdrawn, so now the vote is to proceed as recommended originally. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Very well, next item, please.
Item 25 is a Parks motion. Essentially, it's an add-delete for Prop A, moving money from the Local Transit Assistance Fund into the Reserve for Future Transit Capital and Service. $15 million. $18,497.
Ms. Hahn.
So is this just a report back on in terms of what this means? What does this mean in terms of services under Prop A? This is DASH and other...
Actually, this $15 million is currently residing within the Prop A budget. It's for reserve for future transit equipment replacement. This is just simply moving it into the unappropriated balance for holding purposes. That's all it does. It doesn't affect any of the services. The services and the DASH lines and changes will all be coming back to committee prior to it going into effect on July 1. So basically, all of the DASH routes...
What's the value of putting it in unappropriated as opposed to leaving it in Prop A transit assistance?
That was the direction of the committee. It was instructed, we were instructed to...
Because you can only use it for...
Right. You can only use it for that purpose, but the intent was to put it in an unappropriated balance so that if it was to be used for any other purpose, it would have to come back.
But it can't be used for any other purposes, Prop A.
Right.
So I don't understand why you would want to put it in the unappropriated balance. It can only be used for transit-related items under Prop A. It's very specific. So I don't know why it needs to go to I think having an unappropriated budget actually gives you more of a sense that we can use that money for something else. Because we look at the UB sometimes like, where's money that has not been spoken for? I do. I look at it all the time. But so to put this money in there, I think it's a false sense that it actually could be used for other purposes. I don't see any reason to take it out of the Transit Assistance Fund.
Mr. Smith, do you have a comment on this matter?
Yeah, in committee, we were discussing the Prop A, Prop C, and R issues, which the mayor kind of blended some of the R and some of it borrowed back and forth.
Right.
And the instruction was by Mr. Parks and the committee to have A, C, and R brought back as a separate issue that we could just look at where the money was going back and forth between all of those. This was one instruction that was forgotten, so they got C and R, but A was forgotten. So this brings it all back together. The committee has still got to take up the whole funding issue on A, C, and R because it's not clear.
All right. Just in terms of budgeting, and again, looking in the UB for other purposes, I don't like this idea. I think it should stay in the Transit Assistance Fund, and let's deal with the A, the R, the C.
To clarify, all the rules pertaining to Prop A still apply even when it's in the UB. So you can't use this money for another purpose. It has to go for...
Which is why it should just stay in where it is, in my opinion. I think I might vote no on this one.
Mr. Corrigan, do you have a question on this, sir? Okay, very well. So on this matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Next item, please.
Item 26 is a Perry motion restoring 1 environmental specialist, 3 resolution authority in the Bureau of Sanitation without funding.
No questions on the matter. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 27 is a Hahn motion instructing the CAO to report to the council within 90 days on an update of their continued analysis regarding essentially LACERS and fire and police pension reforms. It relates to, obviously, the prior motion that you passed, setting up the report back on the working group.
No questions. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the
15 ayes.
vote. Next item, please.
Item 28 is a Cardenas motion requesting the Board of Library Commissioners to give authority to the General Manager of the library to set individual branch location hours of operation based on actual patronage, circulation to better respond to staffing, etc. There is no fiscal impact.
No questions on the matter. Mr. Smith? Mr. Garcetti?
I just ask, why is it the council districts that are making the determination on hours for the libraries? Is that what the motion says?
Mr. Cardenas?
Consultation with the council districts.
With consultation with the district?
Yeah, the decision's still with them, but we should know what's going on in our libraries, because they're all different, as to who's patronizing those libraries, and if they're going to be cutting hours or what have you. We need to know what's going on instead of them just making across-the-board general cuts, and which is generic, and maybe we have specific needs in our particular libraries.
It will be tailored to the district. Very well. On that matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 29 is a Rosendahl motion restoring 12 sworn position authorities without funding for the hazmat squads for the fire department, and instructing that LAWA pursue funding options from the FAA and Department of Homeland Security.
No questions on the matter. Open the roll. Mr. Parks. Mr. Parks.
I want to get some clarification, because the prior motion, we just did 61 unfunded position, now we're doing 12. That gets us up well over 70-some positions.
It just makes them a separate item.
I mean, they're included in the original 61? Okay. I know, I just want to make sure that it's not 70-some odd. We're dealing with 60 unfunded positions that have to come through managed hiring.
The positions would come through managed hiring.
So this is inclusive of the previous motion, right? Mr. Rosendahl?
Mr. Rosendahl?
This is inclusive of the previous motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Labange.
There's a series of matters, Mr. Parks, that deals with the hazmat on this here, but it all is within the 61. Is that right, Mr. CLA? Mr. CAO?
If it's inclusive,
Because if it's 12 times 12 is, 12 and 12 is 24, 36, you get to 61.
if it's inclusive, then this one technically could be received and filed, but we're not certain if it was
Well, no, I
intended
think
to
what
be
the
inclusive.
direction the council wants to see is if the Board of Airport Commissioners and others that they come up. Got it.
Mr. Alarcon, on this matter?
The distinction between the two motions, they both restore the positions. This one adds a direction to the CAO and CLA to negotiate with the Federal Aviation Administration to get it funded by the airports. That's the only difference. So
Mr. Rosendahl?
They don't conflict whatsoever.
Is it item 11?
All right, we all clear on this?
Yes.
We all clear? No other questions on the matter? Open the roll. Sharon?
Mr. Zine, if you can indulge us for just a moment, with regard to the motion number 11, which restored 61 positions,
Yes.
and then motion number 29, which restores 12. Is the 12 included in the 61 just for...
Well, that's what we're trying to find out. I thought we determined there was.
Okay, so then,
Mr. Labange, information?
There's 3 hazardous task forces. 3, okay? So 12 and 12 is 24, and 12 more is 36. So 36 minus 61, there's the balance.
His math, right?
Mr. Labange is well-versed on the fire department. Are we ready now? Yes. Oh, Mr. Wesson, I'm sorry. Mr. Wesson.
Yes, Mr. President, and Mr. Rosendahl, I think we should amend your suggestion to include that whenever the Lakers play the Suns, that Tom Labange would not be allowed to wear Suns colors.
Yeah. Most sons.
Most
No other questions on this? Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 30 is a Hahn motion instructing the Department of Cultural Affairs with the CLA and CAO and the Mingus Watts Tower Task Force develop a memorandum of understanding with LACMA for restoration of the Watts Towers. There is no fiscal impact.
No questions on the matter? Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 31 is a Krikorian motion that moves the neighborhood empowerment funding from CDD, as was contained in the budget, into neighborhood empowerment.
No questions on the matter? Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Next item, please.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was looking at the motion.
I'm sorry.
It's 3 months funding, yes. 3 months funding.
3 months funding. If you have a question, just please press your button, and I'd be more than happy to acknowledge you. Was there a question on that matter that we just passed? Mr. Parks, you had a question on the matter? Yes, it's 3 months. 3 months funding. That was all approved in that motion, and the approval by the vote. Next item, please.
Item number 32 is a Cardenas motion increasing parking fines by $2.7 million and adding gang violence reduction effort in the unappropriate balance at $1 million, increasing franchise income by $500,000, and increasing the animal services budget by $1.2 million. There is no net fiscal impact.
Mr. Alarcon.
I have no idea what this is for Northeast.
I just wanted to offer a friendly amendment to where it says increase animal services, that it be specifically for the two proposed closed sites.
Correct. All right, that matter is now before us. It's seconded by Mr. Cardenas. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 33 is a Krikorian motion instructing CAO and CLA to negotiate with the DWP to provide funding for the fire department's hazmat squad at Fire Station 87.
Mr. LaBonge?
Should we also include the Metropolitan Water District, since the Jensen plant is up there? So MWD as well, and any large chemical user. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. No other questions on that? Ms. Perry?
After we vote on this, I would like to have it go to my committee.
Okay, can you speak up to the mic, please?
Sorry. So, testy. After we take action on this, I would like to have it go through my committee, Energy and Environment, please.
Very well.
Thank you.
So that'll be the direction. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
And Ms. Perry asked that they go to her committee. Next item, please.
Item 34 is a Hahn motion instructing the Department of Recreation Parks to develop a plan for recreational programs at Housing Authority sites to be funded by the Housing Authority. No impact on the general fund.
Mr. Parks? Question, Mr. Parks?
I want to ask Janice to have them use the pilot money that they have, a couple of $1 million a year. Okay, all right.
I know, but Ms. Hahn, they have money. Very well. On that matter, then, open the roll.
That's our money.
Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Mr. Alarcon, all you got to do is press your button, sir. I'll be happy to acknowledge you. Do you have a question on the last one? Okay, we have to open the roll to reconsider. Close the roll on reconsideration. We open the roll. Close the roll on reconsideration of the last item.
15 ayes.
Mr. Alarcon?
Okay, the way this reads, it said the Department of Recreation Parks to develop a plan to provide recreational programs at Housing Authority sites to be funded by Housing Authority. I just want to add the word all Housing Authority sites to make sure that all sites get a recreational program, not just...
That just meant the ones in my district.
I know you would never do something like that.
Do we have a second on that?
Unless we're in the unappropriated balance.
Seconded, so it'll be all housing sites in the city of Los Angeles.
But I also have another verbal amendment.
Ms. Hahn?
Yes, I also wanted to have a verbal amendment this, that they specifically look at the pilot money as a source of funding for these programs.
Very well.
Instead of paying taxes, they get like $2 million a year.
That matter is now before us. No other questions? Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 35 is a LaBonge motion instructing the Library Department to report to the Arts Parks Committee on new fees associated with specific services at the libraries.
No questions on the matter? Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 36 is a Weezer motion instructing DOT to report on adding traffic officers to increase parking citation revenue.
Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith? Then Mr. Weezer.
I'll yield to Mr. Leo's
All right.
so I can hear the amendment.
Mr. Weezer.
We could amend it and delete after citation revenue through additional citation. Mr. Alarcon says it's a good idea, so I take it he's going to second that.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that this is a revenue-neutral program, because, you get to a point you can't give out any more tickets in certain areas. So I don't want to flood an area with more people than we can write tickets for, and then you're really not making it revenue-neutral, or making it so you're making money on the deal.
Yes, and Mr. Krikorian pointed something out like that, similar to that, and so this is just a way of looking at it to see if it's possible and see if it could help us. But that's why I took out the revenue section to it. It's a report back, because I know we took out the revenue.
So it's a report back from the department?
Yeah, we took out the reference to the revenue.
Mr. LaBonge.
I had a program once called the 6-2 where they would write tickets for 6 hours, and 2 hours they do traffic control. One of the frustrating things about motorists is when they reach gridlock at an intersection. The Department of Transportation has halted much of their traffic control because of the budget crisis. I'd only support something like this if we got additional hours in traffic direction, because nothing is more frustrating to motorists or pedestrians or cyclists when there's nothing in control in some impacted intersections that cannot be resolved by engineering at this time. So I hope this goes to committee to be feathered out. Thank you. Before we had signals. Yeah, remember the guy who used to be down here, Richard, on the corner of First and Main?
On that matter, no other questions? Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 37 is a Hahn motion instructing DOT to assign a traffic officer to Cabrillo Beach from Memorial Day to Labor Day to address traffic congestion and ensure public safety.
On that matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 2 noes.
Next item, please.
Item 38 is a Parks motion requesting the Department of Water to increase their annual transfer to the city's general fund by $20 million as a result of the specified efficiencies.
No questions on the matter, open the roll. Mr. LaBonge.
On the Department of Water and Power members, a lot of their work is halted because of a restriction to doing street work during the rush hour. We lose productivity there. I'd just like to add a friendly amendment that we see if we can get an exemption for water and power who are bringing in big water lines and big power lines sometimes that prohibit them doing the work because of the ordinance that restricts them. Are you familiar with that, members in any of your districts? So I want to see if they can get exempted so they can continue to do the work that's necessary. Friendly amendment. Do you understand, Mr. CAO, that they would be exempt from the ordinance that I believe a number of people supported because it sounds good, but the fact is, once you're in the street, you got to keep working in the streets in order to finish it. And they're prohibited from being in the street before 9 a.m. and have to get off at 3 p.m. That limits their hours of time they can work in the street. So if you could look at that.
Okay. Is there a second on that?
Janice. Thank you.
All right, that matter is now before us. Open the roll. To let them work during the commuter hours, to block the street if they need to do that.
Prohibit them, and where necessary, because there's big work across the valley. Van Owen, I believe there's a big line coming down. It's eventually going through Griffin Park, Las Vegas. All that work's not going to get done if they have to be catered to that hour. Once you're in the street, it causes congestion, but you got to get it done now. And this is for city water and city power. It's not for someone's new project.
Mr. Smith?
I know.
Yeah, I have a concern with that in that I don't always trust the Department of Water and Power to make that decision for me, but the policy always is they contact the council office and ask for your permission to do that. And on most occasions, I've given that. Sometimes I haven't. So I think it's up to it. We know our districts better than they do, and we would know what streets it makes sense and what it doesn't. We would know if there's a special event that's coming down there in the next week that they don't know about. So I think the current policy is the best policy, and that is Water and Power comes to each one of us, asks us for our personal exemption, we give it if it makes sense, but to have it an automatic policy, I don't agree with.
Smith, could I ask the fine gentleman to the right that he would consider it in his committee?
Yeah, sure.
All right, we'll do a motion for committee on that, because I think there's a lot of, we're an aging city now, and there's big projects and big streets that aren't getting done fast enough because they can't work all the time. Thank you. To committee, Mr. Rosenthal, on that issue.
So the direction is send it to committee to transportation. Mr. Alarcon?
Wait, I don't, we're talking about 38, right? I don't read this to say that what you're suggesting cannot be done. It just says that they give us the 20 million, and then and we suggest they not do these things, but there's no hard requirement, as I read this, that they can't do it. They give us the 20 million. Right. They give us the 20 million and we'll be happy.
Mr. Labange, back to you.
Just want to mention, further deferral or elimination of capital projects only means more breaks in the street, more power. Reliable energy and quality water is the key for DWP, and we've got to make sure we improve their infrastructure.
If 20 million, it won't matter.
All right, that matters before us. Ms. Perry? Pardon me?
Let's vote.
Oh. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 39 is a Weezer motion establishing an unfunded line item in the UB for bringing back Broadway. You did add that to motion number 3 as one of the items for priorities for funding as it becomes available. This would actually establish a UB item.
Mr. Weezer.
Yes, if I could withdraw that, we were effectuated our purpose in item number 3.
You're withdrawing this?
Yes, sir.
All right, the matter's been withdrawn. No vote required. Next item, please.
Item 40 is a Laban motion instructing Cultural Affairs and CAO to report to Council on proposed reconfiguration and expenditure plan of special appropriations account, including restoring $415,000 recommended by Budget and Finance Committee. Again, this is just a report back. There is no fiscal impact.
Very well. Require a vote. Mr. Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item number 41 is a Wesson motion establishing unfunded line items in the unappropriated balance for the ambulance treatment no transport fee, EMS voluntary fee, and increased dog licensing fee. They will be footnoted indicating the revenues that we are seeking to gain, but there will be no dollar amount so that it doesn't unbalance the budget and impact the reserve fund.
Mr. Garcetti.
Yeah, I don't know if Mr. Wesson wants to speak first on this. This was a lot of the line items that I went through that was in Mr. Wesson's motion that is back in. So again, this wasn't like, one went forward, another one didn't, and nothing happened with it. Those ones that are commonly agreed upon are here, and will be able to be in there. The ambulance transport, the EMS voluntary fee, the dog licenses, the surplus property sale, Browdy Mall as well. So I ask for your support.
On the matter, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 42 is a Weezer motion recognizing $50,000 additional revenue from filming at El Pueblo and using the money to restore traditional event funding.
Mr. Weezer.
Thank you. This is restoring $50,000 for special events for Pueblo. I've spoken to the general manager. We could adjust the filming budget and reinstate the $50,000. We do need to amend this on the second line instead of to recognize or to reorganize. It needs to say to recognize instead of reorganize. If we can make that amendment, please.
With that correction, Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Weezer, this motion refers to $50,000 in additional revenue from filming. What would be the source of the additional revenue? Does that include an additional filming fee, or is it just anticipated increased revenues from increased filming?
Mr. Andrade, can you speak to that question, please?
If you could please repeat the question. My question was, how is it that
there will be an increase of $50,000 in filming revenues. Does it anticipate that there will be any change in the filming permit fees, or is it an increased volume of production?
Precisely. Actually, it's both, combination of both. There will be an adjustment to the fees that we have. The way El Pueblo is organized, we have different sections within the plaza. If somebody wants to rent Sanchez Street, there's a certain price for it. If it's going to be the entire plaza or entire monument, there's a different price for that. And we will look to revise those fees. We haven't done that in 2 years. And we also know that production has been exceedingly well. We have a very good relationship with production companies, and we expect to exceed the preliminary estimates initially offered to the CAO. We believe that we can cover an additional $50,000 to meet Mr. Huizar's request.
Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, this asks that this be report to the Budget and Finance Committee. I would ask that it be also referred to the Jobs Committee. I want to make it clear, we should not be supporting any increase in fees relative to funding when everything we've done has been reducing fees. So if you're going to generate $50,000, I'll be looking to you to generate some way other than increasing the fees.
Mr. Parks?
Is that
Mr. Parks.
Mr. Garcetti, will that be double referred? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Parks, your turn.
They keep interrupting me. Okay. Number 42, let me just ask, on this issue, unless this money has been identified and certainly available, it would be taking the $50,000 out of the reserve fund until it becomes available. And I just want to find out what's the status of the $50,000 and the revenue. Is it in hand, or is it speculative, or what?
We'll adjust our revenue figures to increase it. So to answer your question specifically, it is not in hand, but then the $3.6 million that we generate annually is not in hand either.
Okay, but I'm saying is that, but the 3.6 is part of the budget that we're allocating today. So this is 50,000 above that.
On top of that, okay. That is correct.
And then one of the things we've asked you to come back about the reorganization of your department, and I just asked colleagues if we send this to Budget Committee and we could deal with all that at one time, so that we can determine whether there's funds available to do this.
Mr. Huizar.
Yes, we could send this to Budget and Finance and also to Mr. Alarcon's committee.
Budget and Finance and the Jobs Committee. Very well. That'll be the direction. Budget and Finance and Jobs Committee, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Next item, please.
Item 43 is a Labange motion exempting the Zoo Department from managed hiring. We, quite frankly, would recommend against this. What the Zoo Department can do is submit a list in advance at the beginning of the year for blanket unfreezes, rather than start exempting departments entirely from managed hiring.
Mr. Labange.
Why I asked for this is there's been this highly touted, somewhat public-private partnership with some city functions. Now, if we want to try to hold someone accountable, we hold the zoo director accountable to his budget. If we want to transform this department to a stronger public-private partnership, similar to what the county has at the County Natural History Museum, at the Los Angeles County Art Museum, at other facilities, Disney Concert Hall, you start in this method. So we can be very tough on the zoo director. If you say this is his budget, this is what you got to match. He believes he needs this to be effective in the care for the animals and the challenges that he has there at this time. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Cardenas.
If the zoo were self-funded, I'd say it's a simple vote for me, but what is the impact to the general fund or any other funds besides the zoo's generating abilities? How much money do we subsidize the zoo on?
It's roughly about $12 million. It's about $12 million a year.
It comes from what source?
The general fund.
From the general fund.
Right.
So, and what is the CLA's recommendation on this?
We would suggest that the zoo director, as the plan is being developed, submit a list at the beginning of the year for unfreezes through the managing hiring process, and we would work with them to do that, rather than simply giving them a blanket or exempting the department entirely from managed hiring.
I agree with that. I'm going to vote no on this.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, and I've argued for this for years. I believe if you hire a general manager and you pay him a darn good salary, and you say to them, here, you go manage your department, but we're going to hold your hands behind your back and tell you what you can and cannot spend money on. That's not the way you hire general managers. This is what's wrong with this city. I've been arguing this for years. We ought to let managers manage. We ought to tell them, here's your budget, and if you go over it, you don't get a pay raise. Not only that, but you do it twice, you're out of here. I mean, that's what you do in the private sector. You tell a division manager of a big corporation, here's your budget, make it work, or you're out of here. And these people can be fired by us. These are not people that are civil service. So that's the way we should run our city. We should tell our general managers, here's your budget, manage it. I've asked for years now to pick a couple of departments and try it, and Tom, I'm going to vote for it because I believe on this. I believe we need to try this out and see if it works. I asked for a report back. We still haven't got it in this budget. It said, how do you make that work? How does it happen? I asked last year that Rec and Parks be of the department, and the mayor's office went behind that back of the council and said, don't do this. We're not going to allow you to do that. We're not going to let you get away with that. We need to let general managers manage them. Let's try it once or try somewhere and see if it works. And if he can't manage, then we either fire him or make some other restrictions on him, or tell him next year we'll lower your budget by everything you go over. And that's a real disincentive for them doing it. So I'll do it.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Alarcon?
I do agree that if we hire a general manager, we ought to be able to empower them to make decisions like this, more akin to the police department than any other department. The problem is that we have no system for accountability. And so if they screw up, we have no effective process to get rid of them, because that's controlled in the mayor's office. And as a council, we just haven't seen it. We know we have our own personal opinions of how general managers are performing, and some of them aren't performing to the level that we would want. And yet they are allowed to stay there for years and years and years and years, and we can't do anything with them. So that's exactly why I think it's necessary to maintain the managed hiring process. We've been very effective in the last couple of years with it, in controlling exorbitant costs, but essentially slowing down the hiring process so that we could accumulate more savings. To compare us to the private sector, I'm sorry, but there's been so many bankruptcies this last couple of years in the private sector and hardly any in the public sector. It's a bad comparison. I've always argued that.
Mr. LeBon.
Thank you for your consideration as we want to transcend this department similar to what the county has successfully done. And Mr. CAO, you're a former county man. Tell me, has it been successful at Disney Concert Hall, at the Natural History Museum, at beautiful Exposition Park, and the fabulous 8th District? Has been as successful at other places as well?
I support the model that you describe. I think once that model is fully established, I think moving forward in that direction makes a lot of sense.
Right. So I think we should do this, call for an aye vote for this matter. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Very well. The matter is now before us. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 2 noes.
Next item, please.
Item 44 is a Weezer motion instructing the CEO to prepare a report no later than June 1st, identifying any contracts that could be terminated or reduced for the coming budget year.
No questions on the item. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 45 is a HON motion instructing DOT to include in their analysis of expansion of parking meter hours to include Sundays, the exemption of low usage areas such as San Pedro.
No questions on that item. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 46 you took care of with item 29 and item 11.
Next item, please. Receive and file those items.
Item 47 is a HON motion adding one intermittent position of arts manager, one position at the Warner Grand Theater. 46.
Hold on. Ms. Hahn.
Yeah. 46 is different than this one. This one's about the harbor, not the airport. So I would move to reconsider.
So let's read,
they voted
Ms.
on?
Ms. Hahn, is the item number 46?
I thought you, what did you
We
say?
just received and filed on 3 items.
No, we need to vote on it.
All right, are you concerned with number 46?
Yes, 46.
So, number 46,
Reconsider.
we'll reconsider,
We
open
need
the
to
roll on
vote. We need to vote,
reconsideration.
yes.
Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Thank you.
Item's now up, Ms. Hahn.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, we need to vote on this, because the one we voted on was for the airport. This is for the Harbor Department to restore, to help fund the hazmat 48s at the harbor for hazmat. We need to vote on this.
Very well.
This is a
So
good
that matter's
thing.
now before us for a vote.
This is a good thing.
Colleagues, open. Sharon?
Just
Sharon, we
one-
can't hear you.
Just one comment. The positions, the 12 positions for hazmat were already restored in motion number 29. So, Ms.
Including the
Hahn-
harbor?
No, I think that was just the 12 positions.
Mr. Smith?
What your motion does and the other two, all, these ask for us to go to specific departments and ask them to fund. All we did is put them positions back in the UB. So you're taking it a step further. So you want to continue on doing this.
So that matter is now before us. 61. For Ms. Hahn for the harbor, for the hazmat. Mr. Alarcon, you have a question?
Just vote, yeah.
29 doesn't mention the harbor.
No, you're right.
We're at 46.
29 does not mention the harbor.
Number 29 mentions the restoration of the positions.
No, it's talking about World Airports and Homeland Security. Excuse me.
Right, but the total number of positions in fire department were 12 positions. So by approving this and this, you're actually restoring 24 positions, unless I'm mistaken.
So we need to clarify that because...
Hold on a second. Hold on, folks. Mr. Labange, your turn.
There's 36 hazmat positions if this is in Fire Station 4, Fire Station 848, and Fire Station 87.
Let's get a clarification to make sure.
Well, a clarification, the chief is here. Chief, respond in here. Code's too high.
In the prior motion, you restored 61 positions. 24, both the 12 at the harbor and the airport, were part of the 61. Okay, so you have already restored all of the positions. This motion and motion 29 just talks about getting reimbursement from the proprietaries for those positions.
What was the number of the fire? Ms. Hahn, we have the fire chief who can answer the question. Chief, can you clarify this, please? Okay. Chief, go ahead. Mr. Alarcon, consideration for the chief. Go ahead, sir.
Can you give me the question so I make sure I answer it correctly?
Ms. Hahn, the question again.
This question is, did we already restore, this is to restore the 12 positions at 48s and get funding from the Harbor Department to fully restore the hazmat unit there.
All right, to be real clear,
Reimbursed.
the 12 positions at 48s, the 12 positions at 87s are included in the 61.
Okay.
There are no positions at 95s at the airport to be restored.
Okay. Well, frankly, this says report back on restoring those 12 positions, so I would think the report back would say, we've restored those positions, and they're seeking funding, the future reimbursement to fully restore that unit, the 48s. So I think this is consistent. We vote yes on this, it's fine.
Mr. Alarcon.
I want to ask the chief again.
Don't get away that quick.
Did you say there are no positions at the airport, so there's nothing to be restored?
The airport does not have funded positions. It's a standback for the hazmat unit.
So what would we be restoring?
We wouldn't be restoring.
And that goes to Mr. Rosenthal's motion. Should we just amend? I know we're on 46. I'm just suggesting that we amend to, the point is he wants 12 hazmat positions at the airport. Is that not correct? And if the language was incorrect, maybe we can clarify it through this motion with a friendly amendment to also ask the airports to...
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is, we want that hazmat.
Mr. Rosendahl, hold on a second. Mr. Parks is next. Ms. Hahn, hold on a second. Mr. Parks is next.
Mr. President, I think we need to clarify
number 29, and that deals with, again, restoration. We were assured that 29 is part of the 61 and that 46 was part of the 61, but the way they are written, they're both saying restore 12 positions above and beyond the 61 that went through by itself. So we need to make sure that both 29 and 46 are merely a reimbursement of funds from those proprietary departments and are not restoring positions above the 61.
Chief, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So this way they'll have the hazmat teams in the harbor, the airport, and the other locations.
The 61 will restore the harbor and the valley. The airport would have to be a funding that's never been there before.
Okay. Ms. Hahn?
Colleagues, I would like for this motion to stay the way it is, because when the report comes back, I want to make sure that we have it, again, in writing, that these 12 positions were a part of the original 61 that got restored. That's all. I think this motion is perfectly fine the way it stands.
Mr. Rosendahl? Hold on, colleagues. Let's try and do this in orderly fashion.
No, I'm not. I'm saying report back. This is a report back on restoring the 12 positions.
Ms. Hahn?
Yes.
Point of information from Mr. Alarcon, then we'll go to Mr. Rosendahl, we'll come back to you.
Yeah. Well, they were closing 87, right?
Yes, they're closing 87.
Okay. So what happens to that?
Wait, Mr. Rosendahl, hold on a second. Mr. Alarcon has a point of
I thought you
information.
said me.
No, after him, then you. Go ahead.
Point of information is that your motion states restore where there are no positions. Therefore, to correct that, we have to reconsider your motion and request that we create 12 positions but get the money from the airport.
So this one stands.
Now, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Rosendahl?
It's been moving a little too fast around here for me, you know.
We can go slower.
When you hit 65, you slow down a little bit here. Okay. All right. Where are we with that Fire Station 87 and that group? I understand. I just want to get the clarity here of what we're doing.
87,
Janice, we'll approve yours. Unanimous. Everybody's for it. We love it.
Fire Station 87 positions would be restored with the 61 firefighters.
Right. Okay. So what does that have to do with Fire Station 95? Do I have to go with Mr. Alarcon saying we put in the motion that clarifies
The
that?
61 firefighters does not restore anything at 95s. The 95s would be seeking funding from the airport.
Well, yeah, that's what we're going to do. But does 95 have a hazmat team there?
They
now?
have a standby.
Standby?
hazmat, Yes.
Okay. And how is that funded now?
The apparatus is funded and there are no positions.
So what if we have a crisis at the airport? What happens?
Then we staff that with a neighboring company or bring one of the other squads down from
Okay, so
Ford.
we've never had a hazmat squad there.
We've had the squad, but not the funding for the
Funding
personnel.
for it.
We've
Okay,
never
and where
had
I'm
funding for
at is to
personnel.
go to LAWA and get the funding.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what we need to do. And that's our motion or not?
Sergeant at Arms, can you please quiet the chambers? Sergeant at Arms.
Right. We thought 87 was closed and we were going to take this position so we didn't have to get into this kind of a conversation. But now that we're in the conversation, Mr. Alarcon is right. We'll make it clear that we want to make sure we have those positions at the airport. And if the airport funds it, which is what we would love for them to do, so be it. If they don't, you got to bring it back to the Public Safety Committee to discuss it.
Exactly.
Okay? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Smith.
That's a motion.
Mr. Smith passes. Mr. Alarcon? Mr. Alarcon passes. Mr. Parks? Mr. Parks passes. Mr. Parks does not pass.
Mr. President,
Mr. Parks.
yes, we're going to, just so that we're all clear, we're going to have to ask you to reconsider 11 and 29 so that we can make sure that we're not double counting these firefighters. And number 11, we should be able to say that on restoring 61 positions and a report back of where they're going to be assigned. And on number 11 and 46 should merely ask for a report back on the reimbursement. Otherwise, we're adding 12, 12, and 61.
Ms. Hahn?
Yes, you are.
One more time. No, we're not. On 46, this says report back on restoring the 12 positions and then
They're already
seeking full
restored in
reimbursement at the Port of Los Angeles.
They're already restored in number 11.
Fine, the report back will say These 12 positions were restored, and by the way, we restored them without funding, right? So this is seeking funding.
No.
Okay, well, either way, the report back will clarify that.
Mr. Parks, if we need to reconsider
Number 11 and 29.
29. So colleagues, 11 and 29, we need to reconsider.
Okay.
Open the roll.
Wait, could we vote on 46?
We're going to do, we've already opened on 46. We're going to vote when we get these all up on the table.
Okay.
You can't,
So let's,
can you in the middle of 46 reconsider?
we opened the roll on 46, we reconsidered, we're now on 46, we have to go back to 11 and 29 and reconsider those items. So we'll get clarification. And then we can put them together in one package.
Thank you.
Since there are no, we can eliminate the confusion. So,
Is this my time?
yes, Mr. Parks.
You get no more time. You're out.
So on 46, we now have 46 before us,
We got,
Fine.
but we also have to go to 11 and 29 and reconsider those items. So on number 46, which is the positions that Ms. Hahn's concerned about for the harbor,
okay. Could we do them all at once and I could just merge them?
well, we're going to have to vote on them separately.
Well, if we open 29 and 11, I could just merge 11, 29, and 46 with verbally.
After we reconsider, so let's leave 46 open right now.
Okay.
And vote on it.
No.
Though the question, if we can, let's reconsider 11 and 29, folks. Open the roll on 11 and 29 for reconsideration. Close the roll.
11 and 29.
11 and 29, open for reconsideration. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right.
Okay, can I give a verbal?
Now 11 and 29
And
are open,
46.
and 46 we already have open.
Okay, could I give
Mr.
a verbal?
Parks.
I move that 11, 29, and 46 be merged into one motion, that we get restore 61 sworn firefighter position authorities without funding, and that we ask for a report back regarding the Port of Los Angeles on the reimbursement, and then we ask for a report back from LAWA as far as reimbursement.
Missing one word, I'm not sure what the number was, but there's one additional one
Hold on, Mr. Smith.
for 87 that needs to be included in here also from Water and Power.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, Mr. Alarcon, go
The
ahead.
61 positions do not include the airport. There
They
are
do.
no positions.
So the thing
There
is,
are no positions at the airport. The
they're saying
61...
they're getting the funding. They said they're getting the funding
No,
from the
they do
airport.
not have
Fire
positions
chief.
at the airport, so we have to create 12 additional positions.
Chief, can you clarify
Told
that,
us 12
please?
times as part of the 61.
Mr. Parks, hold on a second.
No, they're
Chief,
not
can you clarify
included in
this
61.
for the airport?
Yes, the airport does not have any positions, authorized positions, at this time.
So the 61, that does not include the airport?
Does not include the airport.
Okay.
They only asked that 12 times, and we were told it was.
It does not include the airport?
The 61 includes 12 for the harbor and 12 for 87s in the
The
valley.
issue is the money that you're asking for LAWA will buy the
I believe
12.
we're on my time.
We're going to get more time, okay?
money
We're just
from-
trying to clear the confusion.
The money from law
Let me make the amended motion.
the positions
The
at the
amendment, the friendly amendment would be to
Mr.
add
Alarcon.
12 new
I'm
positions.
still on my time.
No, it's my time.
Mr. Alarcon, it's your time.
My
Mr.
time
Parks,
is running.
Mr. Parks, it's now Mr. Alarcon's time. Mr.
You just
Alarcon,
cut me off, Tom. I mean,
I know it's getting late.
Dennis?
Mr.
Who is up
Parks,
there?
we'll come back to you, sir. Mr.
The
Alarcon.
friendly amendment would be to add 12 positions at the airport and ask the CAO and CLA to negotiate with the airport to fund those positions.
Second that motion.
Second, Mr.
I said
Rosendahl.
create.
Okay, Mr. Labange.
I want to make sure it's clear, Madam Clerk, Mr. Clerk. Number 29 is LAX. Number 33 is Fire Station 87 in the Valley. And number 46 is 48 in the harbor. That's a total of 36 positions for hazmat, and direct the CAO to seek reimbursement from Los Angeles World Airports, the Port of Los Angeles, the Department of Water and Power, and the Metropolitan Water District in the locations which those fire stations serve.
Very well.
That's all you got.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl?
I'm fine with that.
Mr. Kokorian?
Along those lines, Mr. President, motion number 33 has to be reconsidered as well, because we voted on it already. That needs to be reconsidered and then rolled in as Mr. Labange has just described.
Thank you.
Mr. Parks?
The CAO-CLA, with the motion that Mr. Labange came forward with, how does that impact the 61, which is on number 11?
Perhaps, let me try one
Yeah,
more time.
why don't you explain
and
it
we'll
to us?
just kind of rewind a little bit. I think Ms. Hahn's motion on item number 46 is strictly a report back on adding 12 positions. These are 12 positions that were deleted from the budget, and she is recommending that we report back on how to fund those 12. So I think number 46 stands on its own. Item number 33, which has not been reconsidered, also stands on its own because it is a report back. Item number 29, Mr. Rosenthal's motion, relates to a hazmat team at airport. We never had position authorities at the airport, as Mr. Alarcon indicated. What this could mirror is the same language as Ms. Hahn's motion, which is to report back on finding the funding available for the LAX hazmat. And then item number 11 is the all 61 positions, which reinstates the hazmat teams, not the airport's one, but the other two that have been defunded. So, is that correct, Chief? Thank you.
Yes.
So, if I could reiterate, item 46 stands on its own. That's Ms. Hahn's motion. Item number 33 is Mr. Kokorian's motion, which also stands on its own. Item number 29, which is Mr. Rosenthal's motion, should indicate that it should be a report back rather than a restoration, since those positions were never there to begin with. And then item number 11 would stand on its own.
All right, we all clear? Now, we still have to reconsider number 33.
No, you don't.
We don't have to reconsider. Okay.
Well, yes, we do.
Mr. Kokorian?
I thought what we had on the table was consolidating these motions other than the Rosendahl motion into one.
Exactly.
Okay. In that case, 33 does need to be reconsidered, and it needs to include report back language on position restoration that parallels Ms. Hahn's motion.
Sharon?
Because it currently does not.
If the desire is to amend it all into one motion, then yes, it does need to be reconsidered. However, those were all, as we walk through them, number 46 was okay, number 33 was okay on its own.
Except
number
33 doesn't call for a report back on position
It
restoration.
is a report back, yes. And item number 29 is the one that actually restores positions that were never there to begin with. So that's the one that should be amended to indicate a report back on how to secure funding from the airports department to fund hazmat. Item number 11, therefore, would stand on its own. And you've already adopted item number 11 as well.
Ms. Hahn. Ms. Kokorian, you finished?
I would prefer us voting on them together, but keeping them as separate motions.
A, B, and C.
Well, in that case, I'm sorry, but
Because I think-
Hold on,
I think
Ms. Hahn, hold on a second. Mr. Kokorian, you still have the
believe
floor.
that
He still has the floor. I thought he was finished, but he's not.
I was still talking, Ms. Hahn. Sorry.
He took a breather for a moment.
Nope. I'm telling you. Motion number 33, my motion, only dealt with the DWP and other sources, as Mr. Labange had added to it, paying for these positions. It doesn't include a report back on position restoration. So if we are going to consider all of the position restorations together, that's fine with me. But if we're going to vote on if these motions are going to continue to stand alone, then this motion still needs to be reconsidered to include language calling for a report back on position restoration.
And we vote on all of them standing alone.
Ms. Hahn, now your turn.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to coordinate it.
So that's fine. And then I think we reconsidered 33, and I think we voted on all these together, but I would like to see them as standalone motions, because they're all standalone motions, and I'd like to be able to track them that way personally.
Thank you.
Let's vote on them together, but let's keep them separate.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
fine with what Sharon said, that we will go forward with creating them and moving forward with it. We were just looking at that 61 unfunded at the time as part of the mix that could come for us. Obviously, I brought it up early in the process on the Budget Committee because the airport is something of great interest to me. Obviously, a hazmat squad is critical. Right now, we don't have it staffed. It could come out of the 61 if we wanted to play into that power play. I'm not going to worry about it. But let's just go forward, Sharon, with what you suggested.
Mr. LeBonge.
Just real quick, hazmat, one thing.
Mr. LeBonge, can you get to a microphone, please?
Hazmat, the only fully funded one is Forest downtown, correct?
Starting July 1st, that would be true.
Correct, okay, good. Now, USAR, how many USAR companies do we have in the city? Are any of them fully funded?
The only one that's fully funded is 88th in the Valley.
88th in the Valley. Thank you very much.
And there are 6.
Okay, so we have 46, 33, 29, and 11. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, 33 was not before council. I believe there was a request to reconsider that and make this part of this.
So on colleagues, number 33, we need to reconsider. Please open the roll on 33. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, we're now reconsidering 33, and we have 11, 29, 33, and 46. So, Mr. Clerk, let's take those votes. Does everyone know what we're going on this now? Mr. Clerk, will you explain it, please?
I was going to look to Ms. So to take us through this one.
Mr. Krikorian, hold on first. Mr. Krikorian. Okay, Brian, go ahead. Sharon?
Yes. Item number 11 would restore the 61 positions that were deleted in fire department. You voted on this once. This one would stand alone. Item number 29 would be rephrased to say, be amended to report back on the restoration of the 12 positions, et cetera, with funding to be identified for, by the airports department. Right. To report back on the creation, I beg your pardon.
Okay.
The creation of 12 positions for LAWA. And item number 33, Mr. Krikorian had an amendment to that item.
It should track
Mr. Krikorian?
Ms. Hahn's language on the report back on restoration of the positions to be reimbursed by the DWP, MWD, and potential other sources.
And that would be the same language as in item 46, which we've determined stands on its own.
Okay, does everyone understand? Can we vote these in one package, Mr. Clerk? All right. So now we have 11, 29, 33, 46. It's been explained. It's been discussed. And now we're going to vote. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Very well. Next items, please.
Item 47 is a Hahn motion for Cultural Affairs to add one intermittent position of Arts Manager 1 for the Warner Grand Theater on an as-needed basis. It reduces the others line item in the Arts and Cultural Facilities Trust Fund and increases salaries as needed and related costs. There's no net impact.
Thank you. We have 47 before us. Mr. Parks?
Go to committee's resolution authority, which means there's funds allocated, and we're in the process of going through about 1,200 resolution authorities to see how we can cut back.
Okay. Motion to move to to committee. Is there a second? Yes,
Second.
Mr. Smith? Mr. Parks moved to send it to committee since the financial compliance, policy compliance was no on it. Ms. Hahn?
Yes, with all due respect, this is funding that's already been identified from Cultural Affairs. It's $365,000 that they have agreed to set aside towards the facilities that are going to be RFP'd. All I'm saying is take $37,000 of that that's already been designated for the Warner Grand Theater and use it immediately for an interim position that's extremely needed until we get the art. There is a gap here, Mr. Parks, between when the RFP goes out when it comes back to run this theater. In the meantime, they've said there's $365,000 that is designated towards a few facilities in the city which have agreed to RFP for public-private partnerships. All I'm saying is let's take some of that money up front and use it for this position until we figure it out. It's not too much to ask.
Mr. Parks?
Let me just say that it's a small amount of money, but the issue is if it's going to be dealt with in 1 year, or is there sources coming up for the following year? And again, we're going to be looking at about 1,200 resolution authorities, which is real money, in the Budget Committee to cut back on them. And so to add another one is just like adding a position within the department. And so I would just ask, I think we're going to look at all resolution authorities on the 24th of this month. If we can conclude this as part of that discussion.
It's as needed, but it's only for 6 months.
So that, I would just recommend that we put it as part of the resolution authority review that's going to be on our committee on the 24th.
Okay. Ms. Hahn?
Yeah, it's just, again, this is just a 6 months as needed. It's important. I've, assured the community that this theater will continue to be operated until we figure out the RFP. This is just $37,000. It's out of this money that's already been designated only to the facilities who have agreed to RFP to enter into public-private partnership. So it's, again, intermittent, 6 months. It's not too much to ask. Colleagues, I'd ask for your support on this. No, it's not coming out.
Mr. Smith?
Well, it doesn't say 6 months in here, so I just want to get you'll amend that to say 6 months only?
Is it 6 months?
Half your
Yes,
funding?
sure.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Okay. We have Mr. Parks' motion to... we have your amendment that was accepted as friendly?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Parks?
The amendment that
Withdraw?
it will say for 6 months.
Because she's crying.
Okay, that's a withdrawn.
Yes,
Okay.
but it's only for 6
Please
months.
open the roll then, as amended. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. Number 48, please.
Item 48 is a motion using funding from commodities and personal services contract reductions for licensed child care programs. In essence, I think you've dealt with this in items, I think it's 1 and 3.
Okay. This was so this money was spent, you said, in the earlier items? Or appropriated, rather?
It's actually 1, 3, and 6. This was motion number 1, number 3, which established the variety of issues that you wanted to see funding, and 6 was the recognition of it wasn't 6, the recognition of commodities contracts and personal services contracts.
Okay. So this was counted before. Mr. Smith and Mr. Weezer?
Say that if the money's gone, it's not there, so we can't do this.
Mr. Weezer?
Okay, let's go down. So item number 1, where was the commodities and the personal services in item number 1?
That was not. Item number 1 was...
It's not on item number 1.
No,
right?
It was item number 6, was the commodities.
Okay, item number
and
6. Okay. So item number 6 was put it in the UB. Now, if we make the decision to take it out of the UB for purposes of saving the child care centers, would that be appropriate?
No, these weren't put in the UB. On item number 6, all department budgets are going to be reduced by this amount in their 6010 and 3040 accounts. This money is not going to the UB.
So that's not going to the UB?
Item 6, no. Those are going to be expenditure reductions
for budget balancing?
Yes.
Okay.
So the $3.1 million from personal service contract reductions, that hasn't been identified. It has. That's been accounted for already in the budget?
In essence, across the board, all department general fund, office and administrative and contractual service accounts are going to be reduced by about 1%.
And in the CAO report, it was mentioned that there might be up to at least 6.4 in personal service contracts that is feasible.
That's not, that includes all funds. The general fund is approximately only 3.1.
So we've identified 3.1 out of 6.4 that's possible.
That's possible, and I think almost 2 of it is in police and fire, so we have to make sure that it doesn't have an impact on public safety as well.
Okay, so we at least have some money that's been identified as feasible, up to $6.4 million, and we've identified 3.1 that could be used or is going to be used. Now, that leaves us 3.1, that leaves us 3, that leaves us about $3.3 million, so it's there, correct?
Well, half of it's already in half of it's special funds, so your base of general fund is only 3.1.
Okay. So $6.4 million you said was feasible. Item number 6 said 3.1 done. Now the remainder of that, why can't we use the remainder of that?
The remainder is special funds.
Oh, that's special funds?
Yes.
And that couldn't be used for this?
Right.
Okay, got it. Okay, this was, I'd like to send this to committee. I know Mr. Reyes did a motion earlier that looks at child care centers in a way of preserving the services. Earlier, Mr. Alarcon mentioned that there was a brand-new animal shelter that will be, it was opened up and we can operate it. Similarly, we have a child care center in Boyle Heights that we just opened up, and there is no plan on how we will use that. And when we asked how we can get creative, whether nonprofits can move in or other possibilities, a sliding fee scale, I mean, we just got a lot of pushback on what the possibilities are. So without any additional plans on what we're going to do with these facilities for childcare, they're going to be boarded up, and that's a real shame. So we have to come up with a solution. I know Mr. Reyes's motion would help us get that discussion, but this was an attempt to try to find or shake out some money to save the childcare center. So we could send this to committee and see if we could still wiggle around and try and find some funding for the childcare centers.
Okay. We'll move to send that to committee. Mr. Cardenas?
Yeah, to clarify the fact that we're going to have some empty child care centers, it was my understanding that the city of Los Angeles wasn't planning on leaving them empty. They were going to ask for third parties to see if they're interested in providing child care in our facilities with their caregivers or with their organizations. Isn't that part of the process?
We just have to make sure that it's consistent with our labor agreements in the process of doing that.
But we are in the process of...
We're looking into that we're looking at various strategies. We just don't want to make sure that we're duplicating the same service.
Because there are, for example, there are many for-profit and not-for-profit child caregivers throughout the Los Angeles region. It's really interesting that we would find we're making a policy decision not to continue to provide the caregivers, yet at the same time we have the facilities where it seems to be the opposite, especially with not-for-profits, that they don't have facilities, but yet we have them, yet they have the caregivers in the communities that need it the most. So I'm glad this is going back to committee, and I think that we're going to find that we're going to have a lot of takers on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's, if there's no objection, we'll send that to committee then.
Mr. President, is that back to Budget and Finance?
Mr. Huizar? Mr. Huizar, you wanted that to be Budget and Finance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, Budget and Finance, please. Thank you. Next item?
Next item, number 49. 49?
I said it to Arts too.
And Arts and Parks. Yeah, thank you. Number 48, please.
Okay. Next item is 49, colleagues.
49, Mr. President, if I could take point of personal privilege. Mr. Koretz asked that the item be noted and filed. He said it was dealt with in the previous motion.
Okay. All right. Without objection, we'll note and file 49. Thank you, Mr. Huizar. Next item, please.
Item number 50 is a Hahn motion adding an arts instructor, one position for the Watts Towers and Charles Mingus Youth and Arts Center. With funding by the Arts and Music expense account as follows: a decrease in expense of $56,000 and an increase in salaries, general, and related cost.
Okay. Nobody wants to be heard. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote. Sorry? Oh, I don't see anybody on the queue. I'm sorry. I asked if there's nobody who wanted to be heard. You've been having button problems?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Smith.
Yeah, it's a plot.
We will not tabulate that vote yet. Go ahead.
Just a question. Have they identified how they're going to reduce $56,000 in expenses, or you're just telling them to do that?
Is Cultural Affairs here?
They have identified the money.
Okay, we got somebody coming up.
That's something coming up. Travel to Guadalajara.
Good evening, Councilmember Saul Rumo for the Department of Cultural Affairs. There is a $111,000 expense item in our appropriations. We are proposing to take expense funds and reduce them accordingly from $111,000 to the necessary figures to provide funding for this particular position. So we've already got the appropriation, we're just going to take it from another expense account, okay?
Okay.
Saul Wilmer for the Department of Culture.
Mr. Parks? Okay, he waves off. Then let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you. That will be approved. Item 51.
Item 51 is a Hahn motion instructing the library to report back to the Arts Committee on a gold card program, a similar program for library patrons to voluntarily pay fees. This is similar to a previous motion. There are some differences. You can't approve both.
Could, Ms. Hahn, would you accept as a friendly amendment the DVD idea as well on this, like a DVD card that would raise money for the libraries?
Yeah.
Remember our library? Okay.
Right.
Let's, if we can add that as well, for kind of a DVD free, or as long as you want to keep out DVDs, unlimited number idea that was put before us by one of our librarians. Let's go ahead. Mr. Parks, sorry, did you want to be heard on this one? Okay. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That's approved. Item 52.
Item 52 is a Hahn motion instructing Rec and Parks to report to Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging on any future proposals to cluster their facilities and consider crime rates, et cetera, et cetera. There's no fiscal impact.
All right. Let's go ahead and open the roll. If there's nobody who wishes to be heard, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Item 53 is a Weezer motion adding 3 unfunded civil engineering associate 3 resolution authorities for engineering to staff public counters.
Anybody wishing to be heard on item 53? There's referred to managed hiring committee. Is that what you said, Mr. Parks?
Yes, that we have these positions go through managed hiring before they're filled.
Is there any objection to that? Mr. Weezer? Go ahead.
Yeah, they're unfunded. I think we also agreed to do some hazmat items without going to the managed hiring. And here, the department mentioned to me that with the building and safety decisions that we made today, they too are going to be, they need to match that personnel with what building and safety is doing. So I would ask that we go ahead and move with this item and make the same type of exceptions we've been doing for the hazmat in other areas where we've added, I don't know how many we've added quite a bit for that area.
Okay. Was there a second to Mr. Parks' motion?
You said want to do what now?
No.
I didn't understand it.
Was there a second to Mr. Parks' motion? There's nobody else on the queue. Mr. Weezer was... Ms. Perry seconded sending the managed hiring. Mr. Weezer has asked for it not to go there. So we'll take up Mr. Parks' motion first. Okay. Please open the roll. Close the roll. Sorry? This was Mr. Parks' motion to send it to managed hiring. That was the only motion to amend this, and then we'd vote on the regular one.
And I request that we didn't at the request of the engineering department because they want to match what building and safety is doing and also follow the same exceptions we've been doing earlier for hazmat where we identified additional unfunded positions that need to be done. So I'd ask a no for Mr. Parks' motion and allow the Bureau of Engineering to do their work.
Does the Bureau want to say something?
Committee?
We've got staff here.
Let me just clarify something.
Yeah, Mr. Parks?
Building and safety went to committee, so we didn't make any exceptions for them. Yeah, they went to committee.
Briefly, did staff want to add something?
Did she say anything about the rest?
Hold on one sec.
Yeah, let me withdraw. I got it.
I know it's tough for our sound person to hear. Sorry?
Let's just go to managed hiring. That's
Okay.
fine.
All right. So if accepted as a friendly amendment, let's go ahead and prepare the roll.
Actually,
and tabulate the vote.
But I don't think anybody...
14 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item.
The next item is 54. I don't know whether it's in your packet. It was missing in all of ours. Do you have a 54?
Yes, it's a single one.
There it is, I got it.
Okay. All right, great.
It's not any packet. I think it's single.
Okay. Item 54 is a Hahn motion using $500,000 of CD15 Real Property Trust Fund Pipeline Revenue Franchise for Board of Public Works Community Beautification. So it's a decrease increase. There is no net fiscal impact.
Okay. Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Smith, and Mr. LaBonge.
Yeah,
Can you
Do you have those two motions?
walk us through what your interpretation of this is? Because we, in the budget process, swept our pipeline revenue accounts up to $1.7 million. And this refers to any funds left over, what have you, be swept back. So please explain to me how to properly interpret what this motion is. CLA, CAO.
I believe that this is current money. I mean, it's existing balances, not the proposal to street future money. This is existing balances.
This is current.
So this refers to money that's before July 1st?
Yes.
Okay. Then that explains it.
Ms. Hahn?
I was just going to tell everybody that, as you know, I've given away, been more than happy to give this away next year for the general fund. This is current year money that I want to use for this, so.
Okay. Mr. Smith? Asked and answered. Mr. Labange?
Include vining in there so that you could cover up the concrete canvas with vining. Just a friendly amendment if you would accept my friendship, Ms. Hahn.
We know how to do
Fine.
that.
The vine is fine. That is accepted. Mr. Alacon?
million of her money to put it in Board of Public Works.
I'm just trying to help my colleagues out, but this says report on the mayor's proposed budget 2010-2011. So I think you need to tighten the language here.
They told me I had to order it that way, is that correct? Right.
This would be
You can't, it says
balances.
reappropriate 500,000, you can't reappropriate it from the 2010-11 budget.
Illegal dumping.
So it's appropriate?
Is there a difference?
This item would probably be more appropriately done through a regular Rule 16 motion, which would transfer, no?
Just a regular motion.
I'm sorry?
I guess it reappropriates in the sense that it's sitting in
Yeah.
one account
It could-
and it sits there.
It's reappropriation typically if it's been encumbered for something else. So if it's been encumbered for something else, a reappropriation,
It has not been encumbered for
Should we amend it to say appropriate instead of reappropriate?
Yes,
That might be appropriate.
yes, that's appropriate. Appropriate to appropriate.
So strike re, and is everybody okay? Vote.
Yeah, right.
okay.
It's appropriate to appropriate.
All right. Anybody else wishing to be heard? If not, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That's approved. Next item.
Item 55 is a Laban motion instructing the PD to report back on the feasibility of developing a new stepped-up citations program for acts of littering and recommending an appropriate citation fee.
All right. Mr. Tom Labange, Mr. Anti-Litter.
Millions of tickets for street cleaning violations. Yet those who sometimes violate the law by littering, they don't enforce it because it's a $1,000 fine. This gives the police department an opportunity to research this, come up with a reasonable citation, maybe the same as a ticket for street cleaning violation, and that does enforce it. And I also believe it should be enforced for those who litter cigarette butts in here. Clean the ocean, clean the river, clean the gutters.
We got 57, 58?
Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right. Next item.
Item 56 is a Weezer motion. It's deleting one AGM position and restoring El Pueblo special events and one El Pueblo curator one position. It looks like there are some number revisions. I believe that there was an instruction from El Pueblo to report back on this and a variety of other issues.
Okay. Mr. Labange?
Yeah, Mr. Weezer, we've had this good meeting over at Pico House with our committee to start the discussion. I think this matter should go to committee, and then we should come back and recommend to the full council.
Yeah.
Well, you got you to smile.
Yes, I'd love to do that, Mr. Labange. Problem is that we've been looking for funds to help the $50,000 in special events that we have there. Also, a curator position that was cut from this budget. Both those items were cut.
and we got a report back from the CAO that mentioned these several scenarios on how we can do that. I think we've tried two others here today, and they're not working. This is the one that could probably work.
That's a question, Mr. President. We're going to meet, and Mr. Reyes has some motions for our committee that he wants immediate action on within the next 15 days within the...
Let's do that. And if we could take it up with the other motion, do we send that one to Arts Parks, the other one?
Well, we'll
Okay.
focus all budget in, we'll put a special budget committee meeting together.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's do that. We'll send it to committee. Thank you. The request of the Chair of the Arts, Parks, and Health Committee, we will send this item to committee.
Okay, without objection, send it to the Arts, Parks, and Aging Committee, Health and Aging Committee. Item 57.
Item 57 is an Alarcon motion instructing Fire Department to identify savings to eliminate the modified coverage plan. It is a report back, so you could adopt this.
Okay, let's go ahead and open the roll. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Parks.
This item's already in committee dealing with the...
Will you take your microphone down, Mr. Parks? I know it's late.
This is already in committee with the $41 million hole in the fire department budget.
Okay. Mr. Alarcon?
Essentially, what I want to do is preserve the EMS captains, but I understand there's a Labor Management Committee that is working to identify changes in the modified coverage plan. So I'm willing to defer to the Labor Management Committee a proposal to modify the staffing. I'd like to restore the EMS captains, but it should be in the context of that discussion. What?
Is there a motion? Sorry? Okay, Mr. Smith moves to committee. Is there a second? Mr. Parks seconds it.
But can we refer to, what I'd like to do is refer to committee with the instruction that they restore the EMS captains in the context of modifying the modified coverage plan.
Okay, is that accepted, Mr. Parks?
Yeah, I think if the entire thing goes to committee, we'll wrap it up with the larger issue of the $41 million shortfall.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, there's no way to restore these positions. I'm not suggesting additional costs. All I'm saying is that they have to find the savings in a way that fits into another plan. It's larger than just the EMS captains. It's the coverage plan that has to be attended to. All I'm saying is that if we don't restore these EMS captains, then come July 1st, we won't have these positions.
We'll have this in committee before July 1st.
Okay.
Okay. So is there agreement on that? So we have a motion to send to committee as amended. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Item 58, please.
Item 58 is a Weston motion. It's adding 2 intermittent resolution authority positions at the William Grant Still Arts Center. It's moving money from the others category in the trust fund into salaries as needed and related costs. It's actually it's very similar to motion number 47, the Hahn motion. The only difference is the Hahn motion had a stipulation for 6 months funding.
Okay, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Colleagues, we have the items that are still up on the board that were affected by the votes on 1 and 2. I have recommendations here on to do item number 1. Now, this is recommendation okay, items number 1 and 2, 11 and 16 were ones I called special. Take those up as a group. I would move to adopt as amended by budget motion 1, since that addressed that issue on number 1. Receive and file on number 2. Why don't we do these one at a time? I'll take up 1. Move to adopt, these are the items that are still up on the board. Remember, we asked them to be held in the context of the votes on 1 and 2. So we actually started going forward with the other motions, and we never finished those off. So 1, it was replaced, adopted as amended by Budget Motion 1, is what I would move on that. So if we can open the roll on 1. Sorry? There are things in each of these. Some of them can be received and filed, like I'm going to put, like 2, for the ones I called special, 2 and 11 I've been informed from the CLA can be received and filed because they were replaced. So we can take 2 and 11 off if there's no objection. We have item 1, it was amended by Budget Motion 1, but also details other things we have to pass today. And then we can adopt all the rest, I think, as amended.
No, well...
Let's see, number 1 is...
Can I vote?
Oh, they withdrew 14 of them? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So we have all the ones up here, colleagues. The 2 are to be received and filed, which is 2 and 11. They were replaced by Budget Motion 1. So if there's no objection to those, to receive and file them. And then we have 1, 3, 7, 8, 14, 16, 17, 19, 27, 31. It's basically the ones on the board. I'm just reading off of 51. Yeah?
I think I recall asking for 1 to go forthwith.
Yeah, we haven't voted on it yet. But we can't do forthwith on individual amendments to the main item. When we vote on the final item, you can do that.
Okay, all right, fine.
56, 68, 69, 70, and 75. So I'd move to adopt those as amended. We can open the roll on those. On the ones that are remaining up there,
We're voting on all of these at the same time?
we can go through one by one if you'd like, Mr. Alarcon.
Yeah, please,
But
I'm confused.
folks could move to take them together as well, and we could vote on whether we want to take them. What is the desire? Is there a motion, the motion for Mr. Alarcon to take them one by one? Is there any other motion? Okay. Mr. Reyes?
We did all of one umbrella, it's inclusive to what we already did. No, but some of us already did it, some of us voted against it. Well, I'm just saying. It's all in one umbrella, we moved.
Is that a motion, Mr. Reyes, or not?
That's a motion.
Okay.
Second.
Is there a second to Mr. Alarcon and a second to Mr. Reyes?
I'm seconding Mr. Reyes.
Is there a second to Mr. Alarcon's motion to go through these one at a time? Okay, Mr. Weezer. All right. Oh, Mr. Weezer?
Thank you very much. And I have a question, as we have number 1 on the board, as related to the number 1 that we voted on earlier, your motion, Mr. Garcetti. And that motion doesn't say when we will actually wait to see if those assets from the money we could realize from the parking structures and the meters are realized. The motion doesn't say how long we're going to wait to see those are realized. However, I did read in the LA Times that you or others have said October 1st. So we don't have that in the motion, but yet in the media we're saying October 1st is the kind of wait period to see if in fact those are realized. So I just want to clarify to see what the process is. When do we know? What does this mean? Do we need to put a timeline in that motion or not?
There's two pieces to the parking assets proposal. One is the garages. We hope to have those deals completed within the first 2 quarters of the next fiscal year. As it relates to the meters won't happen until the second half of the fiscal year.
I think this was on what would the trigger be for whether we had resolutions from our negotiations. I think October 1st. I'm fine with adding a date if you would like to, of October 1st to specify that.
Well, I would. I mean, I wasn't supportive of that, but I think it would help because at least we all are aware and know what the trigger date is. Otherwise, it leaves it open. I'm just something to consider procedurally for all of us to be aware. It helps everybody understand what the trigger date is.
And let's come back to that, since that's not the one that's before us. It's the other one that we passed. So
it's the other one, yes, but this one's related. Right?
Okay. Well, why don't we do that? If there's no objection, we'll add the October 1st deadline to number 1 that we voted on previously, Amendment 1.
Okay.
And then Recommendation 1 is before us here. which was amended by Budget Motion 1.
Thank you. And my second point is this. When we started this whole budget process, we started it a few months earlier than the normal process, which is when the mayor's budget is released. And at that time, there's a proposal to lay off 1,000 people. And I asked, why are we doing this so soon? The response I got back was that it takes a while to lay people off, so people wanted to start this process early. Well, October 1st, can we realize those savings if, in fact, that happens? If the parking structures don't go through and the meter issues don't go through, and then the issue is, for the motion that I didn't support, but it says we have to lay off people, is that enough time to realize the savings for that fiscal year?
Well, I think you raise a good point. I think the identification of those positions needs to happen much sooner than that. If the goal is to generate the savings starting October 1st through those layoffs, then the identification of those positions and the work that the Department of Personnel has to do to really determine who ultimately will be laid off should happen months before that. I would recommend that a directive be given that the identification of the positions be done as soon as possible so that process can begin.
Okay, again, I didn't support that motion, but it's just something that I see that it needs to be addressed if, in fact, that's going to happen. Thank you.
Ms. Perry?
Oh, I wanted to just clarify that does this also mean, Mr. CAO, that we're moving forward in identifying the 1,000 positions, even though the trigger date is October the 1st?
I'm sorry, I didn't...
I'm sorry. I wanted to clarify from Mr. CAO, does this mean that we still move forward on the identification of the 1,000 positions?
Well, that's the recommendation I was making, is that the identification of the positions happen well before the actual trigger date, October 1st. What I'm hearing in the conversation is that it's the goal that if we're not successful through our labor negotiations and through some of these revenues coming in, that we should be prepared on October 1st to have that process completed. So then the identification of those positions, the policy impacts that's going to have, the service impacts it's going to have, that discussion needs to happen much sooner than that.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Alacon is next, then Mr. Labange and Mr. Parks.
I don't mind packaging these all in one motion. It's just, there's a whole bunch of them. I'd like to know exactly what we're voting on. And it's...
A number of these we held, but remember we had long discussions on each of these, but then we held them after each of those discussions. None of these went...
Yeah, but you want to vote on them in one fell swoop. And I'd like to be able to see that in writing. What am I voting on? So, we've already voted on the critical budget items, and the CAO has plenty of direction for negotiation purposes. Can't we just have the CLA package this up and
Sure.
give us
Would the CLA like to just
Can they package
summarize the ones that are left on the board?
Vote on it tomorrow?
Yeah, hold on.
Before you go into that, may I ask the CAO to give us a date certain within the next 2 weeks?
But I'm still on my time.
Hold on one second.
a motion
It's Mr.
and
Alacon. Hold on. Mr. Alacon, I'll keep order and I'll recognize
My
that.
motion was
Hold on.
seconded.
I know. Mr. Alacon, I'm moving on it. Ms. Perry said something. We made sure that we go coming back to you, and you do have the floor right now. Can the CLA asked, we asked whether the CLA could do that, and Mr. Alacon's time walk through what the ones that are left on the board do? Yeah. It's also, colleagues, what we'll be following along in is the budget report. Each of these has a description, so we can walk through.
Item 3 is to recognize additional Animal Services Department receipts from the implementation of the Administrative Citation Program.
Mr. President, my motion was to have the CLA package these in written form and return them to City Council tomorrow. I got a second.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear because there's people talking. I thought you wanted them to describe it right now. Okay, that's a motion that Mr. Alacon has on...
To package them and we vote on them tomorrow. We already know the outcomes of the key items. The CAO has plenty to work with. I just want to know what we're voting for. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Labange is our next speaker.
I wanted to say, Mr. CAO, in this report is something about the parking garages? Is that correct? Any part of this element?
It's one of the triggers.
One of the triggers. One of the triggers in there is a small trigger, but a strong trigger of a parking garage that we don't even have transfer to on Larchmont Boulevard, which was developed some 20 years ago. So would you investigate that? Because I'd like to remove Larchmont Boulevard's parking structure because we don't even have title to it. Okay? So you can't have any title, you can't do anything with something you don't have title to.
The issue of the parking garages will be presented to your council next week. We're not going to move forward until we actually discuss where we're at, and so at that time it would be appropriate to raise those issues.
Thank you so much, Mr. CEO. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Parks.
I just wanted to get clarity on Mr. Alicon's request in the sense of what are we asking for tomorrow?
Mr. Alicon?
Just for the CLA to package all of these motions and describe what action we're taking on each motion. And these are in writing, provided tomorrow, and we'd be done with it. But
Mr. Alicon, can I just ask a point of information? These aren't motions, these are the recommendations in the committee report. So you mean the recommendations? These are not motions that are left, these are recommendations from the Budget and Finance Committee report. So do you mean package the recommendations in a further written form other than the one that's written here from the report?
Because I was trying to figure, is there something different than the committee report or the CLA's report?
They're not motions, they're recommendations that are in written form right now, so we just want to make sure we're hearing you right.
Well, I guess my concern is that we've taken many, many actions today, and some of these items could very well be influenced by those actions. So I'd like to know what's before us to make sure that we're consistent with what we're voting for.
Okay, so to clarify, you want an analysis of these recommendations from the Budget and Finance Committee report?
All I asked for was a description. I didn't necessarily say an analysis, but we all may need analysis after this, but all I'm asking for is a description of the items, yes, I guess I would like some kind of analysis relative to actions that we've taken and has it been impacted by other votes that we've taken today. Secondly, I also think, by the way, that we ought to get a description of what we did today in terms of how much money we've generated and because I think that's going to be more helpful to the CAO than anything else we've done.
Mr. Parks, it's still your
I'm not making that a motion, I'm just suggesting we do that.
Okay. I was just wondering if it was different than the CLA report that was presented.
If some of the actions we took impacted any of those particular motions. And I can't tell you by just looking at this motion whether anything else we did impacts it.
Mr. Parks, still your time?
We can go through.
I can say, no, I'm not
Ms. Hahn?
impacted by anything.
And then
I'm going to ask for clarification on, besides all this, we started out saying, from our CAO was like, what's the real number what are your instructions to negotiate? But since we voted on 1A, and then all these other motions today, is there a point where you're still going to negotiate with labor based on that? And is that part of what we're doing? Is there a number that you're still trying to close? Or does 1A basically say 761 furloughs or layoffs?
And Mr. Santana, you may want to fold in what we talked about in terms of we have ERC tomorrow, and you're going to try to get that number between now and then.
Yeah, we're going to try to present a strategy to ERC tomorrow. We meet tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock before we begin the next round of negotiations based on the actions taken today. I would recommend if there's going to be any further discussion on labor negotiations that we do go into closed session on that.
Okay. CLA, did you want to add something to what Ms. Hahn asked?
I was just going to indicate that if it was the council's desire, we can actually go through a number of these items very quickly because, as was indicated, some of these are taken care of via some of the motions that were adopted. So we could do that very quickly, or we can come back tomorrow.
Okay. Mr. Krikorian?
I was just going to point out an example of the reason to do this, and that would be number 51, which we have already dealt with by my motion to remove the restructuring of Dunn from this. So that's already dealt with. I was just raising that as an example. We should not be voting on that because we've already done that by motion.
Right. Okay. So that would be another to receive and file. Ms. Perry?
I want to vote on this tonight. We can go through this quickly?
Yes.
Then let's just do it.
Okay, Mr. Alacon's motion, Mr. Alacon, did you withdraw what I heard Mr. Alacon say, but please correct me if I'm wrong, was that he didn't need to go in one by one, but he wanted a report back. So I heard two motions now. If that one was altered to do that, which was to get a report back on those ones, Mr. Reyes' motion was to take them all together as one.
Okay, let's vote on that.
Okay, so let's vote on those two.
Mr. Reyes or Mr., which one are we voting on
We would
first?
continue to go in the order that they are done chronologically, which is the inverse of what we usually do. So Mr. Reyes' motion was first, and then Mr. Alacon was after that. Actually, well, Mr. Alacon, yes, that's because Mr. Alacon had a content change. So Mr. Reyes' motion to take them all at once is what's before us first.
Okay.
I vote.
We'll take a vote on that.
I vote.
I vote.
Yes?
Mr. Alarcon made two separate motions. One motion was...
That's why I just clarified. I didn't hear him change that, but did you have
And
two?
his other motion was to do each of these individually rather than the umbrella, which is what Mr. Reyes is.
That's why I just asked for if I misheard that, but I believe the record, it said, I don't need, Mr. Alacon said the following words, I don't need to hear them individually. What I'd like is a report back on all of them, but if...
withdrew the other one?
Okay. So Mr. Reyes' motion for us, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Alacon would like to be recorded as a no on that. So that would prevail, that we would take them together. So again, do you want to walk through any of the actions on these? What I had before me was that to receive and file 2 and 11 and 51 is what Mr. Krikorian added, but otherwise to adopt as amended.
2, 11, and 51 could be received and filed in accordance with prior action on other motions.
And the others would be adopted as amended. Okay, please open the roll. Close the roll. Yes, Mr. Reyes' motion passed to take them all up at once. Yes. So everybody take your time. The point of information? Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Parks?
We're taking them all up at once, but on number 16,
16?
could I just give a verbal direction to ask the CAO to report back on all the elements of 16, so we'll have the information regarding the potential layoff list?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would you like a deadline on that, sir?
Pardon?
Would you like a timeframe on that, the next 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Okay. Okay, as amended, if there's no objection, that's friendly. Please open the roll. Close the roll. And tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 3 noes.
Okay, that passes. We have A and B, colleagues, which are before us. A and B are the motions we have every year that are the enabling motions that allow the CAO to go ahead, work with the appropriate departments to draft the formal budget resolution that will come back to us in some weeks' time, in about a week. So, anybody want to speak on A or B? Technical? Yes.
B will include all those other motions that we put in.
Yeah, those already passed. A and B also amend the budget to make sure that the preparation, this is not the formal budget that's going to be before us, that has to all be prepared and the ordinances written. Okay? Right. So let's take up A and B together if nobody wishes to be heard on those. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. Those are adopted. And now we have the final vote on 1 as amended. Is that correct? Or do we need to do that, Mr. Clerk, or is it?
Yes, Mr. President.
So this is on the budget as amended. Please open the roll. Yes. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that is approved. We will send that forthwith to the mayor without objection. We do have, colleagues, 3 other items. So sit tight, but 2 and 3 were already voted upon. So we moved to receive and file, but we do have cards from the public on these. We'll see. Thank you, folks, obviously, for your patience. See who's here. Jim McQuiston, I do see here. Come on forward, Jim. If you'd like to speak on both 2 and 3.
Together. Jim McQuiston, you have my statements on both 2 and 3. They came in separately. What you've done here today, I must say, still leaves a $200 million hole. And it's not going to be fixed on July 1st, so it's going to be a $400 million hole, essentially, on January 1st. In other words, there's about a 10,000 personnel layoff, and that would be spectacular. However, you notice that I've also suggested that you go through street services. You can pick up $100 million there because the state law says that you're supposed to pick it up. And you could probably pick up even more. While I was waiting, while you were out on item 1, I went through the budget books, and I discovered several places where there's maybe $30 million here and stuff like that, which is left over in the budget. It's kind of an orphan, and it could be picked up there. So the $200 million probably can be picked up, but if you don't pick it up on July 1st, you will be in trouble, because we do want to make sure that if we should be assessing funds, and the state says we're required to assess those funds, then we ought to really be doing it. We stopped in the 1970s for no good reason at all, and that's why we're in bad shape with street services. And that's just one of the places where we can pick up the money. The rest of it, you know, you're slowly being strangled because the COLA is not properly assessed. And if it were, we wouldn't have any problem with even the retirement funds. It's all on account of the COLAs are not picked up properly.
Thank you, Mr. McQuiston. On item 2, that was the only card. On item 3, sorry, let me make sure there's no other speakers on 2. Let's go ahead and receive and file if there's no objection. Number 2. Number 3 would be next before us. Edward Flores, is he here? Simboa Wright. Jacob Miller. Carlos Lane. Michael Alcazar. Wendy Brown. Phyllis Doherty. Timothy Butcher. Albert Gribel Velasco. Vivian Bonzo. Jeanette Rondeau. And in Van Nuys is Daniel Gus. There? We'll check on that. Now we'll make sure these are part of the record. Again, these are 3. The action was to receive and file. Okay, not there as well. So, and if there's no objection, we'll receive and file number 3. Finally, colleagues, we have number 4, which is the fiscal emergency resolution that we have to renew. That was also done last year. Jim McQuiston, if you'd like to come forward on that item.
Not having eaten since 7 a.m. this morning, I can't remember. Would you repeat the...
It's the fiscal emergency resolution.
Oh, yes.
Declaration of fiscal emergency.
As far as the emergency resolution is concerned, probably you're going to have to put in an emergency resolution. Otherwise, you can't adjust the employment. But I do want to say that it also affects the Emergency Reserve Fund, which is supposed to be right now about $120 million. And if you take away the $120 million and we have an earthquake, which we expect any moment, we are going to be in bad shape. That concerns me a lot. We can get and beef up the emergency fund without actually taking away the emergency reserve. And that, I think, strongly I suggest that you look at my suggestions for getting extra money. We should be getting $700 million more income every year, and going up every year, and that we could get just like pulling it off of a tree. There's no problem at all. Take my word for it.
Thank you, Mr. McQuiston. Ivan Correño Chavez. After that is Roy Stone.
Good evening.
Thank you,
my name is
sir.
Ivan Correño Chavez. I'm a retired city employee from the library department. And I was looking at this, and this is really just another the latest escalation on the mayor's and the city's brazen attitude towards his labor partners, as you call them. First of all, the emergency, so-called, I believe it's a matter of interpretation. It's due to policy decisions you have made, mainly keeping the biggest share of the largest share of the budget intact. That's the police department. I'm sure there's efficiencies that can be found in the police department. It was mentioned earlier during the discussions, I think on Friday, that there are positions in the police department that could be done by civilians, and they're being done by sworn officers. Yet, there was no motion whatsoever to deal with that. I didn't hear a motion on that. Okay. Also, this emergency, the declared emergency was mentioned about 7 years ago during the campaign of the current mayor when he won the first time. I remember because Mayor Stein administration presented it through the CAO to the unions. And so you could have prepared for this emergency a long time ago. Also, it's part of the campaign to turn this between staff or employees and the public and the budget. Like every solution that's being sought of is on the backs of the employees, and it obviates the actual thing that's happening here. I keep hearing the word structural. That means fewer services. You're raising fees and raising taxes, and you're cutting services, okay? And you're leaving the police department intact. Now, when people talk about big government, oppressive government, they usually refer to policing powers, to police force. Okay, we have that. No, you're cutting parks, you're cutting recreation, you're cutting libraries and the like. So,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And thank you for your patience. We appreciate it. Roy Stone. So next speaker, Verdel Flores. Barbara Bozeman. Elizabeth Salazar. Okay, we'll add those to the file. Anybody wishing to be heard on this resolution? We'll go ahead and vote on 4 on the emergency resolution.
Colleagues, the emergency resolution is a repeat of one from several months ago, and very self-explanatory as you go through the step-by-step issues as to why the council is endorsing this process.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go ahead. There's nobody else on the speaker queue. Let's please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay. We'll send that forthwith.
Forthwith.
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. President, I'd just like to say thank you to all of the mayor staff, the CLA staff, the CAO staff, and all of the council member staff putting together this budget. It was a tough budget, and we'll be starting on the 24th, budgeting some more. So,
thank you to all the members of the Budget Committee, our staffs. Thank you to the mayor's staff as well for their hard work on this, as well as our CLA and CAO.
And also the city clerk.
And the departments, and our clerk and our trustee, City Attorney Dion O'Connell. We couldn't have done it without you. On that note, if you'll please call the roll. Oh, we got the city clerk, don't you worry. And our great officers, our sergeants at arms. We haven't forgotten you. If you'll please call the roll.
Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl,